BFM 89.9.
Good evening, here are GE15 updates at 6 p.m. Voting for Malaysia's 15th general election has ended with polling centres across the country closing just minutes ago. A record number of 945 candidates were vying for 222 parliamentary seats this time around. Perlis, Pahang and Perak have 116 state seats up for grabs as well, while the Bugaya state seat in Sabah is also seeing a by-election. Meanwhile, the Election Commission has disclosed that voter turnout for GE15 reached 65%. As at 3 p.m. This means more than 13.7 million votes were cast, the highest ever recorded in Malaysia's history. In Perak, the voter turnout had already exceeded the total for GE14, reaching 63.6% as of 3 p.m. The EC says the percentage is equivalent to more than 1.3 million votes, attributing the increase to first-time voters. In comparison, the total number of Perak voters who cast their ballot in GE14 amounted to 1.2 million. It was 80.4% of eligible voters back then. It will be known in a few hours' time if the voters of Kuala Selangor will go with their incumbent MP, Dato Sri Dr. Zulkifli Ahmad of Pakatan Harapan, or give a shot to someone else, including political rookie Dato Sri Tengku Zafrol. Melissa Tiong tells us more.
Well, it was a cloudy day today, but voters were undeterred, queuing for up to an hour to cast their ballots. I managed to catch Barisan Nasional candidate Tengku Zafrol at one of the polling stations today. I asked him if he thinks that he has a better understanding of the people's issues after 2 weeks of campaigning. Now, his answer was, let's see when the results come later, and also mentioned his intention to help the people. From my conversations with the locals, people still remain quite split as to who has a chance of winning. Even saying that Perikatan Nasional candidate, Muhammad Noor Muhammad Saha, who is relatively unknown, stands a chance of winning. Meanwhile, yesterday, Pejuang candidate Syed Rosli claimed on Facebook that he had a spell put on him as he was vomiting blood. Now, netizens are saying that that is a sign of internal bleeding and that he should get medical attention soon. His current condition is still unknown and it remains to be seen if he will be at the counting centre tonight. I'm Melissa Tiong, reporting from Kuala Selangor.
In other news, the EC has suspended voting at 11 polling stations in Baram, Sarawak after several areas were flooded since this morning. The EC says bad weather prevented its personnel from reaching their stations through air, land and water routes. The Commission says it will announce a new date for voting at the affected stations once weather conditions improve. Meanwhile, in Pahang, polling for the Tioman State seat will be held on December 7th following the death of Perikatan Nasional candidate Muhammad Yunus Ramli early this morning. The EC says nomination day will be on November 24th and early voting on December 3rd. Postal voting applications are now open until next Tuesday. Meanwhile, Pahang PN says its new candidate for the Tioman seat will still be from PAS and that the matter will be decided after GE15. In Germany, it was a race against time to ensure all postal ballots, many of which arrived only in the last 2 days, can reach their respective polling stations by today. Global Bursa's Secretary General Nirmala Devi Vingeta, who is voting from Germany, told BFM News the lengths she had to go through.
There's no way I can send it back by THL Express or FedEx because 18th, 19th is public holiday. So my THL won't be working on the public holiday. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to vote. Then I'm going to drive 50 kilometers to my next ballot coordinator. I will pass my ballot to her. She will be my witness and she will collect all the ballots that's going to come in. And then she will drive 300 kilometers to the flyer who's going to fly from Frankfurt and pass the ballots to the flyer.
In Terengganu, Bersih has urged authorities to investigate past President Tan Sri Abdul Hadi Awang and the State UMNO Chairman Dato Sri Ahmad Zahid for allegedly wearing attire with their party logos while voting. The election watchdog also questioned how EC officials allowed them to enter polling stations dressed in party attire, which was classed as campaigning. And the EC also confirms its MySPR Semak website saw 2.5 million hits per second today, causing it to crash. The site is used for voters to check details like their polling centre and stream. I'm Keith Kam. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You are now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I want the government to listen to the voices of young people, stop oppressing young people with our coup, and abolish draconian laws. The government should respect young people's autonomy, freedom of speech, and freedom of expression. This will help to promote critical thinking among young people instead of complying mindlessly to the rules.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Be free, Malaysians. BFM 89.9, the business station.
6:05 p.m. on a Saturday, 19th of November. And of course, you're listening to the Battle for Malaysia, BFM's GE15 results coverage. I'm Wong Xiaoning, and joining me in the studio is Philip C. It's going to be an eventful evening as the votes are counted in Malaysia's 15 general elections, and we'll be bringing you the developments as they unfold.
We'll have an array of guests throughout the night to provide updates on the latest tally of seats alongside expert commentary and analysis. We are live streaming from our studio in Kuala Lumpur. You can join in the action on the BFM app, Facebook or YouTube. For the next 2 hours, you will hear from a quick check-in with Thomas Fan, chairperson from Bersih, on whether the polls went according to plan and laws.
And then we'll also be checking in with independent business writer P. Gunasegaram, who's going to tell us about messy coalition politics, the economic issues that the new government should resolve, and how equity markets might react on Monday.
At 7 p.m, we will also hear from Shannon Teo, Singapore Straits Times Malaysia Bureau Chief, about his observations of this election, the campaigning, and maybe his predictions on the outcome.
Then at 7:30, Tricia Yeo, CEO of Think Tanks and Ideas, will also give her views on the importance of reforms and good governance. Throughout the evening, we'll also hear from our very own BFM News team, who have been on ground all day at different constituencies throughout the night as we give you the latest results and also analysis. Now, what we do know is that so far, voter turnout has so far exceeded the previous elections in 2018, with more than 14 million voters, or some 65% of them, casting their ballots as of 3 p.m. today. So for some reactions and observations of the voting process, we have on the line with us Thomas Fan, chairperson of Bersih. Good evening, Thomas. Thanks for joining us today. Now, what do you make of the voter turnout statistics so far? Are you encouraged by the numbers? What do you think is driving voter enthusiasm?
Yeah, I'm very encouraged by the number. So far, the official number that we have is 65% as at 3 p.m. So now we are 3 hours later. So quite likely we will surpass the 70% mark and maybe even hitting 75% mark. Now that is a very encouraging number, because if everyone were to turn out in this election, everyone in G14 will turn out, the rate would have been only 58%. So now we are talking about quite a number of new voters coming out to vote. And whether we'll hit 80%, I'm doubtful myself. But nonetheless, if we can touch 75%, that is a very good number. And I think the reason is partly, I think, undi banjo in some way. It was meant to suppress vote. It has actually provoked many voters to come out and vote, just as undi Rabu did in GE14. I think people felt that, they don't like to be suppressed. And so if you try to do that to me, I'm going to come out. So there seems to be a quiet determination in this election. I think quiet is the word that stands out in this election.
And as you say, right, 7 to 8% additional turnout coming through every hour. Perhaps we might decelerate, but I just want to get your perspective on the overall voting process today. In your assessment, has it been smooth? And if not, what were the problem cases that came up in your radar?
I think overall, to be fair, I think it has been quite smooth. Of course, our hotline here, our team here, have been receiving calls throughout the day on some of the issues faced by voters, where some voters were asked to fill up certain details that they were not expected to fill in, and also issues of the new phone rules, where people are not allowed to carry phones into the voting booth. They were not enforced in many places. So there were voters who said, why aren't they taking my phone? And they were quite upset that their phone was not taken. But I think one of the biggest concerns that we had in this election was the SPR website, MySema, where people are supposed to check for their polling station, their salorans and bilangan number, crashed since yesterday. And I think that has inconvenienced quite a lot of people. It's one thing that you do not know your saloran, But if you do not know your polling station, which in this election there are many new ones, that will be a problem for this voter to know which polling station and then which saluran they are supposed to go to. So I think that may have affected some voters.
Okay, Thomas, we have been very lucky in the Klang Valley. Our weather has held up, but there are also photos on social media of people in Sarawak voting in flood waters, to the point where even Baram in Sarawak has suspended voting. Should this have been allowed by the EC?
No, I mean, I saw the picture. I was shocked that the voters were queuing up in flood waters of 1 feet deep and trading to water to vote. I think that is endangering the lives of voters, and voting should have been stopped immediately or not allowed to proceed. Because, in these waters, in these rural places, it's not the water that is dangerous, it's the snakes and it may be even crocodiles. They may make surface and come to the voters. So eventually they were suspended, and so Baram constituency election has been suspended as a result.
So what does that then mean, Thomas? I mean, when will they go back to the polling booth? Will we know the result? What's the process here when voting is suspended?
Yeah, so apart from Baram, we know that Padang Serai, where one of the candidates passed away on the 16th after the early voting. So these two parliamentary constituency, uh, their voting has been suspended, and it will for Padang Serai it will resume on the 7th of December. For Baram, I'm not sure whether they have announced the date, but it will be resumed at a later date. So I presume that those who have cast their ballots, some of them, those ballots would be kept under lock and key together with the electoral roll. And then at another later date, when it's open, the rest of the voters can come and cast their ballot.
I see.
And so that, yeah, so this time we only get 220 known seats. So the simple majority would be 111 to win parliament.
So not 222, but 220 then essentially.
Yeah,
Let's shift,
220 now.
let's shift our attention from things we cannot control, like weather, to the things we can control. If we go to the polling station, it was very clear that there will be no political activity allowed within 50 meters perimeter from the polling booth. Do you think the political parties here were playing fair? Were there any politicking taking place within the election counting poll?
As long as we have been doing election observation, this has always been the constant issue. The Pondok Panas, which is the booth set near to the polling station, has always been a source of political activities. In the past, there was justification in the sense that you need to check your saluran on the way into the polling station. But now, with the ability for us to know our salurans and polling station in advance, there is little need for political party to set up booth, and the EC has already set up their own checking station within the polling station. But still, you see some political party even today setting up this booth, and these are the places where a lot of campaigning and even money exchanging hand after voting take place. So these are the kind of offences that we are observing.
Okay, because we saw photos on social media where past President Tan Sri Abdul Hadi Awang was seen voting while wearing a vest with his party's logo. Isn't this in clear contravention of the EC laws? I mean, what should have been done? And can anything be done after the polls, as in to file in an election petition, perhaps?
Yes, it always I'm always bewildered by how experienced politicians are not aware of this election rule.
Are they
The
not
EC
aware, or
will-
they think they can get away with it?
I think you're right. I think they can get away with it. They are above the law. And here we have lawmakers or aspiring lawmakers who think they are above the law. So I think this is such a clear-cut case that if the EC or the police does not investigate and the AG does not proffer charges, it is a clear case of double standard. There's a rule for the politician, there's another rule for us. What should have happened is that the election worker should have stopped him at the gate and say, "Excuse me, Dato Sri, you're not allowed to wear this thing in." If he persists, then the police should arrest. arrest him. But they welcome him, took photo, took video. So is he above the law? I think that's the question. And so we have to, I think the police have to investigate, and the EC need to charge after the election. And that could mean if he is fined above 2,000 or jail for 1 year, he will lose the seat if he wins that seat.
And Thomas, just telling you, we just got some numbers coming out now from the SPR. As of 4 p.m. today, 14.82 million votes cast, 70% turnout so far as at 4 p.m., which is a record number. I guess the question in my mind is, with these record voters coming through, do you see these logistical issues of managing these voter turnouts being isolated cases in places like Kerinci, or do you think this is a broader logistics issue across the country in terms of managing this record number of voter turnout?
It was always going to be a logistical issue and problem. Once automatic voter registration and Undi 18 was approved in Parliament in 2019. So the EC had actually time since 2019 to prepare enough polling stations, suitable polling stations, to accommodate the increase in the number of voters. So what happened in Kerinci today, I find that it's quite inexcusable. In an urban area, you cannot find a proper place to conduct election, but to have to hold it in the PPR, in the open air. I think that is something the EC has to answer for.
All right, thank you for your time. That was Thomas Fan, chairperson of Bersih, giving us a rundown on what happened today across the country, including the flooding situation that we see in Sarawak and the possibility of delays. Well, it's not a possibility. The outcome of 2 seats will have to be delayed, actually.
So instead of 222, we are contending with 220 seats. But what we are seeing here is a record turnout, as we saw just now, just coming out 4 p.m., 70% voter turnout. Now, if you contrast it to G14, that was 75%. But take note, we had 30 to 40% more voters this time around.
Yeah, very interesting, because I think before this, there were a lot of conversations about the possibility of political apathy, and that has clearly not happened. I'll be curious to find out which segments of society rallied out, drove out, went out to queue and voted and wanted their voices to be heard, because maybe this is the new dawn of Malaysia.
Could be.
Yeah, we shouldn't take our democratic rights for granted. We're going to take a short break. Keep it here, BFM 89.9.
Studies have shown that a large portion of our workforce is struggling in some way post-pandemic. According to Tang Xiao Lei, Chief Corporate Solutions Officer at AIA Berhad, organizations need to adopt a more holistic approach to employee well-being.
In reality, well-being is just not one thing or the other, right? Everything is interconnected. And poor mental health at the workplace can be a contributing factor to a range of physical illnesses like hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular conditions. And not just that, it also leads to a burnout amongst employees and seriously affecting their ability to contribute meaningfully to both their personal and professional lives. So we feel that, when we look at well-being, it really needs to be holistic. It's not just physical or mental or financial and what have you. Making sure that they are also preventative in nature so that we can help organizations nip the issues in the bud, I think, before they become more serious.
Download the podcast supporting mental health at work over on our BFM app.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I want a government that's stable. I want a government that doesn't have infighting among itself, that doesn't just attack other politicians, but looks at policies that can actually help the people. I want them to address the floods. And in the long term, I want them to look at policies that address climate change and the environment.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Be financially minded. BFM 89.9.
6:19 Saturday, the 19th of November, and you're listening to the Battle for Malaysia, BFM's GE15 result coverage. I'm Wong Shao Ning together with Philip C. Now, of course, in the Klang Valley, there are lots of hot seats, plenty of them. And we have sent our reporters on the ground, one of which is, of course, the seat of Batu, the most contested race in GE15. I heard that the polling paper was larger than A4 size because there were 10 of them.
How many times did you have to fold the paper?
I don't know, to fit into the box,
into
right?
the box, essentially.
And, were you lost when you tried to find your candidate?
And exactly. The number of polling agents then for you to view must have been incredible. Although I heard there were shortages of pachas everywhere. But this is such an interesting seat, isn't it? Because it's about the question about the importance of independence. It's about the question of party versus personality as well, between S. Prabhakaran and Tien Chua for Pakatan Harapan. So really, so many key elements here to look out for this specific seat.
Yeah, so some facts. There are 110,000 voters in this area. And of course, what we have is an update from Lee Shing-yi of BFM News, who's camped out in Batu. For the latest updates on the ground, she speaks to Hanif Baharudin.
Hello, Shane. Thank you so much for joining us. So can you set the scene for us? What's the atmosphere like there?
Right. So I think like most polling centres around KL, PJ area, Klang Valley as such, morning was quite a rush. A lot of people came out to vote. There were a bit of queues here and there. But towards the afternoon, I realised that it got a bit quiet here in Batu. I think most people would have casted their votes by then. So a slight lull. Still have some people coming out to vote, but not as much. So, that's current situation at the moment.
Did the weather have any effect on people going out to vote?
No. So there was a slight drizzle in the morning. People just came out with their umbrellas. I don't think it stopped them. Towards later in the morning, the afternoon, the weather cleared up pretty well, and sun shines up until now.
Well, what's the atmosphere like? People like to use the word festive light, right? Is it festive light there?
I think certain schools, yes. So I went to one of them, definitely festive like when candidates visited. So, people are a bit excited to see them, especially Tien Chua, Cleo, etc., asking to take photos and such. So at those schools, then yes, it was buzzing. At the others, those more quieter ones where the candidates didn't visit, then not so much. Just kind of like, okay, I'm here to cast my vote. I'm done. I'm out. I got somewhere to go. So that's how it's been like.
In terms of the voters, what's their demographic like? Is it a mix of, young and old?
Yeah, actually. So I would say it's a fair spread. I did see a lot of young voters. I would consider young as maybe under 40 young adults and not as many youth, I would say, but a lot of them were young adults and above middle-aged and quite a lot of senior citizens. Coming out on wheelchairs, tongkats, and all that, you name it, they tried their best to come out.
How many centres did you manage to visit throughout your time there?
Right. So I managed to cover SJKC Sentul Pasar, SMK Convent Sentul, SK Convent Sentul 1 and 2, and also SK Sentul. So kind of went up Sentul Utara and also Sentul Pasar area.
Okay. I don't want to sound sensationalist, but was there any noteworthy incident of sorts, especially,
Sorry to be a wet blanket on your sensationalism, but no, there wasn't any incident. I would say that's a good thing. So people just went in, voted, came out. That's it. Nothing that I've heard of and nothing that I've seen so far.
Yeah, correct. I agree with you. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. Now that the polling center has closed, where are the votes being counted?
Yeah, so the votes are going to be counted at SMK Sentul Utama. Pretty big center there. They have a big hall set out and everything with the tents and all that. So, that's where all the votes will be brought to.
Okay, all right. I would like to just get some thoughts from you. Why do you think there's so much interest to run in Batu? What makes this an attractive seat for MP candidates?
Yeah, so in my time going around in Batu, I've asked around with the locals. They actually aren't too entirely sure why. But some of them did mention that it could be because there's a big opportunity for development in Batu because it's like right beside the city center of KL. So there's like quite a lot of value in such an area. Other than that, my own perspective on this is that, maybe these independent candidates saw that an independent like Prabhakaran, before he joined PKR, could win Batu. So maybe they're thinking, why not me? So more the merrier.
Speaking of Prabhakaran, Batu is of course notorious for the fallout between him and also his former mentor Tien Chua, right? How do voters view the split between the two?
Honestly, they don't seem very fazed by it, surprisingly. I think, though, it could actually split some Pakatan votes a wee bit, just slightly, because those who have been loyal to Pakatan told me that they would stick with Pakatan no matter who the candidate is. But there are a certain few who are loyal to Tian Chua as former MP. So that might cause them to consider him as their next MP and want to vote him back in to service the constituency. But I'd say, all in all, Batu is definitely very interesting because if Pakatan wins, it'll show that people here are loyal to a coalition. And if otherwise, it'll show that Prabhakaran didn't actually do a solid enough job in the past 4 years as incumbent MP for voters who want him back.
Going back to the independent candidates, of course, this state has the most number of independent candidates running, with 4 in total. What's your observation of their campaign compared to those backed by party machinery?
Right. So from what I gathered from the voters in the area, they aren't very fussed about the independents, actually. Though some of them, like, say, Sidi Kasim, Cleo, and Tian Chua are quite popular. People know their names, know their faces. But as far as I know, I have not heard any Batu voter mention independent candidate Stanley Tu or Parti Rakyat Malaysia's Muhammad Zulkifli, barring that he's actually not independent, but he doesn't seem to be very well known here.
What about the other two major coalitions? What's the public sentiment towards the BN and PN candidates? MIC's Kohilan Pillay is running for Barisan, while Azhar Yahya of PAS is representing Perikatan Nasional. How much traction do these candidates have?
Surprisingly, despite having bigger party machinery, right, BN, PN, and even Pejuang, they don't seem very popular. Some voters do know them. They know that the coalition is contesting, but I don't suppose they've been on the ground as much as the rest during campaigning. Because, like, when I stopped by the markets in Sentul or some shop lot areas and asked around, many actually still don't know who they are. But who knows, right? Maybe they are actually targeting more of the PPR flat areas and towards the outside of these commercial sites. Also Warisan's Nathan Batu is actually quite well known around here. I say this is not too shabby a job for a party that's making its foray into the Peninsula Malaysia.
All right. And do you have any other things you would like to, I guess, just say? Perhaps, other noteworthy observations that you've made?
Nothing too noteworthy. I think actually the whole situation here in Batu is in itself noteworthy already. I wouldn't say there's anything separate from it. So definitely everyone keep your eyes on Batu to see who actually captures the votes of the people here. Would it be a major coalition or would it be an independent, surprise, surprise, come to steal the vote away from Pakatan? Let's keep our eyes and watch out.
All right. Thank you so much for talking to me, Shin.
There was Lin Chin of BFM News speaking to Hanif Baharuddin of The Night Shift, giving us her report from the constituency of Batu. Now, earlier this week, we hosted a mini debate with 3 of the Batu candidates, P. Prabhakaran, Tian Chua and Siti Kasim. Of course, you can listen to that conversation on the BFM app. Look up the podcast, Rockstars of Batu, Take It On. It was the first time ever we did something like that. It was very interesting, actually. And we hope to have many more such debates on BFM.
And I'm sure the debate was complicated by the fact that you have 10 candidates.
Well, we only could fit 3 in our screen.
Fit 3. But if you contrast what happened in 2018, they only had 4 candidates to pick, and Prabhakaran actually won by a very large majority of about 60% of the vote versus 30% by BN. So really, I think the tables might turn this time round.
We'll have to watch this space. But in the meantime, we'll continue to unpack the developments of the night on the Battle of Malaysia with P. Gunasegaram, independent business writer. Stay tuned. BFM 89.9.
Hello, I'm Juliet Jacobs. We've cast our votes. What comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is law expert Dr. Gudial Singh Mija to share his views. Hello, Dr. Gudial. What do you fear most will come out of this election?
What I fear most is that a party that has been perpetuating racial and religious hatred and sound bites will come out victorious in this election, because then we will have a continuous divisiveness of a society that is already quite divided up to now. So that's my utmost fear.
And what must our party political leaders prioritize?
I think the best that they could do is to institute institutional reforms and put in place institutions together with protocols that will then inure for the rest of time, because it is primarily the fact that so many institutions and integrity in relation to these institutions and people who run these institutions are being eroded, So my hope is that, and Pakatan did start on that some time ago, institutional reform, but nothing materialized from that. So that will then provide a solid framework for purposes of regulating and providing a compass for future development, which will be transparent, accountable, and have preserved integrity. And this will lead to good governance ultimately, which will benefit the Rakyat.
Thank you, Dr. Gudial. That was Datuk Dr. Gudial Singh Nija, a law expert. Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
When you think of CEOs, managing directors, chief finance officers, etc., they are all men, right? Well, women actually make up 40% of senior management in Malaysian companies. So how do we hear their side of the story? Tune in to Her Vantage every Wednesday at 11 a.m. where we hear from women of influence and leadership only on BFM 89.9.
Bluff-free medium, BFM 89.9.
6:31. Good evening. Welcome back to the Battle for Malaysia, BFM's GE15 results coverage. I'm Wong Shao Ning with Philip C. Now, we are live video streaming from our studio in Kuala Lumpur. Follow us on the BFM app or on Facebook or YouTube, and you can find out what Philip and I look like. Or you might be horrified. But anyway, joining us in the studio for more analysis on factors influencing the outcomes of GE15 is our regular BFM guest and independent business writer, P. Gunasekaram. Welcome, Guna. Thanks for coming on the show again.
Thank you, Shawnee.
Yeah, it's nice to see you in the studio. So first off, let's get your views on what happened in the last, 8, 9, 10 hours. Did you think that what's going to be the outcome tonight based on what you've seen so far?
I think there has been, a definite swing towards PH and to PN in the last 2 or 3 days towards polling. But it's difficult to say how much that swing will affect results. But most polls are predicting most number of seats to be won by PH. And some of them also predict that the total number of BN plus PN seats will still be less than that of PH, which will put PH in quite a strong position overall, I think. So we are talking about predictions, 90 or so PH to as much as more than 100 for PH.
Can I then ask a broader question? Why do you see this likely to maintain? Because if you reflect on GE14, it was a high turnout, 82%, and one MDB was dominating the whole issue, right, with respect to corruption. So what's dominating and energizing voters in GE15 in view that we're already seeing record number of voters coming out now for GE15, 70% so far as of 4 p.m. What's energizing these voters to come out now?
I think basically the old issues are still alive, but the corruption part of it, and then the ineffectiveness of government during this period, the rapid change in governments. So those kinds of things, and then the possibility of a PM, if not a PM, a person who will be pulling the strings behind the scenes, to be the main person who faces a slew of corruption charges. So 47 charges, although he has been acquitted of 40 charges, in the meantime. So, I mean, we are of course talking about Zahid. So that is not, I think, a very palatable proposition for most Malaysians, rural or urban.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that question. Do you think, because we always try to dissect what the rural people feel, and in a way, BFM, we're in Taman Tun, right? We might be in our little bubble, this urban bubble. Do you think the rural people have a different view in terms of what galvanizes them when they go to the polling booth?
It's pretty difficult to say, but the surveys indicate that the rural people are pretty aware of these things, and the popularity, according to the polls of Zahid, is low. The highest popularity is with Anwar, followed by Muhyiddin, and then Ismail Sabri, and Zahid is way down there.
Okay, so, like you say, the polls already suggest that no one coalition is likely to win a simple majority, although the chance for PH has improved in the last few days.
Yeah.
So what kind of political permutations are you expecting, Guna?
There's an outside possibility that PH might win a simple majority. If that happens, then it's game over, so everything is all right. There's no more maneuvering, and PH takes power. So that will be a nice, neat outcome for a lot of people. But if PH gets more than 90 parliamentary seats, and if they are in a strong position, and if the sum total of PN and BN is less than what they have, then I think one cannot deny them the opportunity of having first shot at forming government. So that should be the natural thing to happen after that.
So let's deep dive on that scenario that PH doesn't get the majority. It gets 80 to 90 seats. So what are its options, right? Does it A, work with BN, B, work with PN, or C, work with other component parties?
That's a very wide open question. I mean, like
let's go one by one.
One by one. Let's go through the three options here.
So it looks. Let's maybe discount the possibility of say PH working with either PN or BN. So that means then it has to cobble together some kind of support from Sabah and Sarawak. So and GPS is famously supposed to be antagonistic towards PH. So but then in politics anything can happen depending on what PH can offer them. They could still be on board. So if there are 20 plus seats on board, then PH is safe home. So otherwise, it depends on how, say, Warisan and some of the Sabah allies do, and how PH itself does in both Sabah and Sarawak.
So on that basis, right, what do you think the Sabah Sarawak parties will demand from PH to make this work?
Most likely Malaysia agreement, but PH has already said in their manifesto that they will implement the Malaysia agreement. So that is not an issue as far as PH is concerned.
Do you think it's more cabinet seats then for their side?
Yeah, perhaps. Yes, perhaps. Those kind of things, and then maybe a greater share of all royalty, all of which I think is PH is quite amenable to. So it's more for Sarawak. It seems to be more a case of personalities. Previously, say GPS was very against working with Lim Guan Eng and DAP, for instance. But Lim Guan Eng is no longer Secretary of DAP.
It's Anthony Lok, right?
Yeah, it's Anthony Lok. So maybe things could change as far as that is concerned.
But at the same time, we keep seeing a lot of press reports that the most likely coalition to form a government is going to be UMNO, and possibly working with Bersatu, which also of course means also PAS, which is pretty much what we have before GE15. Right?
Yes.
Do you think that's going to be the likely scenario? But is there too much bad blood already between Bersatu and UMNO?
I think they could always work together so long as they can get in power. We cannot discount that. But in this case here, the question is how many seats will they jointly have? So if they have, say, maybe about 70 seats, and then even if GPS throws all their support behind, then they still do not have enough, to form government.
Yeah, and and one of the things that struck me, throughout the interview, and the whole election is how BN is so fractured and disunited. Do you think, as a result of this election, you think BN will splinter off and actually work with different parties, component parties, especially within UMNO?
Pretty difficult to say. It will depend on how many seats they win. I mean, according to the Merdeka Center polls, for instance, they put safe seats for BN at only 8, which is an incredibly low figure. So if BN were to perform really, really poorly, then probably they will splinter.
Okay, I'm going to ask a really wild question, Guna. What about your thoughts of a possible BNPH alliance to form the government?
Maybe possible. I think it's very unlikely, but you can't discount anything in politics. But I think PH will have to say that all court cases will have to continue, and there will be no withdrawal of any kind of charges. So that may mean at the sacrifice of Zahid, and as UMNO president, Zahid is not likely to agree to that arrangement because he will be president until 6 months after the elections.
What has been interesting to also note is that Anthony Loke hasn't been totally opposed to working with UMNO either, has he? So is that a possibility where within the PH party, the DAP kind of breaks away?
I think that again, I think is an outside possibility because I think DAP can do that only for one term. Because after that there will be an outright rejection from the voters out there of DAP. If you can do something like that and you can be so antagonistic towards UMNO and then continue to work with them, I think it may be more worthwhile for DAP to work with PKR and Amanah and maybe Muda as well to cobble together a workable coalition. So then they have a better chance of playing a greater role in government that way.
And for longer.
And when you just take a step back and I listen to you, it sounds like, whatever permutations we talk about, it's going to be coalition politics for sure, right, coming into the election. How effective is coalition government, when we have so many difficult issues to contend with, right, as we enter to 2023?
I think, in one way it is good because you do not have any person who is dominating, and therefore you have to take into account the interests and opinions of a much wider group of people than previously.
I know which era you're referring to, Guna.
I mean, previously UMNO was the dominant party in all of this.
And there was one particular man that was very dominant in Malaysian politics.
The Iron Fist.
Yeah.
So you think those days are over for Malaysia?
It looks like there is, but if there is even if there is an outright, PH victory, for instance, but PH, you have to remember, is a coalition where they all have to depend on each other to be in power. So the same thing, because it is a coalition, there is coalition politics even if PH is in power. So nobody will have the single strong kind of rule that UMNO used to enjoy. At one time, UMNO had more than 50% of the seats, so they could govern on their own.
So coalition politics might be messy, but maybe better for governance. Do you think so in the longer term? Because then there's more check and balance.
Yes.
But I'm curious, Guna, just getting your views. How long do you think it will take for us to form a government? And this is hypothetical, right? As the night goes on, and we get a clearer picture in terms of the vote, how Malaysians have voted, and it's quite evenly split. Is it going to be very messy to form a government? How many days will it take?
I think there are differing views on this, and I am not very sure about the legalities. One legal opinion is, based on precedent in Commonwealth countries, I think this was written by former AG Tommy Thomas. He offered his opinion. Basically, the coalition which gets the largest number of seats should be invited to form the government, and then then they will form the government and they stay in power unless Parliament says that they don't command the majority anymore.
Okay, and the anti-hopping law, which is in force, right? Does that change the dynamics of this negotiation? Because in the past, it was much easier, right, where certain MPs could just be like a frog and hop over. Now we're talking about whole parties, right?
Even there is one opinion out there where even if one party leaves the coalition that it contested under, all the members of the party again have to be offered an election again. But then that hasn't been tested in court yet. No?
When we reflect back on G15, because we've talked about these three major coalitions, do you think independents or smaller parties like Warisan Pejang, would have made a difference in G15 if you have a kind of crystal ball and looked at it, right?
Made a difference in G15?
You think they would have made a difference in the outcome of G15? Yeah. Do you think
are they going to be like mini kingmakers almost?
Or are they troublemakers spoiling the vote?
They may be if there is a hung parliament and none of the major coalition partners can come to an agreement, then they might play an important role.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break for some messages. We'll be back with more GE15 analysis with independent business writer P. Gunasegaram. Keep it here, BFM 89.9.
Forgot to pay your IWK bill again? Or perhaps you misplaced it? Don't worry, IWK e-bill je. Enjoy convenience at your fingertips when you register for IWK e-bill. Sign up today and make your real-time payments via IWK apps. Remember, paying your IWK bills is a small step towards a better environment. Find out more at www.iwk.com.my. Inda Water Consortium. New life for water.
Newswave is the only app you'll need for GE15. Here's why. 1. Track your MP's loyalty, work ethic, and more. Powered by MyMP. 2. Get the fastest live results. Check which coalition is leading and who's winning, all at your fingertips. 3. Join live discussion while getting the latest news from reliable sources. Download Newswave, Malaysia's #1 news aggregator, from Apple App Store, Google Play, or visit newswave.com. Newswave. Follow the current.
I want to keep an otter at home like a pet, you know? Macam cute je.
What the?
This beef burger is super filling. I don't think I can finish it, man. You have any plastic bag for me to throw? Give me 2 lah, nanti the sauce will drip.
You want 2 plastic bags, so you can throw that into another plastic bag?
Okay, Captain Planet, calm down. The world is not ending tomorrow, okay?
Don't hate the messenger. For top tips on how to put the planet first, tune in to Earth Matters on Mondays and Wednesdays at 3 p.m. or download the podcast on the BFM app.
Beats, funk, mixtapes. BFM 89.9, the business station.
6:46 p.m. on a Saturday, 19th of November. And of course, you're listening to BFM's Battle for Malaysia. We are going through all the GE15 results coverage throughout the night. I'm Wong Shanling together with Philip C. We are live video streaming from our studio in Kuala Lumpur. So follow us on the BFM app or on Facebook or YouTube.
Joining us in studio for more analysis on factors influencing the outcomes of G15 is regular BFM guest and independent business writer P. Gunasegaram. We are continuing our discussion with him, but this time focusing on what should be the priorities of our next government, regardless of which coalition comes into power.
And because this is such a critical issue, we know that for a fact because every poll that has been, asked of Malaysians, the number one issue on everyone's mind is the economy, right? Because bread and butter issues are at the core of our priorities. So Guna, I want to know the reality and be the honest writer. What is the state of the economy for the next government? What are they inheriting and what are the challenges waiting in the inbox of the next PM?
I think a lot of time has been wasted. So the politicking has meant that governing the country in terms of economy has taken a backseat. But I think the immediate concern, I think, for many people is a runaway rise in prices, some of which is not warranted. Because I think we have put control on prices of oil and diesel, so we should not have, say, increases in the prices of goods by 20, 30, 40%, which is what is happening in some of the supermarkets.
So you're talking about inflation, essentially. That is the main issue that the government has to tackle.
Immediately, yes, they want some kind of thing to ensure that profiteering is not taking place. If you look at it, the rise in prices of goods and services is one of the main factors of dissatisfaction among the people.
So can we deep dive on this specific issue on the rising cost of living and inflation? And when you contrast the 3 manifestos, right, of BN, PN and PH, who has the most interesting, innovative ideas? Who is the most committed to address this?
I'm not sure about the manifestos itself, but looking at the way, at some of the campaign speeches, I think PH has got a far better handle on that than anybody else now. So they talk about the need to actually control the prices. For instance, the Malaysian ringgit has declined against the US dollar, and so have almost all the other currencies. But not many people realize that we have actually appreciated against the Aussie dollar. And yet dairy products from Australia have risen in tandem. And why is that so? And we have actually appreciated, say, almost 15% against the Japanese yen. Why aren't car prices and parts prices coming down? So I think because of the obsession with politics, all these kind of price control issues are not being tackled by the government at this point in time, And the earlier problem that you had with chicken prices and egg prices and chicken shortages. I mean, you can't have a chicken shortage in a country which exports chicken. So that's obviously engineered. And what is anybody doing about those kind of things?
Okay, but if we look at it, then none of the political manifestos try to address it as much as they should, right? And maybe PH a little bit more so. So I'm just curious, for us, the solutions are pretty obvious. Our problem in Malaysia has always been implementation, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So is that, how do we get governments to actually act? Because it's not difficult for people to come up with reasonable paths to actually overcome these problems.
I think you need the right people at the top to tackle these problems. They are not really very simple. They are quite complex. So the thing is, I'm talking about, say, rising prices as one of the main things that affect people at this point of time. But in the longer term, you have to think about how are you going to sustain economic growth? What is going to be a competitive advantage relative to other countries? So are you going to keep on importing cheap labor and getting these people as workers to produce cheaply, to become a cheap manufacturing center? Because that doesn't benefit most of the people in the country.
Only for the business owners, actually.
Yes. So you need to change the way the economy operates, and it actually requires very deft economic management, which the current government simply does not have.
All three coalitions, do they have the skill sets?
I think PH has. PN had its chance in government, and they showed that they were not good. Remember the time when Mohideen appointed all these people who don't have any corporate experience to head GLCs, politicians.
So how do you kind of explain that PH component? They were in power for 22 months. They haven't really demonstrated that ability, right, to restructure. So how do you kind of reconcile that they have the best team? I mean, maybe the concern is that no one has the best team then.
I think the argument that has been put forward is for the 22 months, it wasn't PH which was in power, but the Bersatu component of PH which was in power. so that was what we saw.
Right.
I mean, the manifesto promises, Mahathir said at that time, there were promises they could not have been that should not have been made. So he said those things. So, but even so, if you compare the 22 months under PH with PN and UMNO, I think they have a far better track record than the other two.
Okay, but so you were not impressed with UMNO's Budget 2023, which is essentially their economic manifesto, right?
Okay, all right. So I think Ismail Sabri did a few things in terms of legislation and other things, But that was with the cooperation and support of actually PH, who undertook not to destabilize him. So
The
that is
MOU
where coalition
essentially.
politics, that's the broader coalition politics coming into play.
I want to get your perspective on investments, and whether when you hear the manifestos from BN and PN, they talk a lot about stability. I wonder if there's a difference in local and foreign investors, whether they look at the governments very differently, and whether large and small businesses also have a very different view about who is adept at managing the economy.
I think while investment is good, that's not the only thing that drives the economy, is it? So you have to look at the economy in the totality of it all, and one of the most important things in economic growth is you have a trained manpower to be able to improve productivity.
Yeah.
And that relates directly back to education, so which is the other part which has been ignored. The educational standards have dropped. We produce tens of thousands of graduates every year, but many of them are not even gaining employment and do not even have the basic skills, many of them, a large number of them, to be gainfully employed.
So unemployment is not our problem, it's underemployment.
Yes.
Right? But Guna, the other worry I have is the $1 trillion 1 trillion ringgit debt that we have hanging over us, and the fact that so much of our government money goes towards paying salaries, pension funds. How do we get out of this pickle so that we have actually more reserves to spend on investments? And we see that year after year with every government.
Yeah, the thing is, okay, the debt, a lot of the which one shall we take first? The pension part. If we take that, that's easier to handle first, because I mean here. Unless you restructure the pension scheme, you can't do anything very much about it. And depending on how you measure employment within government and what percentage of employment is under government, you're talking maybe about 1.7 million who are employed in government or in government linked companies. Let's say it's 2 million. The overall number of workers in the country is about 14 to 15 million. So the vast majority of people are employed outside of government. So that's one point to make. And you cannot just cut the salaries of people. So when you are talking about, say, spending of government,
yes,
about 50% just goes for emoluments and pensions, and you can't do anything very about it. So the other side of the coin is
improve
you do something,
revenue.
the other side on the 50%, your procurement and all of those things, and increase revenue, like you said.
Yeah, but are we, the problem with, I notice, or at least an observation, is that all these measures, be it improve our revenue base, which means more taxation, right? Or be more careful with our spending. There's reluctance to it, and sometimes it's linked to populist measures, right?
Yeah.
So how then do we overcome this? Because nobody wants to be adult in the room and be unpopular.
I still think GST was a good measure to improve taxation, and then it basically is a consumption tax. If you consume more, then you pay more tax. So it's not a punitive tax. And there are many sort of exclusions which are given.
Okay, I've got one more question for you, Guna, about the economy. What about key appointments at GLCs and GLICs? Are we going to see another round of musical chairs? I mean, how do we handle this? Because every government has been guilty of it.
Yeah, I hope that the last Pakatan Harapan government, that was done by Daim Zainuddin, who was appointed by Mahathir to make the GLC changes. So it wasn't a change which was agreed among all Harapan component parties. But I think as far as possible, if a person is doing his job, just leave him alone. I think there is no need to change a person because of his political leanings, or because you don't like his face, or you have a personal vendetta against him. If people can do their jobs, just leave them alone. It's those who don't do the job that you need to change.
So your argument is that this is a very different PH from the PH that was in government because of the Bersatu component. I just wonder back to the point about revenue, right? Because PH has, I think, said, look, the key is to actually look at cost cutting, and they were not very keen on doing GST. And you said that GST is, I think, something we have to do, right? How is PH, if assuming that they will form government, going to address the revenue side if GST is not being considered?
I think probably when you look at it, most likely they're not going to say we are going to introduce GST the day after tomorrow. So for instance, so I think they will go on the revenue side by maybe trying to get economic growth up, and then cut the obvious cost things down, and set an example. I think Anwar has already said that ministers will get only 50% of the salary.
Yeah.
And he won't draw a salary. So those kind of things which make good sound bites and which sets an example for the others. And remember, there are 40 over people who were appointed by Mohideen last time into GLC positions. So all of these can be removed.
Exactly.
So that kind of things. And and then once you are in the process of fixing the economy, then it is possible to introduce GST carefully, and perhaps with an initial rate of something like 3% or something like that.
Yeah, I think the messaging has to be better,
the
right?
sequencing of it.
Yeah. We're going to take a quick break for messages and the news bulletin. We'll be back with more GE15 analysis with Shannon Teo, Malaysia Bureau Chief for the Singapore Straits Times after the 7 p.m. news. Keep it here, BFM 89.9. So, Dato', does a 90-old bank like OCBC doesn't feel threatened by the impending 5 digital banks in Malaysia?
Not yet, but I think it's good for consumer all round. They will not be an immediate threat. I think we have some learnings from them. At the same time, we also look at ways we can collaborate with them, because we always believe that nowadays to grow, you have to be more strategic. Partnership is the way we grow, and we don't rule out doing business with each other. We have a lot to offer the digital bank, same for them as well.
That was the CEO for OCBC Malaysia, Dato' Ong Amin Bin. To listen to the full conversation, look up for the podcast OCBC Malaysia, Charting a New Growth After 90 Years on the BFM app or our website www.bfm.my.
The BFM Breakfast Grill is brought to you by U Mobile, 5G now with you.
Problems? We all have them. But at Alliance Bank, we're all about solutions. We believe that even if you have 99 problems, growing your business shouldn't be one. Open a business account or apply for financing, all online within minutes. We can help you digitize your operations, connect you to our wide SME network, and upskill your team. Stop worrying about your problems and start transforming your business at alliancebank.com.my/digital SME.
Laptop power, tablet flexibility. Pre-order the Microsoft Surface Pro 9 at Harvey Norman and get free gifts worth up to 1,288 ringgit. Terms apply. Think Surface laptops, think Harvey Norman.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the GE15 updates at 7 p.m. Vote counting is underway for the 15th general election. However, out of the 222 parliamentary seats, 2 will not be included. Padang Serai will hold polling on December 7th following the death of one candidate, while voting in Baram was suspended this afternoon due to bad weather, which hampered election workers from reaching their stations. There was also no polling for the Tioman state seat in Pahang due to the death of one of its candidates this morning. This comes as the Election Commission confirmed that voter turnout today was at 70% as at 4 p.m., meaning 14.8 million votes were cast. Back in 2018, only 11.4 million votes were cast at this time. In Johor, voter turnout as at 4 p.m. was at 69%, 14% higher than during the Johor state election in March, when total turnout was just under 55%. In the Titi Wangsa constituency, the outcome of the four-cornered showdown there will be known in just a few hours. This is a fight between Pakatan Harapan's Khalid Samad, UMNO's Datuk Sri Johari Abdul Ghani, Pejuang's Datuk Sri Khairuddin Abu Hassan and Rosni Adam from PAS. Cheryl Paul has more.
Voting went smoothly at all polling centres in Titi Wangsa today. Despite the rainy morning, most of the crowds turned up pretty early to get in line, from around 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m., and the lines remained pretty long until around 12 to 1 p.m., before it started to get quieter as the day went on. First-time voters I spoke to seemed especially excited today, with many saying they were pretty eager to fulfill their civic duty for the first time. For this seat, it's interesting to note that it was the one that was won by Bersatu's Rina Harun in 2018, who of course was among the MPs that ended up defecting from Pakatan Harapan during the Sheraton move in 2020. Voters I've spoken to here have expressed frustration with their former MP, saying they rarely saw her on the ground, and because of this, they say they now want a candidate that is going to be really committed to serving the people. And from what they've said, I can also see that a big concern of voters here has to do with the Sungai Baru flats and Kampung Baru land issues. They also want their new MP to resolve problems in Pasar Dato' Kramat, which has been experiencing frequent fires due to short circuits. All things considered, I'm excited to see which candidate will be named winner tonight. I'm Cheryl Paul, reporting from Titi Wangsa.
Global Bursa has described to BFM the mad scramble to ensure overseas postal voters can get their ballots back in time. Its president, Daphne Dervey, says issues with the short campaign period and delays in ballots arriving caused many to miss the deadline to vote this time around.
It's been a huge mad rush. It's definitely not simple, the system. The campaign period has been very short, just 14 days, 10 working days, and most ballots arrive really very late. Ballots are still arriving, obviously much too late to get back in time. However, we saw incredibly motivated overseas voters and volunteers from really around the world and in Malaysia working day and night to get the ballots back in time.
Separately, PDRM has confirmed that 2 voters died of natural causes while queuing to vote in Johor, while another died in Kelantan. Police also received a report where a voter at a polling centre in Ulu Yam caused a ruckus. Further checks revealed that he was diagnosed previously with a mental illness. In Kedah, an elderly voter has lodged a police report after discovering that her identity was used to cast a ballot at the Kota Sarang Semut polling station. Zaleha Abdul Rahman says the election staff had checked her name and ID number several times but found that her status was still marked as voted. Kedah police say the case is being investigated under the Election Offences Act. Separately, a voter in Setiawangsa had refused to leave the polling centre after the EC did not let her cast her ballot, claiming that she was registered as a postal voter. Aisha Adam says the returning officer told her that she had been registered as a postal voter in Australia through her phone number in 2015. The 36-year-old was in Australia to further her studies but had never applied to register as a postal voter or open a MySPR account. Aisha told the Malay Mail that she will lodge a police report on the matter. I'm Audrey Raj. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You're now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
Many of our large companies now have ESG targets in place. It was a bit of a lonely journey, I'd say, in the first 10 years, but the last few years has seen a rapid increase in interest.
So there is going to be a stage when, if you haven't demonstrated your sustainability credentials, it will be difficult for investors to invest in you, for bankers to lend you money, for consumers to buy your goods, and for people to want to work for you.
Interested in all things ESG? Tune in to People, Planet, Profit every Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. or look up the podcast on the BFM app or our website, bfm.my.
Breathe. Focus. Meditate. BFM 89.9. The business station.
7:06 Saturday, the 19th of November. And of course, you're listening to the Battle for Malaysia, BFM's coverage of GE15 results. I'm Wong Xiaoning with Philip C. Now, we're following the results of GE15 polling day as they trickle in. But at this stage of the evening, we're not reporting on partial numbers as it's too early to say which parties are in the lead. But do stick around as results are confirmed later in the night. For now, we'll continue with our analysis on what you can expect. And we're crossing over to Shannon Teo, the Malaysia Bureau Chief of the Singapore Straits Times, for his insights on how GE15 is unfolding. Good evening, Shannon. I hope you're still standing after 2 weeks of campaigning and going around the country. So first off, what does the Singaporean audience find interesting about Malaysia's political scene? How are you framing the elections for your audience?
Well, first of all, I'm actually taking a seat right now. So for some time to, as your promo put, brief, focus, and meditate, was it? So I think what Singaporeans might be looking at, obviously, it's from a bigger picture perspective, right? And I think just like all Malaysians, they're looking at who's going to win, right? Who's going to be the next prime minister? And what does that bode for, the very important relations that Singapore and Malaysia has in terms of trade, business, people to people. And then if you recall, after 2018, when Tun Mahathir was installed, things got a bit prickly. I don't have to go through all the different issues one by one, but there was a lot of concern and consternation about the policies of the Mahathir regime at that point. I'm not sure if it's fair to say Singaporeans were glad to see the back of him, but there's always this toing and froing about what to do with the water agreement, about the causeway, building a new bridge, the high-speed rail, so on and so forth. So these are the kind of, secondary outcomes that Singaporeans might be looking at.
But if you look at the BN, PN and PH component parties, they're all relatively friendly with Singapore, isn't it? So there isn't much for Singapore to be worried about, isn't it?
So Mahathir is not leading any of these three.
No.
Not
that we know of.
Up to that point, I think then the people will be feeling quite secure. But as you know, when Ismail Sabri took over, then he decided that maybe we should revive HSR. And this was something that was canned during Muhyiddin's time. So the flip-flopping is also a bit of a concern. I think for now, right, for that deal is kind of dead, and it's not there are no real concrete plans to revive it. But this sort of flip-flops, I think, and the potential for sudden changes, which largely revolve around a kind of a nationalistic kind of a political rhetoric, right? I think that those are the watch points. And it can come from PH, it can come from PN, it can come from DN, you're right.
Now, Shannon, this is not your first rodeo when it comes to observing elections as a foreign correspondent. I'm just curious, did you observe any difference this time, GE15, let's say, versus GE14 in terms of the messaging, the mood of Malaysians even?
Well, I think this time the ground has been much harder to read. I recall in the last two editions, huge rallies, getting crowds up to tens of thousands and all that. It's pretty regular. The kind of traffic you would have to brave through just to go and cover a ceramah and things like that. That hasn't really been the case this time. The crowds are smaller, but it doesn't necessarily mean that people are less excited, that there is less chatter, that people aren't talking about politics as much. A lot more has shifted online. And we know the internet has been with us for 20 years or more, but it feels different this time in the sense that a lot more is going on social media.
Do you think,
go ahead.
Do you think the PAP is taking any lessons from this election? Because, Lawrence Wong just a week ago was saying that they have to fight for every election now, even in Singapore, right? Because of the uncertainty and the competitiveness in Malaysia, is the PAP worried that elections in Singapore will also be competitive soon?
Well, I don't cover Singapore, and so I'm not really clear whether that's more rhetoric on his part or just warning the party don't take things for granted. But I think even off the top of my head, I think the margins as far as Singaporean elections are concerned, in terms of the popular vote, they have been narrowing, right? And we did see quite, I think the opposition in Singapore would call it a pretty successful campaign that they had last time round. So I think if you're PAP, you want to avoid, so their kind of democracy kind of lags Malaysia's by maybe a decade or 2 decades. So I think PAP is experiencing what BN experienced maybe 2008, a very sudden blow, unexpected, but you're still in power. And I think what they want to avoid is obviously losing power.
Okay, coming back to the Malaysian scene, surveys ahead of polling day, we're getting a lot of mixed results, but pretty much everyone's saying that Pakatan Harapan will win the majority of the seats. But that doesn't mean that they're going to form the coalition government, right? What is your best bet, Shannon?
Well, I would kind of say the base case for me is that if you look at what happened or what was the situation before Parliament was dissolved, Pakatan Harapan had 90 MPs, right? And maybe going back to Sheraton moved at about 92. So they've always hovered at maybe like 20 short. And they could never make up this 20, right? However they might try with this formula, that formula, they could never get up to the required number. Now, if we look at the current situation and we say that, let's just say the pollsters are right, and Pakatan Harapan does get to the highest number but short of a simple majority, what's actually changed since October 10th? Not much, right? BN and PN might switch a bit of numbers. The GPS might, it's looking like they'll win at least 25 or more. So it will still seem like the most obvious thing to happen is for the same parties who say they couldn't work with Anwar, they couldn't work with DAP, to form government again together, and we are back to square one, right? We might have a different prime minister. It might not be Ismail, it might be someone else, but if you are a Pakatan supporter, it does seem like it's coming back to square one. I would add in a caveat, though, that if Pakatan breaches 100, let's just say, and get very close, right? You're 10 short. That makes the arithmetic a bit tougher for the other guys, everyone but Pakatan guys, right? In that, let's just say if you and I want to form a coalition government and we're going to negotiate, okay, I become prime minister, you get deputy prime minister, someone else gets the finance ministry, so on and so forth. Then you have to appease so many different factions, there are going to be overlapping claims, right? And if you had 140 MPs to choose from, then you can maybe say, well, then we don't need Warisan, or we don't need PAS. Let's just jettison them because they are asking for the same thing I'm asking for. When you're squeezed down to fewer MPs, right, then that gets tougher. You have to please everyone. So that I think might be the foot in the door for Pakatan if they breach 100.
And Shannon, we talk about the numbers here, but do you think this election will be remembered for also the fall of big names? Like, Zahid Hamidi at Bangandato, even the competitiveness of these big names at Tambun and such, right? Do you think G15 will be remembered for the fall of these huge heavyweights in Malaysian politics?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I remember in 2008 and knowing that people like Sami Velu had lost and things like that. It was a very strange feeling that people you thought were invincible had suddenly lost their seats. And I think that's going to happen this time around as well. Now, I mean, we don't know at this point who is necessarily going to lose, but I think that the potential for surprises and upsets are there, right? Even Anwar going to Tambun was a high-risk move. If Zahid loses in Bagandato, that's going to shake up UMNO president losing his seat. That's going to be the first time it's happened. And we're looking at the rest of the country. Even if you talk about the Prime Minister Ismail Sabri, his majority was 2,000.
So we may have the coalitions, but not the leaders then.
So, you start this conversation at the start of the campaign and see how many Prime Minister candidates are there, right? Each coalition has one, and you might argue that UMNO has two.
Yes.
You might not see all four winning, right? And then that kind of narrows down the list already, right? It might be a process of natural attrition rather than negotiating.
Shanna, I've got one question though. Assuming all the votes are counted and it looks like we're heading for messy coalition government, how long do you think it'll take for the coalition to finally, or at least for these different parties to agree that they'll be on each other's side before we know we can form a government?
Yeah, I think, again, it's the arithmetic question, right? So if we assume the base case that it's going to be everyone but Pakatan, let's just say. Because if Pakatan gets simple majority, then they're in government, right?
Yes.
But if everyone but Pakatan, then it's the arithmetic, right? If you have if Pakatan wins 80 and you have about 140 MPs to choose from, you can cut away this coalition or that party. We don't need them, and we just, once I hit 112, I'll go to the palace, I'll share in my government, think about who is going to be which cabinet position later. But if it is very tight, then you're going to have to duke out the deal first. And I don't know how long that's going to take. Before Christmas, I hope.
Christmas present for Malaysia, hopefully. Well, I hope we won't have to wait till then. Thank you very much for your time. There was Shannon Teo, the Malaysian Bureau Chief of the Singapore Straits Times. We're heading into some messages. We'll come back with more analysis on how markets could react to the GE15 results. Stay tuned to the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Newswave is the only app you'll need for GE15. Here's why. 1. Track your MP's loyalty, work ethic, and more. Powered by MyMP. 2. Get the fastest live results. Check which coalition is leading and who's winning, all at your fingertips. 3. Join live discussion while getting the latest news from reliable sources. Download Newswave, Malaysia's #1 news aggregator, from Apple App Store, Google Play, or visit newswave.com. Newswave. Follow the current.
Healthy employees are productive employees, so it makes sense for employers today to redefine the way forward with comprehensive workforce wellness. Going beyond traditional employee benefits, WorkWell with AIA provides solutions that support your employees in achieving physical, mental, social, and financial wellness. Are you ready to rethink employee benefits for a healthier, more productive workforce? Visit aia.com.my/workwell today.
I don't get it, man. Football is just a bunch of people chasing a ball on the field. Why bother with swimming when you can just run? Isn't table tennis just tennis but on a table? How effective is karate in real life situation? Why do you get so many timeout in basketball? How is that fair?
Can't seem to wrap your head around sports? Fret not. Tune into Bar None, our weekly sports program that brings you through the exciting world of sports with exclusive interviews, news roundups, and more every Tuesday at 9 p.m.
Big flourishing mangroves. BFM 89.9. The business station.
7:18. It is Saturday, 19th of November, and welcome back to the Battle for Malaysia, BFM's GE15 results coverage. I'm Wong Shao Ning, and Philip C. Independent business writer P. Gunasegaran is also with us in the studio. Now, earlier we were discussing the state of the economy that the next government will inherit, but another area we're closely watching is the reaction of the markets to GE15 because the FBM KLCI has been range bound since nomination day.
Yeah, notable losers include stocks which have perceived political links such as MyG and Datasonic. Now, if you look back at 2018, there were a lot of GE14 ghosts that spooked investors. Now, the KLCI index corrected by more than 500 points to a low of 801 points in late October 2018. Some stocks even hit multiple limit downs. Now, key losers were construction and tolls, politically linked stocks, GLCs, and even telcos.
So how will the market react post GE15 if there is indeed a change in government or status quo? Helping us to make sense of this is P. Gunasekara, independent business writer. Now, Guna, we know markets hate uncertainty, right? That's really what they really cannot stomach. So how would markets react if there really is a hung parliament and no clear winner, assuming Monday trading starts at 9 a.m.?
I think most likely it will be downwards and sideways now for a while until the government is formed. And then depending on who is leading the government, you could actually see an improvement or the market will just will remain as is, before.
And if you just look at GE14, right, I mean, markets tanked and are still below pre-GE14 levels, right? In that scenario that PH manages to pull off a win, how do you think markets will react in that scenario?
I think if there is no problem with the PH leadership, in other words, there is no problem that the coalition will actually take power, and that is clear, and then there might be initial weakness because, like Xiaoning says, markets don't like uncertainty. But once they can see that PH is clearly able to have a handle on the economy, then overall it is likely to be positive now.
Well, maybe the positive is that the foreign shareholding in Malaysia is already so low, right?
It can only go up.
It can only go up. We are like at the 21%, 22% as of year-to-date basis. So foreign investors are out. It's a question of local institutionals and maybe some retailers actually participating. So I'm curious, Guna, this is more a bigger question. Really, what can rejuvenate our capital markets for any government that's listening, right? I mean, we've never really gone anywhere in the last, regardless of time frame, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, our KLCI has been pretty much in the doldrums.
Yep. The underlying impetus for that will be economic growth and new opportunities. So those will be the only things. If say, for instance, there is a clear path towards economic competitiveness and growth, then the markets will react accordingly. But markets too tend to be very short term nowadays, and then so unless you have some projects to offer or some situational plays, you may not see any kind of immediate impact now.
But that's the problem, right? Because when we frame new growth, new opportunities, they tend to be these infra projects, these mega projects, right? Which tend to benefit the large construction players then.
But it depends on whether there is much more, add-on effects to other sectors of the economy when some of these things are done.
Oh, like a multiplier effect.
Yeah, multiplier effect.
Okay. But Guna, I'm just curious, right, also from a perspective of equity markets, right? Aside from large projects, a lot of questions about GLCs dominating the Bursa Malaysia, the index, right? Should we really look at how these companies are run and maybe be clearer in terms of their objectives, their ROE, their return on equity, their KPIs? Would that actually help rejuvenate Bursa Malaysia?
I think I don't think you should sell down the stakes in GLCs immediately. If you want to sell down, who are you going to sell it to? There are not enough people in Malaysia to
so
be
it's back
able
to the
to
foreign
take up
investors,
this.
Right?
Yes, that's. I think what you should make sure is that they are not given any special privileges in terms of competing for government contracts, and then you have to make that sure that the management is competent, able, and incorruptible. So those things will improve the performance of government-linked companies. Actually, for instance, if you look at Singapore, the Singapore government companies have got a greater involvement in business than even those companies in Malaysia, and they account for a higher percentage of market cap. At one time it was high as 60%.
But it seems to be acceptable, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Markets don't seem to reject that.
That's because they operate on a purely commercial basis. So you're talking about SIA, it's a government company. DBS is a government company.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's not really about the ownership, it's about the competency and the efficiency of delivering it, essentially.
Yeah.
And I just wanted one theme that is always a lightning rod, which is tolls. I mean, there's a lot of conversation about abolishment of tolls and such, right? What are the implications of that, for specific counters then?
I think unless you have a government takeover of tolls, you can't just abolish the tolls. So because there are bond covenants which are based on projected revenues from increase in tolls over the years. So unless you offer a market price which is acceptable to both sides for the toll operations and you take it over, you cannot just extinguish the tolls. And anyway, there is a very high economic cost to do that, and perhaps you should just wait until the tolls expire and then stop it there instead of continuing to extend the tolls all the time.
Okay. The other thing I would like to ask about markets is this question about, where we always seem to have these certain companies feature again, or at least certain characters re-emerging every time, like they're politically linked. How do we move away from that? Is it possible? I mean, or should Bursa be more strict about certain trading activities? Where there's surge in volume, and then the investigations take a very long time, for example. Is governance our problem?
Governance is certainly a problem, but you see, the Bursa will not play a major role in this thing. The problem is patronage and outright corruption sometimes in the award of contracts to certain companies. So that has got to be cut. We have to kill it altogether at some point or other. You cannot be encouraging a group of rent seekers who basically get fat on the efforts of others. So that has to be cut off in the longer term. You should not have companies which enjoy these kind of privileges from people in government. That's corruption. That's outright corruption.
The other thing I noticed is that one of the complaints about Bursa Malaysia is that there's a lack of new economy stocks. Okay, maybe now new economy isn't so popular because tech has taken a hit. But that was one of the complaints, right? That, we didn't seem to have enough technology stocks. We don't have, why didn't Grab list in Malaysia, for example? Why did they list in New York? So how do we get these companies to, list here? Revive our Bursa Malaysia.
I think it's not so much as listing here. If you have a good, strong, properly managed economy, then the stock market will follow accordingly. So when you have the basics of the economy in place, then the stock market will have a life of its own, provided it is competently run and it gives space for everyone to trade fairly and without any manipulation of the market.
And extending that conversation to alternative assets, in your assessment, have we done a good job in trying to encourage, alternative assets like crypto, or even, a decade ago, our push for Islamic finance, right? We have tried to build that leadership, although people have tried to catch up on that area. Do you see the government, trying to put in place the right mechanisms to encourage all these alternative assets and investments then?
I think, all right, when you say alternative assets, what are you talking about in this case here?
Well, an example would be things like crypto, for example.
Okay, like alternative assets is something where at our stage of development, I think we should be followers and not leaders. Because I don't think we have the capacity to understand these things. So I think now with what is happening with crypto, it's a good thing that we didn't rush head on and follow many other countries.
You mean Singapore?
Yeah.
Temasek.
Into cryptocurrency.
Yeah, 285 $25 million write-off. Am I correct?
Yeah.
US dollar,
So,
thereabouts.
I mean, I would say follow what Warren Buffett said. Now, I do not invest in anything that I do not understand, and I've never understood cryptocurrencies, and I don't think many people do.
Same here.
And it was the same thing with, what do you call it, the subprime crisis.
Yeah. So, Gunnar, your projections for Monday, assuming hung parliament down 15, 20, 30, 40 points easily, right? Pretty much.
You're talking about points now.
Yeah.
Well, points possible now.
Possible.
Yeah.
And it will continue to decline if there is no firm government formed as soon as possible?
I think okay, right now, status quo, the market has already factored in a government which is not very great, which is doing a lot of other things, which is politicking too much. So that is already factored in. So if you have a government which is doing something for the economy, which is showing a lot more direction, then the market will correct upwards for that.
What kind of direction do you want to see then from the government? What tangible actions do you hope to see that might give markets more confidence then?
I think in the short term it will be what are you doing for to take care of the economy? All right. The increase in interest rates worldwide, is causing problems, in terms of business costs and things like that. Are you brave enough to go on your own and maybe maintain lower interest rates? And if you do that, then you have to. There are some kinds of sacrifices that you may have to make. So it's not an easy decision. But in the long term, what are you going to do for the economy? What are you going to do to encourage foreign investment? Not only foreign investment, but domestics to invest more in the country. How are you going to increase productivity levels? How are you going to provide a proper trained workforce so that you can move up the economic ladder instead of continuing to be a low-cost destination for investments?
How true. Thank you very much for your time. That was P. Gunasagaram, independent business writer. Now we're heading into some messages. When we come back, we'll check in with Danya Nair of BFM News, who is in Gombak. After that, we'll also take a big picture look at the future of political reforms. Don't go away. Better for Malaysia continues when we come back. BFM 89.9.
Hello, I'm Simwi Boon from The Morning Run. We've cast our votes, but what comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is Siobhan Das, CEO for the American Malaysian Chamber of Commerce, or better known as AmCham. Siobhan, welcome. What do you fear most coming out of this election?
I think all businesses want stability and transparency. The 3 C's, I think, will still apply, providing confidence, clarity, and consistency to all the people as well as the global market. Regardless of the outcome of the elections, I think we understand that Malaysia's global role is expanding, and with it, regulatory changes and reforms are bound to take place. So while doing so, the country needs to retain its openness and its willingness to collaborate with the private sector. As AmCham, we stand and continue to build on our strong working relationships and with the ministries and agencies under the new government. This way, we can support Malaysia's business-friendly environment and its adoption of global standards, which will continue to attract US businesses and its investments, as well as the equally important partners into the country. We also need to address the pressing issues like climate change and demands of an increasingly digitized world. Only working together can we make the difference. And I think the worst outcome is not being able to do this.
So what must our party political leaders prioritize?
I think economic and business strengths and continuity. I think this will provide foreign investors clarity and assurance that Malaysia remains a good destination for their growth and expansion. The country is well positioned to reap the benefits of global movements, and its reputation for strong institutions, a rule of law coupled with an English-speaking talent and a business environment that is progressive is critical to maintain. A solution to create a strong and sustainable talent pipeline at all levels will also be needed to support the investments that MIDA and others have secured for the country. Our new government needs to showcase these strengths and capture the opportunities before they pass us by. Competition is fierce and global.
Thank you. That was Siobhan Das, CEO for the American Malaysian Chamber of Commerce, or better known as AmCham. The Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Bizarre football money BFM 89.9.
7:32 Saturday on the 19th of November, and welcome back to Battle for Malaysia, BFM's coverage of GE15. I'm Wong Shao Ning. I've lost my own name. Can't pronounce it.
Wong Shao Nang.
Wong Shao Ning with Philip C.
Well done.
Well done. I got my name right finally. Well, we're following the results of hot seats across Klang Valley with our reporters on the ground. Gombak is being closely watched as the incumbent Perikatan Nasional's Azmin Ali goes up against former protege Amiruddin Syari of Pakatan Harapan, who is also the current Menteri Besar of Selangor.
Ooh, these mentor-mentee relationships so complicated. However, it's not just the two of them, it's a five-corner fight in Gombak, and Barisan Nasional's Megat Zulkarnain could yet pull an upset. Now here's an update from Danya Nair of BFM News, who was stationed in Gombak the whole day. Our colleague Shazana Mokhtar spoke to her.
Hey Danya, tell me, what has the atmosphere been like in Gombak today?
Well, I've been to three schools today, in SK Taman Malawati and SMK Taman Malawati. And surprisingly, there's been a really huge turnout. I can say at SMK Taman Malawati, people started queuing up at around 7 a.m. And the line just really went around the school. And it was quite surprising, really, because speaking to some Gombak voters before, they were quite apprehensive about voting because they didn't know who they wanted to vote for. But clearly that didn't stop them from coming out.
And what was the crowd like? You mentioned there were a whole lot of people. Is there a noticeable demographic at the polling centers? Did we see a lot of younger voters come out to exercise their duty?
Yeah, definitely. I think most of the voters that I've spoken to, they said that this was their first time voting. And I did ask them about how they felt about coming out, especially everything that happened after the Sheraton move. And they said that they felt like it was their responsibility to come and vote and just, try and make a change in Malaysia. But, of course, there were older voters coming out as well. Saw quite a number of senior citizens being pushed in with their wheelchair through into the voting center. But, yeah, quite a lot of first-time voters, I would say.
Have there been any reports of major problems or disruptions to the voting process during the day? Has the weather had any effect?
Well, when the voting started, I have to say there was a bit of rain, but I don't think that people were quite deterred by that. They still came out. I saw really a line of people with their umbrellas standing outside waiting to go and cast their ballots. I think there was some issues about giving their phones in. I think, Muda candidate Lim Jet pointed out that they weren't very strict about asking to take their phones away. And when I asked some voters at SMK Taman Malawati, they also said that they weren't asked to do it, but they did it on their own without being asked to do it.
Okay, so relatively smooth throughout, it seems, at least at the polling centers that you have observed. Now, talk to me about the fight that's happening in Ampang. It's a five-cornered fight. Who are the more prominent candidates based on your engagement with voters?
Well, I guess it's really former MP Azmin Ali. He's been the incumbent Gombak MP for 3 terms, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, Amiruddin Syari, who is the Selangor Menteri Besar, who was really sort of Azmin's protege, so to speak. So that's been the real big talk among voters. For now, it's kind of hard to say who they really want to see come in as MP again. Some of the older voters are really saying that they don't want him to come back, especially what happened last time. And if you remember, there was also the case that 10 Gombak voters started against Azmin that got thrown out eventually. But there is that sentiment hanging around, whereas other people don't seem to be too affected by it. But I think, in general, there is some dissatisfaction with what happened with Azmin, so maybe Amiruddin could stand a chance.
And what are some of the issues that voters are particularly concerned about in Gombak that they want the next representative to take up?
I think one of the main ones really is the lack of transportation facilities. Speaking to some of the voters, they said that, the getting to the LRT is quite difficult, even though there is a Gombak LRT station and even things like buses, and it's hard to come by. And they feel like there's been a lot of development with forest areas, sort of being used for, buildings and things like that. So they're quite unhappy about that, really.
Danya, thanks very much for sharing your insights of the day. I've been speaking to Danya Nair, journalist with BFM News.
That was Shazana Mokhtar speaking to Danya Nair for an update on Gombak. Now, let's turn our attention to the state of political and institutional reforms. Now, despite the political instability of the past 2 years, there's actually been surprising and welcome progress on the number of legislative reforms.
The most notable reform is, of course, the anti-party hopping law, which came into effect in October after months of wrangling between political parties. Now, the passing of such a law was seen as absolutely necessary to assuage voter anxiety following the 2020 Sheraton move.
However, many other reforms remain in limbo, including the introduction of the Political Funding Act, 2-term limits for the Prime Minister, and the separation of office for the Attorney General and the Public Prosecutor. So will the next government seriously pursue institutional reforms, and why is this paramount? For some thoughts on this, we have on the line with us Tricia Yeo, CEO of Ideas. Good evening, Tricia. I hope it's been a very exciting day for Malaysians as we go out and vote. Thank you for joining us. But help us recap the key reform measures that have been successfully passed since GE14. What are the highlights for you?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm sure it'll be a late night for us all. So I think it's good to draw back and think about the things that have happened over the last 4 years. So in terms of the major reforms that we've seen since the last GE, I think the main thing really, which we all saw the effect of today, was the lowering of the voting age to 18, as well as the automatic voter registration, right? So those two things combined basically has seen the 5.8 million new voters who, we didn't hear the final count yet, but from what I see, it was actually quite positive, quite encouraging, the turnout today. That's one. The second thing was already mentioned earlier on the anti-hopping law. That was something a lot of voters agitated for, especially after the Sheraton move. The third thing, which I think actually went under the radar more than it should have, it was the constitutional amendment to make Sabah and Sarawak equal to the rest of Peninsula. Actually, it was attempted under the Pakatan Harapan government, but it was only achieved under the consequent government. And the last one, as far as the MOU was concerned, was equal constituency development funding, which ideally should have been done through a form of legislation, but it was something that was achieved via the MOU.
So, Tricia, don't you think it's rather ironic that, we've had so much political instability, but we achieved so much, relatively, right? And that's a function of that MOU that took place between Ismail Sabri and Pakatan Harapan then.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if not for the political instability and for the weak parties that we actually witnessed from 2020 onwards, this would not have been possible. So if everyone can recollect, from March 2020 onwards, it was never really a certainty what the majority that the Tan Sri Muhyiddin government actually had, in the sense that everyone was speculating, yes, he had a razor-thin majority, but what the actual number was never quite concluded, simply because this was not revealed to us, right? When the Agong selected him as the Prime Minister, the number of MPs supporting him was something that eventually the public never really knew. So throughout that period, I think it was always shaky, but Ismail Sabri did achieve this during his tenure. And if not for that weak party situation, they would never have opened themselves up to the possibility of speaking about reforms the way that they eventually did. So this is something to keep in mind, I think, as we move into a period of forming a government again, whether or not we will see weak parties in place. I think a lot of speculation is that there will not be a simple majority by any one coalition. So this is something to keep in mind, I think, if people are distraught over a potential hung parliament.
Yeah.
So there are some benefits from it. But Tricia, let's take a step back and look at the reform agendas of the coalitions as laid out in their manifesto. How do they stack up against each other? And how would you assess the level of commitment they have based on the pledges that they've made?
Sure. So when I was analyzing the manifestos, I actually, put down a list of all the institutional reforms, separate from the economic ones, which I think we've talked about the other day. But as far as the institutional reforms are concerned, if you stack them up against the other, it's very clear that the Pakatan Harapan one has a simply longer list of things that they have committed to, and very specific things, right? So they're talking about the Freedom of Information Act, Asset Declaration, more independent appointment of the Chief Commissioner of the MACC, public procurement reforms, Whistleblower Protection Act amendments, ombudsman, media freedom, separation of public prosecutor from the Attorney General. I mean, the list just goes on, right? I'm not going to read everything out. If as far as the BN and PN lists of institutional reforms are concerned, they are shorter, not absent, and the BN and the PN one still exists. So, for example, the BN one still talks about the separation of the public prosecutor and the Attorney General. The PN one talks about having an anti-corruption court, and also mentions MA63. So I think something that's consistent throughout the three are essentially more recognition of the states of Sabah and Sarawak.
And Trisha, let's just take a step back, right? Beyond just the whole laundry list of policies. I mean, we should focus on the August House and improve the quality of debates that take place in Parliament, because honestly, many of us are frankly frustrated with people calling each other names like orangutan or barok and such. How can we shift the quality of conversations to proper, serious policy debates, right, taking place in Parliament? What kind of measures do you think we need to do so that the next parliamentary seating will actually have proper policy debates as opposed to name calling?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I think ultimately it is about strengthening Parliament for serious policy debate, which we really haven't taken seriously all this time, right? And if we were actually able to change the rules, we would actually. And these things, I have to stress that they are really boring and administrative and banal sort of reforms that most of the public will not find interesting. It's not sexy, but it really is the thing that will help to improve the quality of the way politics is done in the future. So I'm just going to give some examples of this. Number one, we need to increase the number of sitting days. Parliament doesn't sit nearly enough, and this applies across the board from Parliament to state assemblies as well. Number two, we need to have more permanent parliamentary select committees. Yes, we do have select committees now, but they are, they change as frequently as the speaker changes. So it's really dependent on the speaker to decide what kinds of parliamentary select committees exist. So if under the PH government, there was a state-federal relations PSC. Under the PN government, that PSC just ceased to exist. The same thing happened with Public Appointments Committee. So I think permanent PSCs really is the way forward. But this also means that the Parliamentary Services Act needs to be restored, where it's clearly stated, what is the role of Parliament, providing greater resources to Parliament. If we fund Parliament better, we can create stronger institution of Parliament that can support the MPs, and then they will be perhaps more policy driven. And the last thing related to that would be also improving the quality of the parliamentary library and the parliamentary research capacity, so that there are more researchers dedicated to the MPs. I mean, right now, there are researchers, but all 222 MPs share them, which means that the MPs just, resort to hiring their own researchers.
Okay, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back in a moment and discuss more reforms with Trisha Yeo, CEO of Ideas. Keep it here, BFM 89.9.
Bet you didn't know investing in Bitcoin is similar to diving. You've got to tune into your rhythm and tune out all the noise. When you're on that platform, you need to trust your body. Only then can you take that leap. Isn't that right, Pandalela?
You know it, sis. When you trust yourself, you are free to move towards your goals.
Want moves like Pandalela? Then move with Luno. As Malaysia's first regulated digital asset exchange, we make investing in Bitcoin simple and secure. Get the Luno app now to start investing.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat Speaks.
So I want a government that's truly democratic and transparent, and also one that honors the voice of the rakyat. And I also want a government that puts more priority into the welfare of the everyday Malaysian, and hopefully they care about issues like poverty, education, and development in rural areas.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Better, fitter ministers. BFM 89.9.
Welcome back to BFM 89.9. We are continuing our GE15 coverage. On the line is Dr. Tricia Yeo, CEO of Ideas. Just a moment ago, we were talking about reforms. Tricia, I want to continue this discussion and ask about the role of the Speaker of the House. Now, prior to GE15, there were a lot of questions about, how independent should this post be? Could you give us your views on it? Is it a post that we should re-look at?
For the speaker, I think, not enough attention was given to it up to the point where the PN government came in, right? And the reason the speaker needs to be very carefully appointed is because the speaker really has a lot of decision-making powers, or is given a lot of decision-making powers in our existing parliamentary system. So number one, the speaker decides who and when certain MPs are allowed to speak. Number two, more importantly, I think the speaker decides which are the agendas of the day that are going to be tabled in Parliament. Really crucial because throughout the history of Malaysia, I think there's never been an instance where a private member's bill, for example, gets tabled. So it gets submitted to Parliament but never tabled, which means that he decides how quickly the order of the day is. The government's business is typically the order of the day. So these things really require the speaker to be as neutral as possible. But of course, because of the system that we operate in, we're a Westminster parliamentary system. It's always the case that the speaker ultimately will be chosen by the executive. So unless we change the entire system, that's not something that's going to change. But ideally, the government chooses someone who, in the opinion of the widest number of people in the public, command that kind of confidence. And I think that's really crucial in an environment within which bipartisanship is more crucially valued than ever.
You talk about the speaker. Let's talk about cabinet members now. The criteria for appointing a cabinet member. What should be done, in selecting our future cabinet?
Yeah, I was thinking about this. Our cabinet ministers and deputy ministers really need to, I think it's not just, number one, I just want to say that it's not just about the ministers. I think selecting people for the cabinet means that you're assuming already a sufficiently professional pool of members of parliament from which you can select from, right? That you can choose from. And if that pool is not necessarily very professional in the first place, this means that you don't have very many people to choose from. So I think MPs themselves, parties need to have a higher selection criteria for their MPs. And of course, the bar should be higher for ministers and deputy ministers. If all of us applying for jobs need to have some level of professional qualification, why should this not be the case for ministers? So for ministers, maybe that's something that perhaps coalitions can start to think about for their next manifesto.
Yeah, but the issue we have in front of us, Tricia, is the possibility of a coalition government being formed. And if we take the example of Ismail Sabri's administration, he broke the record with 70 ministers and deputy minister positions. So if coalition politics is here to stay, and every party expects to be rewarded for being part of the team, aren't we going back to square one then?
Yes, absolutely right. So, which is why, basically the problem here is that in a coalition of, say, 3 to 4 different parties, never mind coalitions themselves, right? So you're talking about coalitions of coalitions, then all these different senior members of the parties and positions will be expected to be rewarded accordingly. There's only so many cabinet minister and deputy ministerships you can dish out. And this goes to the other problem of appointments of government-linked companies directors, right? Because then if you can't get a ministership, then the next best thing is to be chair of a certain GLC or a federal statutory body. And this is where political appointments abound. I think we're not anywhere near reversing that kind of cultural practice anytime soon. But I agree, it's a colossal waste of public funds. And if we do expect to see this form of negotiated coalition emerging out of this election, then perhaps that's something that voters and analysts need to caution against, especially as we weigh against the bigger challenge of any government coming in, which is balancing the public funds and the whole fiscal aspect of our financial measures in the future.
I mean, I wonder out loud, with all these political appointments, and everyone's being, assuming multiple roles, is that why we see things like really terrible attendance at MP level? That people just stretched, they're just doing all sorts of stuff on the surface level, but just not able to execute on the ground. And that's why you see, like, the August House really not having proper debates then, because people are just not turning up.
I think that there's just been not enough attention and resources allocated to the entire institution of Parliament. I think that, the Speaker under PH administration really tried to change that. He attempted to bring or to restore some kind of semblance of that honor and openness of Parliament, right? Having speakers come in, inviting the public, that engagement, that interaction with think tanks and academia from outside, that was visible during that tenure. And that's really what Parliament should be seen as. But without thinking about Parliament as a serious institution that can do work, by having so much dependence on the executive, this is where the majority of the MPs that so many Malaysians voted in today, they're not going to be given opportunities to do their real jobs. So this is why it goes back to having PSCs. The real work in many other Commonwealth countries starts in PSCs. Even before Parliament sittings begin, you scrutinize budgets, right?
Yeah.
You have PSCs that shadow each ministry. And the real work starts there, where the opposition members can be given responsibilities and roles that right now they just don't have. So as an opposition MP, what can you do? I mean, you're just there to hold press conferences, really.
Patricia, are we also at fault, Malaysians, because of what we expect from our MPs? We complain about drains being clogged. We complain about potholes.
It becomes so local.
Yeah, it becomes local versus rather than policy.
I mean, it's a vicious cycle, right? Like we keep complaining about this day in and day out. Is it the voters' fault or is it the leadership's fault? It has to change somewhere. There are options available. There are alternative, models to look beyond Malaysian shores, and we have examples to look at. And these things are put on the table. So the leadership as well can't shake off that responsibility, because sometimes they enjoy the dependencies that the constituents have on them, because this leads to things like credit claiming, being able to intervene on behalf of voters. That's very valuable for politicians, but it really needs consensus across the board to really show their seriousness in wanting that change, so that especially at MP level, they're not going to have to behave as if they're local councillors. There's a role for that. So an understanding of the three layers of government is absolutely crucial.
I think you hit the nail on the head about understanding the different layers of government, and which is why then the question in my mind is the interplay between those elected officials and the public service. Do you see the reforms needed to be clear about the roles and distinctions between those elected officials and those civil servants then?
The role and distinction between elected officials and civil servants, well, yes, but I think the distinction between federal and state and local council is actually more important. And the problem is that local councillors here are appointed and not voted in, which is why that particular layer of government is so invisible to the public. If we were to restore local government elections, then we would be able to understand that actually when you think about roads and drains and pipes and traffic lights and all that, that doesn't fall under the purview of federal government. I mean, okay, with some exception, because there are federal roads as well, so that gets complicated. But the bulk of local issues falls under domain of state and local governments, and it should remain there. Federal government should be talking about national level policy. We should be talking about geopolitical issues.
Yeah.
What is Malaysia's role in Southeast Asia? I mean, that conversation has gone completely off the books.
All right, thank you for your time. That was Dr. Patricia Yeo, CEO of Ideas. We're heading into the 8 p.m. news bulletin. BFM's Battle for Malaysia GE15 coverage continues after this. We're handing over the baton to Sharat Kutan and Lee Chui Lin. Keep it here, BFM 89.9.
Son, let me tell you what wealth is. It's cash flow, savings, and security. It's also the peace of mind I get from Allianz in growing my wealth and protecting it against market uncertainty. Son, making sure you're well cared for, passing this down to you and our family. And that's what I call true wealth legacy. Preserve and grow your wealth today with Allianz Legacy Plus. A legacy for you and your loved ones. Log on to allianz.com.my.
KL has a lot to offer when it comes to food, but what are some budget-friendly options to eat at?
You all don't sleep on Warong. KL is a place where people come here to work, to further their studies and whatnot. And because of that, there's a lot of these little gerai that pop out of nowhere and to serve you. If you're running low on budget, they are really a good place for you to get decent food and at a very affordable price.
That was food blogger and TikToker Sadie Ang. Download the podcast titled Ultimate KL Food Tour over at bfm.my or on the BFM app. Brought to you by Tourism Malaysia. For more information, visit malaysia.travel.
Is the Federal Reserve still hawkish? Has inflation peaked? Why is the US dollar so strong, and what does it mean for other currencies? What are the safe haven assets in these volatile markets? Get answers to these questions from leading analysts and experts on World Market Watch every Monday to Friday at 7:05 a.m. only on BFM 89.9.
The World Market Watch is brought to you by CIMB Preferred, moving forward with you.
On the evening edition, we take you to the heart of the issue.
You need a good education policy that reflects on infrastructure being strong enough to withstand climate change effects or to pursue education with disruptions of transboundary haze, right? So all of these policies stand on the ground, the fact that the environment needs to be this platform for them to stand on because the environment needs to be healthy, it needs to be clean, it needs to be sustainable in order for the other policies to thrive.
Join us for insights into news and current affairs every weekday from 5 to 8 p.m. only on the evening edition.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the GE15 updates at 8 p.m. Bernama has reported that unofficial results show that Parti Sarawak Bersatu Secretary General Baru Bian is leading in the Lawas seat with 310 votes after 77 out of 82 ballot boxes had been counted. Baru was formerly with PKR before leaving the party during the Sheraton move. Meanwhile, the seven-cornered contest in Sungai Buloh has been trending since Barisan Nasional candidate Khairi Jamaluddin expressed his desire to become Prime Minister one day. Our correspondent Babu reports from the constituency.
I've heard that in some Western countries, when people are lining up to cast the ballots, a lot of them still haven't decided on who to vote. And today, I personally encountered that kind of sentiment and mood swing in Sungai Buloh. A lot of PH supporters were still unsure about their party candidate, Datuk Ramanan. But at the same time, they also feel strongly about the narrative that a vote for KJ is a vote for Zahid Hamidi. And if there's anything the young voters are aware, this is going to be a real barometer for meritocracy as to whether people will choose the party or the candidate. And the fact that Sungai Buloh has a demographic composition that's similar to Malaysia and the voters' realization that this will also change the course of KJ's career, the result here could have a long-term impact on the country's politics. 158,000 voters here have decided. We'll find out very soon what's the verdict. I'm Babu, reporting from Sungai Buloh.
Kedah Police have received 9 reports from voters claiming that their identities were used to cast ballots today. They include 2 reports each in Sungai Petani, Baling and Kubang Pasu, as well as 1 report each in Alor Star, Yan and Kulim.
Meanwhile, police have denied there was a power trip at the SJKC Kepong voting centre this morning, saying only a generator at the polling station was damaged. Sentul police say the generator has since been repaired, adding that no provocation occurred during the incident. Meanwhile, TNB's investigation found that the cause of the incident was a wiring problem and the power supply disruption was on the part of the user. Earlier, there were claims of a power outage for almost an hour at the polling station and voters were forced to cast their vote in the dark. Pakatan Harapan's Kulai candidate Yoni Ching claims several voters were asked to write their name and phone numbers before casting their ballots at a voting channel at SK Bandaputra. However, after Teo protested, the list of names and numbers were torn up. She says this is a breach of the Election Commission's regulations, as votes are meant to be a secret. Separately, Lembah Pantai incumbent Fahmi Fadil has criticised the EC, alleging poor management at a polling station in his constituency. He says the polling centre at the Kerinci PPR football field lacks signage and proper waiting lanes, as well as chairs for the elderly voters. The PKR information chief also questioned why the EC had chosen the football field as a polling centre. This comes as Lembah Pantai voters reportedly left the PPR Kerinci and SRA Ibn Sina field without casting their ballots after queuing for several hours. The Star quoted a voter saying people were abandoning the line and shouting at the personnel on duty. Elsewhere, an election commission worker has died while on duty at a voting centre in Klang. South Klang police say the 45-year-old man fell unconscious and was rushed to the hospital where he passed while receiving treatment in the emergency room. The case has been classified as sudden death. IGP Tan Sri Akril Sani has denied that he contacted PKR President Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim to stand by as Pakatan Harapan is expected to win 112 parliamentary seats in GE15. Akril, however, says he doesn't intend to take action against Anwar, who made the claim during a ceramah recently. Total voter turnout for Johor today came in at nearly 73% for its 26 parliamentary seats. This compares with the 55% turnout during the state election back in March. And the Vote Malaysia movement confirms it has successfully brought home more than 35,000 ballot papers from 25 countries, which were delivered to returning officers in 216 constituencies nationwide. This amounts to 73% of all Category 1B postal voters registered with the EC. I'm Nadir Rahmatrang. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You're now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I would really love the government to not use race and religion as a means of power and control. I would love to see them all treat Malaysians as equals and do the most to reduce social inequality, especially income inequality.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Best for money. BFM 89.9.
Good evening. You're listening to Battle for Malaysia, our coverage of GE15. We'll be keeping you company until the last vote is counted. You're with Lee Chui Lin, Sharat Kutan, and Jahaba Sadiq, editor. Jahaba, thank you so much for joining us in our studios.
Thank you very much.
So, a quick reminder that if you're like us and sitting around waiting for results, we want to hear from you. If you would like to tell us how you're feeling, ask a question, share a message for your fellow Malaysians, if you could, send a voice note or a WhatsApp to 018-789-8899. You can also tweet us at BFM Radio. And by the way, watch us on a live video stream of our studio on YouTube, Facebook, or on our app. You can also leave us a comment there. So we've got a couple of things we'd like to explore with you, Jahaba. But before that, I just want to ask, where were you today? Based on your observations, what did you see? How are things going?
I was around Kuala Lumpur. I went off early in the morning, so there were very long lines. It took me 75 minutes to vote because I was in the stream where everybody in that constituency was the same age as me. But it went on fine, I think. But by afternoon, I think there were very few voters out there. I spoke to a few pachas, and they said that it just dropped off to like really stragglers coming in. In one polling station, there was turnout at 2 p.m. was only like 55%, and especially it was poorer among the Undi 18 crowd. So yeah, but hopefully they finish their football game and turn up at 5 o'clock to vote.
Was there a football game of any kind of worth happening
assumes, right?
today?
No, I think people were out cycling in the morning and all that. And I think because it was raining in the morning, it was drizzling in some parts of Kuala Lumpur. So I think people, thought they were going in the afternoon when it was quieter. I did see some people going in at 5:45. I went and snapped some pictures, and there were some people rushing in at 5:45. So yeah, I think there's great interest to vote, and you've seen the turnout. They stopped it at 4 p.m. It was 75%, no 70%, 75%, right? So I think we should get about 80% turnout.
Which is pretty decent when you consider that now the percentage is really marked against the total adult population because of automatic voter registration. So this is a better indication of the level of enthusiasm for the exercise.
It is to a certain extent, but I was talking to some people in Johor and Perak, and certain seats had only 40% turnout at 2 p.m. So I think in urban areas, you have a lot more interest. But out of the Klang Valley, I think if you can get 60 to 70%, it's pretty decent enough.
So we'll be bringing you the live updates as and when we have headlines or results to report on. But for the time being, I think some of the big headlines to emerge from the day at least are that polling in 2 parliamentary seats, that's Padang Serai and Baram, and 1 state seat, that's Tioman, have been suspended. How do you think that's going to shake out?
I think it's interesting that the parliamentary seats have been suspended, the 2 seats, one because of death and the other because some stations couldn't open. It's a very close race. It's a very uncertain race. No one coalition is predicted to win outright. So I think those 2 seats will be crucial. I know one is on December 7th. We don't know when the other one is, maybe next few days. But it'll be very crucial in the final count. And also, for any potential prime minister to cobble together a super coalition in next week or so.
Yeah, so for people who don't know, Padang Serai, the incumbent who passed away was from Pakatan Harapan. So this impacts Pakatan's numbers. In Baram, it's a GPS incumbent. So again, Kingmaker GPS is going to be lacking 1 seat. In Tioman, the game is slightly different because it is a state seat there in the state of Pahang, which is said to be competitive. Interestingly, it was once the bastion of UMNO, not necessarily still, right?
Well, I still think it is the bastion of UMNO. The East Coast states the voters are pretty certain who they want to vote for. But obviously, in the last 6 months, talk swirling about election, monsoon season. UMNO President and Barisan National Chairman Zahid Hamidi is very unpopular. So you've seen a fair number of people moving out of supporting UMNO and going to Perikatan Nasional, which actually means PAS, because Bersatu is very weak in most seats, actually. I mean, they came up in the last elections, they only won 13 seats. Since then, because of what they went through with the Sheraton move, and with Dr. Mahathir Mohamad always poking them at the side, they still haven't built their machinery. So I think if Pahang was to fall, it would be PAS that would profit from this, not Bersatu.
Well, I just wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping and also a bit of an explainer about what it is that we're going to be doing in terms of reporting on the results. Because this has been a little bit of a heated conversation outside the studio, actually, in which the discussion about whether or not we're going to report partial as opposed to unconfirmed results and the like has been coming up. And Sharad, you have a lot of thoughts on this.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. Jabba, what we're having now are some rather interesting practices by media, mainstream media, where you have a seat where 9 votes are in. 9 votes, right? Or even somewhere like Tambon, where less than 1% of the votes are in. And it's already being said that, X candidate is in the lead.
Yeah.
And it's very misleading. And I think it's generating a lot of panic. People are saying, even to us, our listeners are saying, why aren't you reporting the results? But, should we be reporting partial results at such a low level of counting?
No, not at all. I think it's rubbish. I think they are trying to attract readership, page views and such. I mean, if you are just counting 1% of the vote, it's no great indicator of how it'll be when all the votes are totaled up, right? And the reality is they're counting the early voters, which is generally 85% turnout, generally policemen, doctors, and all that. And generally, the early voters are government servants. Note that they were paid, they had their salaries 2 days ago. Pensioners got their pension on Monday. So these things play into who they would vote for. I was just explaining to some people, and I was tweeting, and I said, early voters, definitely government. Overseas voters, and I think, 70,000 votes came in, definitely opposition. So they'll cancel each other out wherever they are. So it's today's turnout that will decide who will eventually win any seat. So I think you're right, Sharad. You shouldn't focus on this. I think, if anything, the first results that would stream out will be about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Then that's when you pop your gastric pills and your Panadols, because...
Yeah, I would think just take a chill pill, enjoy the conversations that we're going to have, the way in which we think through these issues, which we're going to be doing over the next 2 hours. And then let yourself get into the numbers game, because it at this point is far too early. Don't panic. Nobody's losing yet. Nobody's winning yet. It's far, far too early.
And to be very clear, what you're going to be hearing from us, as well as seeing on our live stream, if you are watching, will be unofficial results. We will not be reporting partial results. In the meantime, let us know if you want to tell us how you're feeling as you're waiting around. Ask a question, share a message. That number to send a voice note or a WhatsApp to is 018-789-8899. You can tweet us at BFM Radio. If you're watching the live stream, leave us a comment there as well, and we'll get to it. After this, we are going to be joined by Faisal Thurani, and together we're going to be talking about something that has been much discussed prior to today, which is the Malay vote. Keep it here, BFM 89.9.
Studies have shown that a large portion of our workforce is struggling in some way post-pandemic. According to Tang Xiao Lei, Chief Corporate Solutions Officer at AIA Berhad, organizations need to adopt a more holistic approach to employee well-being.
In reality, well-being is just not one thing or the other, right? Everything is interconnected. And poor mental health at the workplace can be a contributing factor to a range of physical illnesses like hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular conditions. And not just that, it also leads to a burnout amongst employees and seriously affecting their ability to contribute meaningfully to both their personal and professional lives. So we feel that, when we look at well-being, it really needs to be holistic. It's not just physical or mental or financial and what have you. Making sure that they are also preventative in nature so that we can help organizations nip the issues in the bud, I think, before they become more serious.
Download the podcast supporting mental health at work over on our BFM app.
Brilliant financial model. BFM 89.9.
It is 8:15 and you're listening to Battle for Malaysia. This is, of course, our GE15 coverage. You are with Lynn, Sharad and Jahaba. And joining us shortly, we will have a guest to talk about the fight for the Malay vote, because it's been seen as crucial. This group accounts for more than 60% of the electorate. Every coalition has been vying for votes. But the assumption going in has been that the Malay vote is likely to be split because of the battle between UMNO, Bersatu, PAS and PKR mainly. If there is a split, that means that no coalition is likely to win a simple majority, something that we circled earlier as well. So we're going to explore what it means to talk about Malay interests and how it has shaped GE15. Joining us to do that is playwright and author Faisal Thurani, who is researching the election with the IC's Yusof Ishak Institute. Faisal, thanks for taking the time.
Hi, hello. How are you guys?
Hi. So just to start off, has GE15 in fact been a fight for the leadership of the Malay political community?
Yeah, like never before. But first of all, I have to state here, mainly my research is on Malay psychic and contemporary politics, and to measure the trends amongst Malay Muslims and how Islam, the main religion of the Malays, being utilized to achieve their objectives. I think it's important for me to look at or to project the way Malay Muslim think into decades. Our G15 shows us how Malay Muslims are now divided into 4 factions, BN, Perikatan Nasional, PH and GTA. But I think the real contest is between Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan. This is from my point of view, because I'm emphasizing on my research on Malay Muslims and Malay psychic and Muslim trends, etc., etc.
Why have you discounted Tun Dr. Mahathir, Pejuang and the coalition GTA that he leads?
I think GTA is very small, very not that influential. And however, I do note that there are few figures which I consider as far right figures also with them. Yeah, like people from ISMA, which actually representing Berjasa. So that is also interesting for me as a researcher to look at. But for this GE15, I think they're not going to make a lot of traction. Yeah.
Jahaba, is this reflective of the kinds of, of the opinions or conversations that you've been hearing as well?
Yeah, I think Faisal is right. The contest is actually between Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan for the Malay vote, because Barisan Nasional actually has its stock of Malay vote. Its vote bank is still, it's there. It is fraying away, but it's still there. I think Dr. Mahathir and gang represent the past in many ways. Having said that, they have a few good candidates who are from the science background, right? So I actually went to Ampang. Dr. Nurul Ashikin was campaigning there. Very forthright woman, very sharp. So you just wonder why she's in GTA. Perhaps there's only way to stand for election. But Faisal is right. I think Dr. Mahathir has some strange bedfellows with him. And most of them are names that we reported on them like 20 years ago. And very few can still remember them.
Faisal, Jahaba just mentioned before you came on that when we think about Perikatan Nasional, we really should think of it as past. That essentially that's past, which in many ways flies in the face of some other ways of casting them as really led by Bersatu and Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin. What's your feeling about the nature of Perikatan as a vehicle?
I'm on ground past 2 weeks, and when I share my views, all my surveys with the respondents, most of them is actually looking at Perikatan Nasional as past, not as Bersatu, which is actually very interesting. Especially most of the supporters, like people who tend to answer to respond to me that they're going to vote for Perikatan Nasional means, what I mean is that they're going to vote for PAS, and they look PAS as religious, as bersih, as stable, compared to Pakatan Harapan or Barisan Nasional even. Yeah, so that's why I think that PAS, for example, sits in the Bagan Serai, for example. So Bersatu is nowhere there. And the contest is really between PAS and Amanah, which actually represent Pakatan Harapan. So that's why I'm looking at wherever I ask my respondents, they are actually replying that Perikatan Nasional is actually PAS. So although that I must say that Muhyiddin Yassin, from all my focus group discussions, mainly they will say that they're going to vote because of Perikatan Nasional, because of Abah, which is actually quite interesting, because if we have this kind of election directly to choose Prime Minister, Muhyiddin Yassin will definitely win from my survey. Yeah.
I actually have a question for both Faisal and Jahaba. Actually, Faisal, I'll put it to you first. We are talking about the distinctions between the parties. We mentioned earlier the possibility, the real possibility of a strong split in the Malay vote. Do you think the various parties have positioned themselves in ways that have been distinct enough from one another for the electorate to be able to, discern differences and say yes, no, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. I think because PAS is very conservative in a way, and we have this Amanah, and even the Pakatan Harapan poster boy Anwar Ibrahim is also quite also utilizing Islam image. I saw in one of his campaign trail, I think in Masjid Tanah, he was portraying himself as the one that, Sheikh Yusuf Qaradawi, the late prominent Muslim cleric from Qatar, wrote a letter to him and mentioning Erdogan, So, and Pakatan Harapan with Amanah, with these people, Muhammad Sabu, Mujahid, Rahmatan lil Alamin as a slogan, trying to portray themselves or position themselves as progressive, democratic, and inclusive. Yeah, this is an alternative to PAS that claims to champion a different version of Islam. Yeah, so and we have during the campaign we can see all these issues with. Remember when Razman, the one that ran in State Legislative Assembly in Perak, Gunung Semanggo, stating that Dato' Sri Anwar Ibrahim will allow, same-sex marriage, etc., etc. This is also, you see, how people try to portray, how to divide, how to describe themselves, and this is very, very clear, distinct views. Having between our Malay voters, yeah, especially what I call religious votes. I mean, looking at these religious votes. For example, I met few people who actually stating that they want to see Dato' Sri Anwar Ibrahim as Prime Minister because of they heard that they heard because they are in the 20s, early 20s, they heard that Anwar Ibrahim is actually a very good finance minister once, but they still want the RUU 355 to be implemented, meaning that they're lining or siding towards the very conservative view, and people who they are undecided, they think that actually the one setback Pakatan Harapan is actually Pakatan Harapan has a liberal kind of views on LGBTs, etc., which is actually also quite interesting because if you remember, Khalid Samad, when he was Minister of Federal Territories, I think during his time, during his administration, there's a raid against this one of a gay club in Bukit Bintang, I remember. So this is all these topics, these issues, being discussed or being looked at by these respondents when I go to the ground.
So Faisal, can I jump in there? And this is a question I'm going to put to Jahba as well. And because this is polling day, we really need to get a sense of how do we discern where the mood is going, right? So what are the bellwether seats? What are the contests that you're going to be watching today over the next couple of hours to determine who's won the ground, basically?
Well, bellwether seats, according to me, is because I'm monitoring. I must say that the East Coast is complex. I must say that East Coast Peninsula Kelantan Terengganu, they're already swallowed by conservatism. But I'm monitoring the situation in West Coast of Peninsula. So I'm watching actually Bangi and Bagan Serai constituencies. So urban Malays in the West Coast, I think, camp in Bangi with complex movements, Islamic trends there, while Bagan Serai could be representative for the Malay heartland. I'm looking at these two constituencies. Because,
right. Sorry, can I get Jabba to jump in here? Do you see any constituencies as bellwether for the Malay heartland?
Yeah, I think Faisal did mention Bangi, Bagan Serai, a few seats in Perak, and also Kedah, and of course Shah Alam, because the interesting thing is what Faisal was saying, the progress of a lot of Malay Muslims, or is there any other kind of Malays anyway, towards conservatism is interesting. I had an interview with Tun Daim and he actually mentioned it. And he said it in a very simple way. He said, because most people are in their middle age now, right? And I see that in my Saluran 6, 50 to 59. So after years of a hedonistic lifestyle and getting wasted till 5 a.m. at night, in the morning, now at 5 a.m. they go for prayers and they shed all their party clothes, put on a skull cap, grow a goatee, and espouse the kind of views which gel with what, to an extent, Amanah, Anwar Ibrahim, and PAS is saying. And UMNO is losing that battleground because if you want to differentiate UMNO from the rest, it's basically UMNO is all about nationalism, inclusiveness to some extent, and prosperity. PAS is about Islam and being puritanical. Amanah and Anwar Ibrahim is about being Islam, clean and progressive. So that's the labels they give themselves. So for a conservative, when you say you're progressive, as Faisal said, you would sort of allow gay clubs and gay marriages, although that is not on the cards in Malaysia. It'll never be on the cards in Malaysia. Let's look at Singapore, right? They actually explain why they can never allow it. So, but in every election campaign, they will use this. I mean, for example, Abah, Mahyudin Yassin, right? Remember what he did last few days of campaign? He brought in the Jews. I mean, this is the only election in the world.
But not real Jews, just a Jewish conspiracy.
Yeah, but I mean, Jewish conspiracy would involve some Jews, I'm sure, who apparently support Christians. And anyone who knows the Jews and the Christians, they get along together like a house on fire, right? But there you go.
And also, let me add, during Perikatan Nationals, during Ismail Sabri's administration, you must remember that Jakim was led by Idris Ahmad, which actually PAS, and his deputy is actually Marzuq. So this is the very first time actually PAS got this particular power in order to dictate or how to utilize Islam. Yeah, and we have to remember that in Malaysia, Islam is pretty much institutionalized Islam. And so that's why I think UMNO is losing in this point of view of the Malays, because Islam is always embedded in Malay, in Malay mind, and also even embedded in our constitution. So that's why it's between the races between Perikatan Nasional with PAS and actually Pakatan Harapan. Yeah.
Which is strange, because I just want to say this. They all promise afterlife if you vote for them, but yet they seek power in this life. So there's something wrong with that. Don't you think?
Yes. Yeah.
To close off, right, I know we've been talking about the Malay vote in particular, but in talking about Malay parties, where within their communication or within their ethos is there a look at the kind of multi-ethnic country that Malaysia is?
Don't think it exists. Not at all in their minds. It's all about Malay, because it's Malaysia, and because they're growing demographic, growing more than 60% of the population, and as Faisal said, Islam is embedded everywhere. So that is now, they wear that on their sleeves everywhere, right? So everybody else, and I hate using the word non, because everybody has an identity. Every other Malaysian can just watch from the sidelines, and if they say something, they will get shut down, and in a very contrarian way of work culture, they'll get cancelled. But it's a very perverse cancellation.
Yeah, even if you go to the Malay heartland, Malay heartlanders, if you ask questions such as like inflation or cost of living or rasuah, corruption, or when I went to Kelantan asking about water situation there, and they will respond in like in a very, you'll be surprised. To them, it's corruption or inflation. It's it happens everywhere in the world. So just face it. But what we want is actually who can lead a better Islam. Who can give us Islam? In a way that they want people. They want a leader that can read, prayer, who can, people like Abah, people like Abdul Hadi Awang. And when I went to Air Hitam, this is very interesting. When I went to Air Hitam, there are a few villages. They just realized that Sheikh Omar, who actually a candidate of Pakatan Harapan from DAP, is actually a graduate from Islamic Studies, Jabatan Dakwah and Kepimpinan, I think from my alma mater. And they are quite shocked to see that Sheikh Omar can lead a prayer and read a tahleel. So to them, this is wow. This is enlightenment. DAP has this kind of figure. So when we look at the Malay heartland, this always embedded in their mind that Islam, nothing other than that.
Faisal, thank you so much for speaking with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
That was author and playwright Faisal Dharani, who is also conducting research on the Malay psyche, I believe, in relation to the election. Let us know. We're asking you basically, how are you feeling? And if you have a question or a message that you'd like to share with everyone else who's waiting alongside all of us for the results today, again, those numbers. You can send a voice note or a WhatsApp to 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. After this, we are going to jump over to look at the Chinese vote. Keep it here on Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Hello, I'm Lim Suan. We've cast our votes, but what comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is consultant pediatrician Dr. Musa Muhammad Nurdin. Hi, Dr. Musa. So what do you fear most will come out of this election?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sue-Ann. I have three major concerns. My first fear is the return and the continuation of an inept and incompetent government led by incumbents who have shown racial and religious bigotry. This is a very dangerous mix of attributes which can and will drag this country further into a quagmire. My second fear is the return to the rule by law and not of law, where blatantly corrupt politicians and their ilk escape justice by manipulating the justice system. This will lead to my third fear, where an already badly bruised economy then suffers further erosion of confidence, which will then spiral the country into a failed state.
And what must our political leaders prioritize next?
Stemming from the three concerns that I have mentioned, the Rakyat must choose a set of political leaders with caliber and integrity who needs to prioritize a reset of the country's future. Failure is not an option. Firstly, the new government must effectively utilize the many well-qualified, honest, and homegrown experts to push for stabilization of the economy and its return to good fiscal health.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, they must restore the pristine functions of the country's institutions, namely the office of the Prime Minister, the judiciary, and the parliament. This country badly and urgently needs a bersih, cekap, dan amanah Perdana Menteri at the helm, assisted by a set of qualified, competent and honest ministers who can give the country a glimmer of hope for a brighter future.
That was Dr. Musa Muhammad Nurdin, consultant pediatrician and neonatologist. The Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Break from monotony, BFM 89.9.
It is 8:34. You're listening to The Battle for Malaysia, our coverage of GE15, and you are with Lynn, Sharad, and Jahaba. Joining us in studio now, we also have Dr. Oesan, Principal Advisor at the Pacific Research Centre, and that is to explore the Chinese vote. Now, before we get there, though, a quick reminder to keep those thoughts coming. Share how you're feeling, ask a question, or share a message for everyone else waiting for results. You can send a voice note and WhatsApp 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio or drop a comment on our live video stream, which is up on our app, Facebook and YouTube. Now, before we head to the issue of the Chinese vote, Sharad, I believe you had a question you'd like to put to both Jahaba and Isan.
Yeah, it turns out, of course, when we were talking earlier about the vote and the popular and results coming in, the issue will be how government is formed, right, between the various contenders. If there's no one or no one party that or coalition that wins outright. So, Jahaba, the question is about how PAS is playing this particular game. Rafiz Ramli kind of suggested this, but PAS works within the Perikatan coalition. But on the east coast of the country, they have been given the right to fly under their own flag. And so this has implications for the anti-hopping law. Why do you think they did that? And is it true, I mean, Rafizi could be believed, that they have maneuvered themselves, used Bersatu in order to then gain some sort of autonomy in dealing with a post-polls scenario?
Well, okay, I think also you have to realize one thing, that before the last elections, or during the last elections, Perikatan Nasional did not exist. They only started existing in 2020. So, if you go to the East Coast, Kelantan, Terengganu, and to some extent Kedah, they only vote for two parties. It's Dacheng or Bulan. So if you put a Perikatan Nasional logo there, they'll wonder who these guys are, right? So PAS is smart, one, of course. They need their own branding. They've always used their own branding. Two, Rafizi Ramli is almost infallible in many ways. So I think he is right in this score.
Not quite the Pope, though.
Not quite the Pope. Well, he could be because he has an old lot above him at this point in time, and that's not God. But I think he's right in the sense that PAS is taking a step backwards and seeing how they should play it. They've tasted power at the federal level. They have done nothing with PRU15, but they could work with Barisan Nasional. They've always reached out to UMNO, Muafakat Nasional. They sort of, I think Hadi hates Anwar, that is certain, but I think the rest of them, there's no one else after Hadi anyway. Tuan Ibrahim is a nice guy, but that's all, he's a nice guy, right? So Hadi will have to deal with this and leave a legacy behind. And his legacy will be that PAS is in power, in government. And I think the reality is PAS will win 2 times more seats than Bersatu, almost 3 times. And then they will decide whether to ditch Bersatu and work with either Barisan Nasional or Pakatan Harapan.
Isan, how do you see this? How do you see the game being played on the kind of Islamic end of the political spectrum of Malaysia?
Well, number one, this is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? On the one hand, as Javat said just now, there's more name recognition for PAS logo in the east coast of Malaya. On the other hand, of course, this gives them more freedom to work with UMNO afterwards. I'm making this very bold prediction, what I consider bold. If Pakatan Harapan could not win an outright parliamentary majority tonight, outright, namely more than, let's say, 111 or 112, then it's very unlikely for them to either form or join any ruling coalition, because the Malay Muslim deep state in this country would try their best to frustrate PH from ever forming or joining a coalition. They could come together despite their rivalry over the last few months or even years. Let's say, for example, UMNO and PAS could come together, and if Bersatu wins enough seats, they are welcome to hop on the ride as well, just that they are not on the driver's seat.
So, if you have a question regarding the Malay vote, or where we're seeing the votes go in the heartlands, or where sentiment is going, if you want to weigh in on anything at all, again, you can send us a voice note or WhatsApp 018-789-8899, tweet us at BFM Radio, or drop a comment on the live stream. Now, of course, we've been talking about this because earlier we looked at the issue of where the Malay vote may be headed and what that could mean. But now, if we look at another block of voters, GE14 saw a momentous swing in Chinese support for Pakatan Harapan, but there are questions this time round. Has voter sentiment shifted since then? How will Chinese voters, especially in East Malaysia, respond? And that is what Dr. Owe San, Principal Advisor from the Pacific Research Centre, is joining us to discuss. So, Isan, I guess the first question really is, do you think we're going to see a shift back to BN following the perceived disappointment with the 22 months of Pakatan Harapan's rule?
I think urban Chinese voters are largely still with Pakatan, but when you come to those new village constituencies, such as Bentong, such as Raub, and so on, because, this sort of UMNO plus the Malay Muslim majority ruling this country is likely to persist for a while, then those new villages, they would need to have development as much as, let's say, in Malay kampongs, right? So in that sense, some of those votes will revert back to, for example, MCA. And so that's why these 2 seats, especially Raub and Bentong, they are much watched upon.
Can we just pick up on Bentong for a while? Because there's an interesting play with the political parties. MCA has put a veteran there to stand against the man who, against 2 people. One, the man who defeated him, who's no longer the Pakatan candidate. And JP chose to sideline the man who slew the giant and put in somebody young, a woman, and somebody who's Malay. How do you think this game is going to play out for the DAP the incumbents and the DAP Pakatan in the street of Bentong?
Well, if this woman candidate is put on the urban seat, I think she will win comfortably on a Pakatan ticket. When it comes to these more rural seats, I think it really depends on whether people perceive. I'm not sure in constituencies such as this, the open-mindedness is comparable to that in the urban area. And but it's a very bold move to put essentially a Malay candidate in a Chinese light majority constituency. Yeah.
Jabba, do you have a thought? I mean, you're half Chinese.
Yeah, I am half Chinese, after all. No, I think to be fair to Yang Safura, she was a state assemblyman for Ketere, which is under the Bentong seat. From what I understand from DAP/Pakatan, they thought Wong Tak is an activist, but that he couldn't hold on to the seat. So I think they let go of a few activists, right? Pakatan Harapan on its own. So they decided to promote Rara to the federal seat, and basically that's also signaling that that she will be replaced at the state seat when she's been already replaced at the state election, right? Now, I think the Chinese are just like any other race in Malaysia, very particular about who they support. Rara's experience, I think, in Bentong will mirror what Diana Sofia went through in Teluk Intan by-election.
And she lost, didn't she?
And she lost. Although, and because the DAP realized that they ran the wrong campaign. They ran it, they had to import party workers from Petaling Jaya, completely urban, completely cosmopolitan, to go to a small town where, you still have sundry shops, guys are still in their pagoda t-shirts and shorts and shooting the breeze. So different way of campaigning. And Bentong is to some extent that. But I think Yao Tiong Lai lost the last time. Right? And maybe it was the wave of 2018. But if you look at the turnout today, I think that wave still continues. So I think she has an even chance. But Dr. San is right. The Chinese in rural, semi-rural areas are very conservative, just like the Malays. So maybe it's not a racial thing. Maybe conservatism is in the deep interiors of the place. They just don't like change.
It's a regional thing.
Yeah.
I had an ex-colleague when I was working for Najib, and I think he ran for the Kota Baru parliamentary seat but lost. He said something to me which sort of registered with me, namely, you need to show the non-Malays, namely the Chinese, that if this country were to be forever ruled by Malays with no possibility of racial equality and so on, then the Chinese will come back, because then they will have to deal with this fact, and they have to vote for MCA such that MCA can get them the scholarship and university placements that they would like to. Yeah,
I want to just follow up that, because there's an argument, a very strong argument made by the MCA that they provide a moderating influence on Malay nationalism. So by being inside something like Barisan Nasional, they can do that. Is that something the Chinese voters agree with?
Well, if there's a possibility of changing that, because that is basically like sucking up to another party, right? So if there's a possibility of changing that, such as in 2018, then the Chinese will go all out 94%, right? But when they saw what was this Sheraton move and so on, I think a lot of Chinese are disillusioned and disappointed, and thereby the urban ones could still hold out, but the rural ones, I think a lot of them reverted back to MCA, as shown in the Malacca and Johor state elections. Yeah.
We're going to be looking at the hot seats after this in relation to the Chinese vote. As we've been saying, we want to hear from you. If you have a question, if you have a thought, a feeling that you want to share, that number to WhatsApp is 018-789-8899. It is the same number to send a voice note. You can tweet us at BFM Radio or drop a comment on our live video stream, which is up on our app, Facebook and YouTube. We'll be right back. This is The Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Laptop power, tablet flexibility. Pre-order the Microsoft Surface Pro 9 at Harvey Norman and get free gifts worth up to 1,288 ringgit. Terms apply. Think Surface laptops, think Harvey Norman.
Newswave is the only app you'll need for GE15. Here's why. 1. Track your MP's loyalty, work ethic, and more. Powered by My MP. 2. Get the fastest live results. Check which coalition is leading and who's winning, all at your fingertips. 3. Join live discussion while getting the latest news from reliable sources. Download Newswave, Malaysia's #1 news aggregator, from Apple App Store, Google Play, or visit newswave.com. Newswave. Follow the current.
Beware. Falling markets. BFM 89.9.
11.
Hello, everybody. You just heard a little bit of one of our panelists, Jabba Sadiq. We were having a discussion off air about a question that I'm going to be kind of surfacing. You are listening, of course, to Battle for Malaysia, our GE15 coverage. In the studio, I'm Lee Chui Lin, alongside Sharat Kutan, Jabba Sadiq, Dr. Oisan. So what we were discussing was actually a question that came through from Aaron on WhatsApp, who says, well, firstly, sharing an experience. Voting for me was very smooth. Me, my brother, my parents, we arrived at about 8. It was a long queue, all very organized, finished around 9:30, slight drizzle. I just want to know when the official results will be announced. I hope it will not be 5 a.m. the next day like GE14. And I think that's a general anxiety that people are having. I'm not asking you both to give me an exact hour, but do you have a sense?
About 10 o'clock, you will see some results start to trickle in. Yeah, those more obvious results, such as, when one side is really winning overwhelmingly over the others. Yeah.
Yeah, but you seem to say.
No, I think it'll be about 9:30 because there are some seats which are too big, like Bangi, 300,000 voters. That will take some time, but there are some seats like Putrajaya, 42,000 voters. That will just because they're all counted at the polling station itself. Then the guy signs off the Pachas notice 14 or whatever. And it's compiled, Borang 14, and then it's compiled and then sent to the main center. So, past experience is that they could do this in an hour tops, really. Right.
I want to ask you both, though. It seems to me that we have a history, and we can have expectations of how polls happen and when results come in. When government is formed, for decades it was almost instantaneous, right? Once you got a simple majority, and remember RTM would announce simple majority and then 2/3 majority. Gone are the days of 2/3 majorities. I do want to ask you both. Do we, as Malaysians, need to learn that the rhythm of our democracy might change? That, in fact, it's not a bad thing when governments are not formed instantaneously. That if negotiations happen with a certain amount of transparency, if there's a confidence supply agreement type of dynamic happening, that what we will see is, in fact, time for those coalitions to put together what is that agreement. And that is not necessarily a bad thing, is it, Isan?
No, of course. We saw very advanced democracies such as Germany, such as even the United Kingdom and so on, going through the same process. In Germany, sometimes it can take up to a few months to form a government. But the point is the negotiation process for forming such a coalition government apparently is very transparent. Party 1 will list down like 10 demands, to which Party 2 only agrees 7. The sticking points are the 3 demands and so on. And then in a sense, it's also good lessons for the voters that, these two parties, they have disagreements on issues and not quite on personalities. I'm actually looking very much forward to different parties on a very transparent basis, hopefully, and not like horse trading and so on, going through this negotiation process. Yeah,
I think he's right. But you got to remember, in Malaysia, we have candidates who first stood when none of us here were alive, right? Or even born, for that matter. Dr. Mahathir first stood in 65, right? Tunku Razali in 74. And they're still battling it out. So you have a whole generation of people who have been there for so long, so they just want instant results, right? This country is just famous for anything instant. Maggie Me Nation, right? So I think we are ready. The voters are ready to some extent. Urban voters are ready. I think you can see the maturity of post-Sheraton move, the confidence and supply bill, the MOU for the Ismail Sabri government. I think people are ready for that kind of transparent deals and achievable goals. But I think a lot of Malaysians are asking, but what's in it for them? You can stop people from jumping political parties, but I'm still out of a ringgit. My ringgit is also falling. So it's a bit of voter education that has to go on.
You both spoke earlier about conservatism and how it's, well, we were joking earlier that perhaps it's a regional effect. So Robert is asking a question about reform. Robert wants to know, after lowering the voting age and implementing automatic voter enrollment, what are the chances of seeing more reform, functional postal voting, preferential voting, and so on? Ihsan, maybe you can start us off.
Sorry, I could not get like the gist of the questions. Namely,
The gist is whether we will see more reform. And then the specific examples that Robert brings up are functional postal voting, preferential voting.
I'm not sure what those things are, frankly speaking. But yeah, I guess when you have PH and those shall we say, the elites in PH getting involved in trying to form coalitions and so on, typically you will have such reforms. You perhaps should not dream of such reforms coming from the BN or PN side. But as I said, I think it's very difficult for PH to sort of insinuate itself into forming or joining a ruling coalition if it does not win an outright majority tonight or tomorrow.
I wanted to ask Jabba about this because it's kind of connected. The question of reform, especially of the electoral system, because of malapportionment, because of gerrymandering, while we have more people participating, it might paradoxically, I think James Chai mentions this, paradoxically lead to even less representation. So the one man, one vote principle is more severely undermined because of the way our electoral system. Yeah. The failure of Pakatan Harapan to push through those electoral reforms. And then the question of any other government coming to power, any other coalition, are they even incentivized to deal with the electoral reform in order to create a much more fair electoral system?
No, there's no incentive. You have 222 seats, right? You win a majority of the seats. Why would you want to split up a seat again like Bangi to 4 seats? Because that'll mean 4 more DAP members in parliament, right? Most likely. Or Damansara and all the big seats, right? So it's in nobody's interest to break up the urban seats. And also for Sabah and Sarawak, they will be overwhelmed because the guarantee was initially in the Malaysia agreement was 1/3 of the seats would be out of Peninsular Malaysia. That included Singapore. But once Singapore was either left or kicked out, depending who you talk to, that ruling, that principle, that formula got broken down in 76, in the amendments of 1976, right? So it's in nobody's interest to have a fairer system. They want to keep gerrymandering. And talking about reforms like preferential voting and all that, if you can't even, in the 21st century, allow local council voting or discuss it or put it up as in your manifesto, then the rest of the things is just window dressing and promises you keep making. But they will never get fulfilled.
So to close off on the question of the Chinese vote, and we have, I want to say, 4 minutes left before we have to head to the news. We asked this of our guest earlier. What are the bellwether seats when we look at the Chinese vote? Ihsan?
Well, of course, in as I said, in Malaya, there will be like seats like Bentong and Raub. In Sarawak, I'm interested to see whether those urban seats will still be retained by DAP, namely, for example, Kuching, Bandar Kuching, and then Sibu, Lanang, and so on, or would they actually revert to SUPP in line with the state election results? In Sabah, it's a free-for-all. You have fights between PH and Warisan, especially in those Chinese seats. A lot of Chinese, they like for example, Shafi Abdal, but they felt that on a larger scale of things, perhaps PH would be more likely to form the federal government. So it's a very tough choice, including for myself this morning when I voted in Kota Kinabalu.
Jabba?
I think for sure Bentong. And actually there's a seat called Tanjung Malim, which was always kept by MCA until they lost it to the DAP. I think MCA is in a really MCA, MIC, and Parliamentary Gerakan. If we still talk about them, nobody does except me. In a really funny part of Malaysian history, they are just going to go oblivion because their seats are all getting interestingly more and more Malay majority seats. So they're dependent on UMNO for support, and DAP is just fortunate that they have a mixed party called PKR to help them. So unless you change your tag, unless you keep saying that you represent Chinese interests, I don't think it works among a fair number of Malaysians in urban areas. And also remember the last election, MCA did float the idea that they want to be multiracial. But, promises are always made and never fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
You've been hearing from Jahabah Sadiq, who will be, just kind of around for the rest of the evening, yes, as well as Dr. Oesan, Principal Advisor from the Pacific Research Centre. Isan, thank you very much for joining us. So if you would like to send us, as we've been saying, questions, feedback, voice notes, feelings, that number is 018-789-8899 to WhatsApp or send us voice notes. You can also, of course, tweet us at BFM Radio or leave a comment on the live stream. Now, just a quick mention that there have been some candidates tweeting about results not coming in because presiding officers do not want to sign Form 14 for our pachas. Those candidates in question were primarily from Pakatan Harapan. We are going to be speaking after this with Segambut MP candidate Hannah Yeoh. That will be after the 9 o'clock news. Thomas Mann will also be joining us following that to contextualize and unpack it further. So keep it here on the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
We believe in unlimiting every potential, making the impossible possible. It's our passion, determination, and our purpose. Like how we pioneered unlimited streaming and unlimited data plans. U Mobile, where your unlimited potential begins.
Problems? We all have them. But at Alliance Bank, we're all about solutions. We believe that even if you have 99 problems, growing your business shouldn't be one. Open a business account or apply for financing, all online within minutes. We can help you digitize your operations, connect you to our wide SME network, and upskill your team. Stop worrying about your problems and start transforming your business at alliancebank.com.my/digital SME.
Hi, my name is Talib. I believe the election should be done every 5 years, which means...
Stop, please, government. Stop the PKL from cutting all the trees.
QR codes, right? On the table, I have to scan myself, to order myself.
I would prefer the elections to be postponed.
Do I have 900,000 in my EPF? No, I don't. I don't think I'll ever reach that sum of money in my EPF by the time
I agree wholeheartedly with the government's plan to raise funds.
To cultivate this kind of culture for kids, I think parents can allow the kids to go online.
Don't cry for me, Najib Razak. The truth is I never loved you.
Got something to say? Want to get it off your chest? Don't be shy. Talk back with us every weekday from 5 to 7:30 p.m.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
My hopes for the election is for a cleaner and more efficient government. No funny games, no power play, just pure good intentions for the people and our country.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the GE15 updates at 9 p.m. The first official result of the 15th general election is in, with GPS claiming victory in Igan, Sarawak. Ahmad Joni Zawawi beat Pakatan Harapan candidate Andri Zulkarnain Hamdan by more than 14,000 votes in a straight fight between the parties. Andri had also lost his deposit. Meanwhile, various sources are claiming that Selangor Menteri Besar Datuk Sri Amaruddin Syari is ahead of incumbent Datuk Sri Azmin Ali in the race for the Gombak parliamentary seat. Vote counting is still underway. Incumbent Segambut MP Hannah Yeoh claims no results are coming from the constituency because the presiding officers have refused to sign Form 14 for the polling agents and counting agents. Pakatan Harapan candidate Yeoh Bee Yin also reports a similar situation in her P103 seat in Puchong. The Form 14 is filled out by each pacha at each voting stream and then verified by an EC officer so it can be added to the overall tally. Results of the three-cornered fight in Bandar Tun Razak will be out in a few hours. Voters are choosing between BN's Datuk Chew Yin Kin, PN's Kamaruddin Jaffar and PH's Datuk Sri Wan Aziza Wan Ismail. Our correspondent Natalie Tan has more.
Bandar Tun Razak has nearly 50,000 new voters this time around, with many locals offering to carpool and shuttle each other to polling stations to avoid serious traffic congestion. One can truly see the Kita Bantu Kita spirit thriving here. After speaking to locals, almost all of them said they will vote for a candidate if he or she can resolve traffic-related issues in the area. Other problems include unaffordable housing, high cost of living, and poor waste disposal management system. With that being said, a bulk of the residents I spoke to are unhappy with incumbent Kamaruddin Jaffar's performance as their MP, saying he only shows up once every few years or when he wants their votes. So we'll see if the locals are successful in their mission to elect an effective representative. I'm Natalie Tan reporting from Bandar Tun Razak.
In Kedah, many Padang Serai voters turned up at polling centres today as they had not heard that the parliamentary election for the seat had been deferred to December 7th. According to Bernama, some of them were not aware about the death of Pakatan Harapan candidate M. Karupaya earlier this week, while others weren't aware about the postponement. Guards at the SK Sri Limau in Lunas had to turn away over 40 voters, including those arriving from Kuala Lumpur. Over in Negeri Sembilan, a ruckus was reported among voters who were not allowed to enter the Kampung Melang Community Hall in Kuala Pilah as it was closed as early as 2 p.m. The returning officer told NST the polling centre was among a few in the constituency that closed earlier as gazetted in Form 8 of the EC. The officer added voters should be more aware of the timing for their polling centres and should have gone out to vote earlier. According to Sinchu Daily, a 79-year-old man was found dead in his car minutes after casting his ballot at the SJKC Batu 11 polling centre in Cheras today. Elsewhere, Labuan Police will take stern action against anyone who organises or participates in parades to celebrate winning candidates in GE15. Police say the decision was made in the interest of public safety. The authorities also reminded those celebrating to do so without alcohol. Meanwhile, Terengganu Police have reminded party supporters not to get involved in processions to celebrate a GE15 victory, especially on public roads. 6 states are still affected by the floods, with some 2,700 victims taking shelter at relief centres. The National Disaster Management Agency says the floods involved 15 districts in the states of Perak, Selangor, Malacca, Johor, Kelantan and Sarawak. Meanwhile, the Department of Irrigation and Drainage says the water level readings of 4 rivers in Sarawak were at dangerous levels as at 4 p.m. I'm Audrey Raj. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You're now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
When you think of CEOs, managing directors, chief finance officers, etc., they are all men, right? Well, women actually make up 40% of senior management in Malaysian companies. So how do we hear their side of the story? Tune in to Her Vantage every Wednesday at 11 a.m. where we hear from women of influence and leadership only on BFM 89.9.
Bilingual, friendly Malaysian. BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is 9:05. You're listening to The Battle for Malaysia with Lynn, Sharad and Jahaba. And we are just reacting at the moment to the fact that about an hour ago, Segambut MP candidate Hannah Yeoh tweeted that, and I quote, "Results were not coming in because the presiding officers, KTM, do not want to sign Form 14 for our pachas." So for a better idea of what's actually happening, we do have Hannah Yeoh on the line with us at the moment. Hannah, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi.
Hi. So talk to us about what's happening on the ground.
Well, about an hour ago, we were not able to get any of our Form 14s back from our pachas because the KTMs didn't want to sign. So we had to stand our ground. And then we got the Pengarah SPR Wilayah to speak to some of the KTMs. And they slowly released them. But still, we are struggling with 2 polling stations refusing to sign Form 14 despite my election agent being present. So we are still sorting that out.
Hannah, what is the reason being given for not signing them?
They just refuse to listen, and they say that, oh, I'll give it to you when we go to the accounting center in SK Bukit Damansara. But we say, no, we should be getting a copy. But they refuse to give.
And has there been any word from the SPR?
Yes, we were trying to get the SPR Pengarah to speak to the officer, but he refused to even speak to the Pengarah SPR. So these are clearly problematic KTMs.
So what is the consequence of not having that Borang 14 signed?
I think it's risky when it's not signed. Then the result is not official for that polling station, and you cannot afford to leave that place without having a signed copy, because then you don't want the results to change.
Right. So you think the danger is then, or the hazard is that there could be tampering.
That's right.
And are there precedents of this before? Did we see in G14 any such instances? And if you know of them, how were they resolved?
I have not experienced that, so that's why now this is the time where we are struggling, because even the Pengarah SPR could not get hold of the KTM.
So Hannah, what are you anticipating to happen next at the moment?
We are trying to get in touch with SPR to help us out, because this is an internal problem between SPR and their KTM. So we are still in the process now. I'm unable to answer you.
And is this happening elsewhere as far as you know?
Yes, I just saw Yobin's update. Apparently, the same thing has happened to her in her polling station, and also in Titi Wangsa and Setia Wangsa.
Beyond the Klang Valley, have you heard of any news?
I'm sorry, I don't have those information.
Hannah, thank you so much for joining us and speaking to us.
Thank you.
That was Hannah Yeoh, MP candidate for Segambut, talking about some hiccups with the Form 14 in Segambut itself. We do also have on the line with us Thomas Pan, chairperson for Bersih, to perhaps provide a further explanation to Form 14 and so on. Thomas, thank you so much for joining us again.
For having me. Yep.
So I think it's perhaps best to start with the basics in this instance. What is a Form 14?
Well, Form 14 is the form that after you have counted all the votes in front of all the candidates' agents, the counting agent, and they agree that that is the total, and that those numbers are then recorded into the Form 14, how many votes for candidate A, candidate B, and C, and how many spoiled votes, how many unused votes, and all those things. So that is the final tally. So in the past, we are talking about GE13. The KTM has the only copy, and that led to the allegation and accusations that the KTM in cahoot with a certain party changed the number. It doesn't matter what you counted and what you witnessed, but after you left the room, they can change the number. So then after that, they came out with this process whereby everyone need to be given a copy, a signed copy. So after GE14, it is part of the regulations in the elections, of elections, regulations 1981, section 25, subclause 12, where it stated very clearly that every after the counting of the votes, the presiding officer, the KTM, shall prepare a sufficient number of copies of the statement of the Form 14 and have it certified by KTM, signed by each candidate or the counting agent, and they are given each a copy. They must be given a copy so that if there's any dispute, they can look at each other's copy whether the number tally or not. So this is really an important safeguard to prevent that counting being manipulated or changed. So it is in the election regulation, which means that any officer, SPR officer, KTM, that refuses to comply with this regulation is in risk of violating the Election Offences Act Section 4 and can be imprisoned up to 2 years or fined up to 5,000. So this is a potential election offense, and we hope that it won't come to that.
So, Thomas, we just spoke to Hannah, and Hannah, you're the MP candidate for Segambut, who said that she's hearing that's happened in other places. So initially you might think that, this was a KTM gone rogue, but if it's happened in other places, is there a systemic problem, or are we just thinking of maybe a couple more rogue characters within EC? Because we were also told by Hannah that the EC itself, or at least headquarters, can't get in touch with these individuals and get them sorted out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to jump the gun and say that this is a systemic attempt to cheat on the result. But it could be a legacy issue where some of these KTM that were used to the old way of doing things that this is still the way to do it. They don't need to give to the counting agent, but they only need to keep a copy. But they need to be updated that the law has changed, and now they are liable to commit an offense. So I think it's important that there are lawyers on the ground that read this section to them clearly, and also the section on Section 4 where they are violating the Election Offences Act and may end up in jail for this.
Well, that relates, I think, to this question from Sarah Tan on our live stream, who asks, can these KTMs be noted down and investigated?
Absolutely. I would suggest that the candidate and the counting agent or whoever the election representative there take down the details of the KTM, the name, and what was said, and that these are duly noted and witnessed, because they may be required to be produced in court when the time comes.
So, Thomas, is this likely to delay the results of the constituencies involved in Segambut, for instance? Could it be that we will not have a result from Segambut tonight?
No, I don't think it would delay that long. It would certainly delay because I think what is happening is that Hannah and other candidates are aware of the law and the processes, and they are not letting this KTM leave the polling station unless they hand over a signed copy. So that's going to cause the delay, because if they don't stop this KTM from leaving, this KTM will leave with the only copy they have in their hand on the way to the tallying center, where it will be totaled up. All the polling stations in that constituency will be totaled up in the tally center. So I think we're talking about several polling stations in Segambut, definitely not the whole Segambut. So most of the result in Segambut will come in, but it cannot be final until the last one comes in. And this may delay the final announcement of the result.
Thomas, thanks for speaking with us again.
Most welcome. Thank you.
That was Thomas Fan, chairperson of BERSE, giving us, I think, an explainer really on what Form 14 is. And this is in light of, some tweets, some complaints that had emerged from some MP candidates regarding the slowdown in results because presiding officers were not signing Form 14. Now, just a quick update that Hannah Yeoh has gotten back to us and said that the form has been signed. This is confirmed, so at least there is that. But nonetheless, I think the delay is worth discussing.
Yeah, so Jabba, when you look at a story like this, what do you see? Is it a question of the lack of professionalization of our election process? Is it about the remnants of a deeply politicized election system, or is it something else that's going on?
I think all election officials are briefed before any election and updated on all the rules and regulations. And these forms were signed in G14, right? And everybody had a copy of it. So it's a bit out of the ordinary. Maybe that guy is having a senior moment. You never know. But it is of concern. I mean, if it's just one constituency, yeah, senior moment, I think.
Well, it's a bit ageist, but okay, I'll let it go.
But yeah, I mean, these guys have been around for a few elections, right? But it's happening in Setiawangsa or in Puchong, then there is a problem, right? I think the election commission itself will have to either send someone to this center or read them the Riot Act and says, okay, you are relieved of your duties. We'll put somebody else to sign it off. Because right now, these votes cannot be tallied, right? And so then it also adds on to everyone's anxiety, and it'll lead to speculation. And this country is a lot more mature than it was previously. We shouldn't speculate. We should just let it happen. And this guy should just say, look, this is the law. I think Thomas is right saying there are enough lawyers on the ground, right, to make sure that they follow the law. And if these guys can't follow the law, then the EC itself will have its reputation slightly tainted, that it cannot train its people well enough. These people are not professional enough. And I'd like to think that notwithstanding what happened in 2020, the current EC chairman is most likely, they normally dominate the show, probably quite a decent chap. And of course, you have CSO representatives there still, like Zoe and Azmi Sharum, to make sure that they actually do the job according to law.
So we've been discussing the reported delays in the signing of Form 14 in some constituencies. If you'd like to send questions through or just any comments at all, that number is 018-789-8899. You can send us a WhatsApp, you can send us a voice note, you can tweet us at BFM Radio. We are also, of course, on a live video stream. You can catch that on our site, YouTube, Facebook, of course, also on our app, and drop your comments there. Jahaba, thank you so much for coming in and sitting with us.
Thank you very much.
After this, we will be discussing Perak, which has been designated the battleground seat. Joining us to do that will be James Chai and Dr. Bridget Welsh. Keep it here on the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Laptop power, tablet flexibility. Pre-order the Microsoft Surface Pro 9 at Harvey Norman and get free gifts worth up to 1,288 ringgit. Terms apply. Think Surface laptops, think Harvey Norman.
Newswave is the only app you'll need for GE15. Here's why. 1. Track your MP's loyalty, work ethic, and more. Powered by MyMP. 2. Get the fastest live results. Check which coalition is leading and who's winning, all at your fingertips. 3. Join live discussion while getting the latest news from reliable sources. Download Newswave, Malaysia's #1 news aggregator, from Apple App Store, Google Play, or visit newswave.com. Newswave. Follow the current.
Bet you didn't know investing in Bitcoin is similar to diving. You've got to tune into your rhythm and tune out all the noise. When you're on that platform, you need to trust your body. Only then can you take that leap. Isn't that right, Pandalela?
You know it, sis. When you trust yourself, you are free to move towards your goals.
Want moves like Pandalela? Then move with Luno. As Malaysia's first regulated digital asset exchange, we make investing in Bitcoin simple and secure. Get the Luno app now to start investing.
Many of our large companies now have ESG targets in place. It was a bit of a lonely journey, I'd say, in the first 10 years, but the last few years has seen a rapid increase in interest.
So there is going to be a stage when, if you haven't demonstrated your sustainability credentials, it will be difficult for investors to invest in you, for bankers to lend you money, for consumers to buy your goods, and for people to want to work for you.
Interested in all things ESG? Tune in to People, Planet, Profit every Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. or look up the podcast on the BFM app or our website, bfm.my.
Every weekday starting 9 p.m, we bring you the lighter side of serious business.
I don't want to drop Twitter.
Yeah?
I am hoping it survives this, Musk period, and I haven't even gone so far to think of an alternative yet.
The native population, if you like, is only about the size of Kuantan or Saramban or something.
Yeah.
Really? And they're staging a World Cup.
Tune in weekdays from 9 p.m.
When it comes to addressing mental health issues, one perspective has been historically neglected, that of people with lived experiences of mental health problems. Hasbi Mas Putra, a mental health advocate, explains why it's important for them to be at the table when planning policies and services.
I am not diminishing the experience of healthcare professionals in their fields. But healthcare professionals in general work in silos, so they don't really see the interplay between those intersections of oppression and discrimination that clients go through. Clients that go to JKM, to public healthcare, clients that then go back to their B40 households living on minimum wage. These are all negative multipliers. So if we can basically formalizing mechanisms that bring these perspectives into healthcare and into larger systems of governance.
That was Hasbi Mas Putra, a mental health advocate, on what he would like to see the next government prioritizing when it comes to mental health care and services. Listen to the full conversation on bfm.my or on our BFM app.
Bribe-free Malaysia. BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is 9:21. This is the Battle for Malaysia, our coverage of GE15, where we keep you company until the last vote is counted and hopefully the results are announced. Fingers crossed. You're listening to Lee Chui Lin, Sharat Kutan. Joining us now, Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Asia Research Centre, and James Chai, Visiting Fellow at the ICS Yusof Ishak Institute. Bridget, James, thank you both very much for coming in.
Great to be here.
Thanks for having me.
So we do, before we get to our segment, which is ostensibly about Perak, we do have an anonymous listener who's saying, what's the latest seat one? Please do let us know. Winky face. Sharat, that's your cue.
Okay, so I'm going to read off a bunch of results. Some of them are kind of unofficial counts. We're taking them from Malaysia Kini. And I'm going to ask you, James and Bridget, about your responses to some of these, whether these are significant, whether they're bellwether seats, and they say something about what's happening. So Pakatan has won 3 seats in Penang, Bagan, Tanjung, and Bukit Mertajam. Bagan was won by DAP chairperson Lim Guan Eng, while Tanjung was won by his sister Lim Hui Ying. Bukit Mertajam was won by Stephen Sim, while Bukit Bintang was won by Fong Kui Lin. So these are all DAP strongholds. Now, some counts now at a significant level. Azmin Ali in Gombak is falling further behind the Harapan candidate, Amiruddin Shari. Harapan, I guess Amiruddin is leading by about 5,000 votes. There's also a result here from GPS in Sarawak. GPS Ahmad Johnny Zawawi's bagged the seat of, well, it doesn't actually say what seat it is, but we have a win for GPS in this list. Also, Malaysia Kini notes that PKR is leading in 22 seats.
That was a long list
Yeah,
of
there
results.
was a long list. And, you know, it's a flood, right? So we had like nothing for the longest time, Lynn, and now it's a flood. And so we're going to have to maybe take some of them. We could take stock of some of these results. Bridget, do you see anything in the results that, you know, I'm sure you've been looking at your phone and looking at the screens about what's happening. Anything significant? Anything that suggests a swing in terms of voter sentiment?
From the seats that you've listed just now, absolutely not. They're all safe seats for the different parties, respectively. But we do see some interesting dynamics from the early results from other seats, but I'm sure that'll come up in the conversations later.
Right. Also, just a quick note, MCA President Wee Ka Siong has a 1,000 vote lead in Itam against Harapan's Sheikh Omar, who has about 13,000, almost 14,000 votes. We has almost 15,000 votes. And the PN candidate is third with 8,900 votes.
I think what's interesting about that seat is how close it is. This was one of the seats that started to get close. It leaned in the MCA direction because this was the party president. They've got a lot of money they put on the ground. But the fact that it's this close and there's still more votes to come in suggests that it's still in play.
Yeah, what I would say about that seat is that in the previous election, Wee Ka Siong actually won on only a few hundred votes, probably 300 plus. So if this indicates a widening of that vote, it may actually come down to the fact that DAP took a bet by putting a Malay candidate here against MCA party president. It was to test the ground to see how ready DAP supporters are to vote across party lines, across racial lines, sorry. And if this...
Would you, can I just interrupt you on that? I mean, is a general election a good time to do testing of theories?
Well, this election, what's interesting about DAP is that they actually reshuffled a lot of their candidates across different seats. And you would see them trying to place different ethnic profile candidates to traditionally maybe a more comfortable ethnic profile there. So for instance, in a Chinese seat, they try to put Malay there. And the fundamental motive by Anthony Loke is to try to rejuvenate the impression that people have of DAP. And, maybe at the start of campaigning, they thought that this was a good time to do so because they didn't expect an outright majority, and therefore this is a good testing ground.
I slightly disagree, but before I go on, I want to say that Jawi's seat is Igan in Sarawak, so it's the smallest constituency in the country in that area. I slightly disagree with James in the sense that I think that for me the 1,000 majority is actually very close, especially if you consider the type of victory that they had in the Johor state elections, where the margins were very high. I think that Sheikh Omar, the candidate, he's from Pogo, which is not too far away, and the sense is that he, there wasn't a sense of basically trying to give him more profile and build the character. I think DAP has made some strategic choices that I think are very negative from the perspective of playing race cards in many seats. A good example of that is in Teluk Intan, where they've displaced their traditional Indian candidate in that multi-ethnic seat by putting a Chinese candidate, and I think we're going to see in the big test of whether or not they're putting their Malay candidates is going to be tested in Pahang, particularly in Raub and Bentong. So I don't necessarily think this is a testing ground. I just think it's the party is trying to evolve, right? And the question is whether or not it can evolve to be a multi-ethnic party when it plays racialized politics itself. So it's a challenge for them.
Right, just looking at the state of Perak, because that's what we wanted to talk about. 59 seats up for the various contenders. None of the results are in, not even unofficial results. But a quick look at the parliamentary seats. At the moment, they have been called for 11, so 11 out of 220, not 222, because remember the two seats that are not going to be, we're not going to have results for, not today anyway. So 11 seats, one seat going to Barisan Nasional, 6 to Pakatan Harapan at the moment, 4 for GPS. So should we start talking about Perak? Just your general sense, James, coming into the election, Perak was declared a frontline state by Pakatan Harapan. How is that working out for them?
Well, the reason why I think Perak was such an interesting state to be used as a battleground state, and most iconic of all would be to put Anwar Ibrahim there into quite a dangerous seat of Tambun with 5,000 majority against him. I think what it was trying to find out was if Perak could act as a battleground state where they could actually win, that would largely reflect that sentiment across the country that they are on stable ground. At the same time, because of the microcosm nature that Perak represents in terms of how Malaysia looks like, there's also a diverse enough number of seats for them to actually try out to see whether they are receptive across the board, right? And I think this has, I think early predictions by Pakatan themselves is that they can at least take half of the seats or slightly more that's available in Perak. And if that could be the case, then they could pretty much secure the entire west coast of West Malaysia.
If you're asking at the state level or at the parliamentary level?
At the state level,
okay.
actually.
All right. So I think it's important to recognize that this state has been very divided since 2008. We've seen very big splits. Pakatan Rakyat won the government in 2008, and Perak became the first time to have a post-coalition situation. And then, of course, the power grab happened in 2009. And we saw the state wrestled back in 2013 and 2018. 2018, it was a hung state assembly of which it had to result things moving. So trying to win just half the seats is pretty much trying to win back what you had before, but the question is just a few seats here or there. Right? BN has traditionally had a stronger core and stronger margins in the seats that it wins. So you have the BN on one side and DAP on the other, and then it's these other middle ground kind of multi-ethnic seats that are actually really the ones at play. in my scenarios of looking at the state, we look at a situation where it's only going to be close, right? At most it's about 3 or 4 seats one way or 2 or 3 seats the other way. And I think, I do agree with James, so it's an excellent point that he was making about this being a battleground area. But the thing is, the campaigns didn't focus at the state level, right? And so there wasn't a kind of sense of who's going to be the CM, what is going to happen for the state. None of the policy programs really talked about Perak as in terms of governance. And there's this interesting synergy, right, that happens between the parliamentary seats and the state seats. And I want to go back to the example I was telling you about Tilangintan, right? So Tilangintan is a place where the DAP took all 3 of the state seats. So the other component parties were displaced. And so in one of their seats that they're contesting, I think it's Changkat Jong, what we saw is a situation where Amana had contested there and now DAP contested there. And so this created a reaction on the ground that by some Malay voters, hey, wait a minute, right? Why is DAP in all 3 of the seats as opposed to others? So I think this synergy is there between what's happening at the state level and at the parliamentary level. But
to the detriment of Pakatan in this particular example.
In this particular example, but there are other places to the opposite, right? And that we do see, Perak is a very interesting state. You have traditionally. It's very large, right? So the north looks to the north, right? So it has this above the river. You have a situation where it's much more conservative. You have PAS has a much more strong political base. It parallels to Kelantan and to Kedah, and so it has these kind of synergies. The focal point of Anwar Ibrahim to put himself in Tambun, which was this kind of node between the northern corridor and this connection in the south, was very interesting. Then the south, seats like Tanjung Malim, seats like Kampar, seats like Bagandatu, these seats look to the south. Right? Bagandatu is a bit more remote than a seat like Tanjung Malim, and I think what we see is this kind of synergy of what's happening in the Klang Valley and how much it extends, and then of course you have the kind of center point of what happens in and around Ipoh, and I think these different kind of sub-regions within Perak become very important.
We do have a question from a listener, Haley, who wanted to know, will Perak see a split between BN and PH again, bearing in mind that they did not put the anti-hopping law in place? Will we see another GE14 scenario again for Perak?
Well, I think what the anti-hopping law did allow for is that it constitutionally included a requirement where MPs had to vacate their seats if they joined another political party. But it didn't. So under situations where coalitions are very tight and which normally happens, like what Bridget said, in the state level, which are normally just 1 or 2 seat margin, it would prevent a situation like that and give relative stability to a very unstable state assembly historically. But it doesn't prevent a shifting of coalitions, right? So it may still be the case that a huge a chunk of the coalition may shift allegiances if they prefer to, and that could not be stopped because the anti-hopping law could not actually cover for that portion.
The long and short of it is we may see a situation of hopping in Perak. Let's call a spade on this. And there are lots of frogs that are still around in the political process.
I just want to mention some results, and they're really at a low level because Tambun, of course, is one of the hot seats, and everybody's looking at it partly because Anwar Ibrahim, the PH candidate, is also there. Candidate for Prime Minister if the coalition takes power. But he's trailing. I mean, it's still 5,000 votes that have been counted out of 160,000. So it's a minuscule number of votes, but he is at about 1,000 votes. The Batu national candidate is about 1,500 votes. The PN candidate, Faisal Azmu, who was briefly the Peja, who was briefly the Chief Minister, Menteri Besar of...
And the good dancer.
Man with ribbon. Just whatever your political leanings, he's coming in at 3,000 now. So, but is it still early days? And Bridget and James, you've been watching elections for some cycles now. Where should we be? At what point should we take the tallies seriously and as a kind of sense of where this results are going?
I would say that it's very important not to read into the very early voting results because those are often postal votes or military or police votes. So they have a different character in terms of that. And what's interesting is to look at how much PH or PN would be getting of those to indicate what's happening in terms of a trajectory. But I wouldn't read it into the overall state. When you start looking at a seat is when you start to get about 2/3 of the polling stations in and you have a pattern. And then you get a sense of what's happening. So I think we're still way early in Tambun to assess the results. Although I think others, I'm sure they're going to start trickling in that process.
James, do you have any thoughts on Tambun?
I agree. I think the general sentiment was that to some extent, Anwar Ibrahim getting into that state also meant that a lot of the PH as well as PKR machinery was also dedicated to that state. And I think for the fact that he was quite confident, I think, after 1 week already, where he started campaigning in other places, compared to, let's say, Bagan Dato as well as Pagoh, where they actually stayed in their seats because they were worried that to some extent, there are some places they still had to cover. So I would think that Anwar Ibrahim's confidence after 1 week showed that he was leading to some extent compared to maybe Peja and the other competitor. But you know, I think like only after halfway point of 2/3 would we be able to conclude something like that.
We're speaking with Dr. Bridget Welsh and James Chai and exploring the state of Perak. We are also, however, taking some other questions that have been coming through. So if you have anything you'd like to ask them, now's the time. You can send a WhatsApp or a voice note through to 018-789-8899. You can also leave a comment on our live stream if you're watching there. That is everywhere, really. Our website, our app, Facebook, YouTube. Find us there. We'll be back. Keep it here on the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
My hope for this election is that at the end of this, we'll have leaders that are capable to represent all people and not just the ones that look and talk like them. We want leaders that understand that every Malaysian is as important as the next one and that they could be an accurate representation of the diverse, good and hardworking people that make up this country.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Hello, I'm Dashran Johan. We've cast our votes, but what comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is veteran activist Haris Ibrahim. Hello, Haris. What do you fear most will come out of this election?
Pundits and the experts, their speculation was voter fatigue. People were fed up. People were disenchanted. So voter turnout was low. Now, were we going to see the same thing now in a general election? My biggest concern was the slow incremental changes we had seen over time was going to be done away with. Many people who have been on the streets and protest activists, we have remembered facing the hukum besi. And my fear was all those incremental changes were going to be swept aside. Those were my fears. My fears were the many improvements we had seen over the last 10, 15 years were going to be wiped away in one general election.
So with that in mind, what should political leaders prioritize after the general election?
For once, our political leaders must not be thinking about just power for the sake of power. I think what they must do is they must begin to look at the real needs of the nation. Because we need to get around this very difficult corner. And we need to therefore have the political leaders not focused on political interests. If you look at what happened in Sheraton and subsequently, we've seen two other governments since Sheraton. Governments have collapsed and each time they've collapsed, horse trading has kick-started. What has been the most pressing concern for them? Kuasa. Kuasa untuk apa? Untuk kepentingan parti. Untuk kepentingan politik. It has never been kepentingan rakyat. The political leaders must make the well-being of the rakyat in the current state of the nation their priority.
That was veteran activist Haris Ibrahim. You're listening to The Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Budgeting frustrates Malaysians. BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is 9:40. You're listening to The Battle for Malaysia with Lynn, Sharad, Bridget and James, and together we are looking through the latest headlines as well as trying to examine Perak to some degree, which had been designated as a battleground state. Bridget, I wanted to ask you, in your work on the ground, what kinds of main threads of stories or narratives are emerging in Perak?
So there are essentially three. The first of which had to do with racialized politics. The racial politics is pretty intense. You can see, this anti-DAP sentiment, demonization, and also at the same time, in some of the Chinese areas, there's this kind of issues of PAS and PN. So you can feel that. There are a couple seats that were interesting, like Jelapang, for example, which is a seat that had an Indian candidate, a Malay candidate, and a Chinese candidate. And you can see that the tactics that some parties were using was definitely wanting to appeal specifically to racialized politics. The second big issue that I really felt was important is the role of Indian voters. Indian voters are pivotal in these West Coast states, Johor, Malacca, and of course in a place like Perak. And there were many candidates were displaced, and we don't have a sense that we do have some important Indian leaders like Kulasegran, for example, and Ibu Barat, but we don't have the sense that at the state level, all right, to the same degree. We do see in Ibu Barat there are a few Indian women candidates that are contesting, and Junta Melintang, as well as in Buntong, which is interesting. But the conversation about representation, I think, was quite important. The third thing that I was watching was how MCA performs. Right, MCA traditionally has been important for that's a state that they had seats. Kampar and Tanjung Malam have been Perak has been their base for a long time. I don't think they're going to win them back in that context. But what behind that is this larger question of this kind of second generation of leadership. We focus on Anwar Ibrahim and we focus on Zahid Hamidi in a place like Perak, but it's the second generation of leaders that are really going to be groomed in a place like Perak as well. And that's the story of where things are going to happen in Malaysia. Are these younger leaders going to emerge, and who's going to emerge from a place like Perak?
What it's quite interesting is the way in which we think as voters that we go and vote for the best candidate or the candidates that are offered, but political parties operate on a very different logic, and they had different considerations. And part of it has to do with internal rivalries. It's got to do with issues of renewal and succession, all of which are kind of hidden from view to the voter. The voter is just presented with a slate, and they have to choose, which person they think is going to most represent them. But that's all kind of pre-cooked by the political parties. James, when you think about a place like Perak, and we cast our mind back to the very successful attempt to remove Faisal Azumu from the office of Menteri Besar, wasn't there the space that opened up for like UMNO, DAP cooperation? Was that a sign that something post-racial could happen?
Well, there were, a few days of talks, I remember, that DAP said that they were open to working with any party, and at that time, UMNO was part of the equation because that was the only way for them to secure the majority in the State Assembly again, right? So there were talks there about whether DAP was open to that kind of pragmatism, right? But eventually, I think that didn't fall through because I think that would look very bad on a federal level, and especially in a lot of these, quite curiously as well, a lot of these seats on a state level in Perak that DAP had won were actually considered to be quite Chinese-centric or Chinese strongholds, right? If you go to the DAP level, the branch level in these state seats, they are considered, to be sort of like the drivers for a lot of the Chinese narrative still in DAP, and sometimes that becomes a point of friction for them to evolve into a more multiracial outlook, right? So I think that will always be a difficulty for DAP, and I think that lends to the next discussion that we would have, which is like if on a federal level that things are tight, would there be a BN and Harapan cooperation or not, right? And I think still it's still very unlikely because of the animosity that DAP and UMNO would have, especially how you alienate your own base as a result of that. But given that there was some space in that kind of pragmatism, we can't entirely discount it.
We were speaking earlier about the early counts coming out of Tambun, and we have questions from William and Sean on WhatsApp, both circling Anwar. So William asks, if Anwar doesn't win his seat, does the Pakatan Harapan Presidential Council have an alternative candidate for Prime Minister? Sean adds on, if he loses his constituency, what's next? And would it be a blessing in disguise? So kind of circling, similar points. Bridget?
I'm sure that Pakatan Harapan will have an alternative candidate. That candidate will come from the party that has the most representation, particularly if it is multi-ethnic. So it's either PKR or Amana would be where the alternatives would come from. My sense is that the immediate person for that would be Rafizi Ramli. In that context, if
he wins Pandan,
which is projected, I think it's a safe seat. But let's see. I think Tambun results are still too early in that context, so I think we should not be premature to predict it yet.
I do think that to some extent, it is sort of prohibited in PH that they could discuss an alternative candidate, because every time a coalition discusses this point, including UMNO, they would have multiple contentions that would actually project a form of disunity, right? So if it does happen that Anwar doesn't win but PH wins enough to form a government, it would be a very last-minute decision, just like how Tan Sri Muhyiddin was put into prime ministership under PN that time, where it was a very last-minute decision that everyone could come to terms with it in a matter of few days. I would similarly see that situation unfolding, and the candidate would most likely, I agree with Bridget, come from PKR.
But I don't rule out Amana as also having a candidate.
Okay, I want to just read another result. I mean, this is also a partial result, but this is a little more substantial. 23,000 votes counted in the Johor seat of Pago, because a hot seat, because Muhyiddin Yassin, leader of Perikatan Nasional, is standing there, P143. This is coming from Astrawani. So there we have 69,000, almost 70,000 votes in total. Muhyiddin Yassin leading with 9,300 so votes. Second is the Pakatan Harapan candidate Iskandar Shah with 8,500 votes, and Barisan Nasional with 5,300 and so votes.
I think this is going to be a national trend. PN is going to win big in many seats. All right, I'll give you an example. Tanjung Karang, PN will win, I think, in Tanjung Karang, based on my projections at this particular point.
Taking
of time.
it back from Barisan Nasional.
Yeah, taking it from Barisan Nasional, and the Muda candidate did perform well, but the point is, this is a Malay dominant seat, Javanese seat. The candidate from PN was Javanese. We see a situation where I think the PN was very more strategic. And of course, UMNO has failed to. It failed in how it handled the seat. Zahid Hamidi failed in this process. And so I think the final counts are still not in. There are another 10 Salaran to be counted. But my sense is that, right now I would say that PN is leading comfortably. And this is a dynamic we're seeing across the country. This is not an exception. What we have seen is that PN has become the party of the Malay community, much more so than UMNO. And UMNO, I think that Zahid Hamidi has led the party to its worst defeat, and it's the party's history. And I think, and we'll see. I hope that some people will say, "Well, I'm too premature to say this," but I think that the results that I'm seeing from and messages that I'm getting from across the ground, and especially in these rural and semi-rural seats, and that's the thing that I think. What's interesting about Tambun is that you do have a strong PN candidate. And what is at play here are younger voters that are voting for PN. And the numbers that have come out in the voting trends, the assumption is that higher voting automatically means that's a better situation for Pakatan Harapan. That's not always the case in some seats.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I think the surveys have shown that when a breakaway happens, which means that young people breaking away from a BN household, they would go to either voting for Perikatan Nasional or PH or PN. at equal measures, right? So one of the hypotheses that I have is that a lot of the young people these days have a greater affinity to religious concepts in governance as well as in politics in general. And therefore, PN suddenly became this mainstream option that is a non-corrupt version of UMNO that is not too risky a bet for them to actually move forward with. And therefore, you see more and more PN trend lines are going upwards. But what I want to also point out on that point, right, was that we may actually have a situation where a lot of the leaders of these coalitions may lose their seats, right? In Pago and Bagan Datuk by Zahid Hamidi, these are not risky seats that they go to attack like Anwar Ibrahim, right? These are safe seats that they are trying to just hold. And you have a situation in Pago whereby no longer able to rely on the Chinese votes that are traditionally brought by a PH, at the same time risking the split between PN and BN, and therefore he's in shakier ground, and you would expect actually a very comfortable position. The same thing is happening to Zahid Hamidi, but for a different reason altogether, but a referendum to his leadership to some extent. So that would be quite interesting to see that if all leaders actually risk losing their seats, how much that would rejuvenate and sort of push up the second generation of leaders upwards.
I just want to pick up on something you said, James, which I think is, I don't think Pagan Datuk will fall. I mean, I spent a fair amount of time there, and I was, it's a lot of money that's been spent. It's like the old BN campaign, Well Oiled and others. I mean, it was just, now we'll see. I mean, but I think it has to be a considerable swing in that process. But what I think is the referendum, which is, I think, a great word that you've used there, is on the performance of Zahid's boys. How did they perform, all right? And in a seat like Tanjung Karang or a Sungai Besar or a Kuantan or Kuala Kangsar, right? These are good examples of where that indicates whether or not he has a referendum. And I think that's the indication of who he chose and whether or not they lose.
We're going to continue unpacking results, answering some of your questions with Dr. Bridget Welsh as well as James Chai after this. You're listening to Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
We believe in unlimiting every potential, making the impossible possible. It's our passion, determination, and our purpose. Like how we pioneered unlimited streaming and unlimited data plans. U Mobile, where your unlimited potential begins.
Forgot to pay your IWK bill again? You missed it. Don't worry. IWK e-bill je. Enjoy convenience at your fingertips when you register for IWK e-bill. Sign up today and make your real-time payments via IWK apps. Remember, paying your IWK bills is a small step towards a better environment. Find out more at www.iwk.com.my. Inda Water Consortium. New life for water.
Many of our large companies now have ESG targets in place. It was a bit of a lonely journey, I'd say, in the first 10 years, but the last few years has seen a rapid increase in interest.
So there is going to be a stage when, if you haven't demonstrated your sustainability credentials, it will be difficult for investors to invest in you, for bankers to lend you money, for consumers to buy your goods, and for people to want to work for you.
Interested in all things ESG? Tune in to People, Planet, Profit every Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. or look up the podcast on the BFM app or our website, bfm.my.
Bribe-free Malaysia? BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is 9:54 and you're listening to Battle for Malaysia with Sharad and Lynn. With us also, of course, we have Dr. Bridget Welsh and James Chai. We have moved on from looking at what we knew about Perak to unpacking the results that are starting to flow in.
Yeah, I mean, the results are in many ways also a function of the strategies that the political parties have elected, right? But let's look at Muar, another big name in Malaysian politics. Syed Saddiq of Muda is standing there. He is, this is still about a third of the votes counted only, right? So just a third. He's leading with 8,500 or so votes. The PN candidate, Abdullah Hussein, second with 7,000 votes, and a Barisan Nasional's candidate 6,200 votes, roughly speaking. So again, very, very close. The electorate clearly very split. James, what's your sense of this? I mean, Muda was going to be a game changer. Has it turned out to be such?
So the initial expectation is that if Muda wants to substantially contribute in this election, they would have to start from Muar, because that would probably be the most secure seat that they have. And some surveys that I've done have shown that Muda had substantially contributed, at least young voter sentiment, in a positive way to the Pakatan Harapan and Muda pack. Therefore, I don't actually expect to see such a close fight in Muar, and I think that's where Bridget could share some insights on the ground, because I would expect that the substantial online popularity that really outpaced any other politician, especially on primary channels that young people are on, would actually have translated to some extent to a substantial margin in his favor. But what is turning out to be the case on the ground is that it's much closer than what we thought, and that would actually put him into quite tenuous ground. Even if he wins, the bargaining power that he has with the opposition, Pakatan Harapan, would actually be weaker.
Okay, just to remind you, that's 22,000 votes out of 68,000 votes.
My results are a little more advanced than yours, and the margin is around 2,000. He's leading, but I think what we've seen is that in PN has gained a lot of support. They keep in mind that they won the state seat of Maharani at the state election, and as a consequence, they have a base. They've been funding a lot of money. I know that Syed Saddiq has spent the last few days of the campaign in Muar because of how close this contest was in terms of the PN gain. The BN candidate has been relatively weak. They're in the third position, from what I understand. And I think that, the PN has put a lot of resources in the northern part of Johor, because obviously connected to Pago, but also in Muar. I think the other thing to keep in mind that Syed Saddiq is also facing establishment forces in Johor. And so there are, this has always been a frontline seat from a perspective of the constituency. And I think it's a tough battle. We'll see. We still have, I think, another third of the polling stations to come in, or around 20 or so. Not quite a third, so it's more like 10, 15, 20% left. But I think it's a close battle. But I think the bigger question is about Muda, and I think there are three things here I want to raise. First of all, Muda was given what I call national service seats. They were given seats that were just they were seats that essentially, with the exception of Muar, non-winnable. A Tanjung Karang before the problems, a Masjid Tanah, a Kepala Batas, Tanjung Piai, right? These seats, like a Kepala Batas, has never been lost by UMNO, right? So, and they were sent to basically, they weren't actualized, the young elements of that party as they weren't seen as an asset because of the poor relationship with PKR, and they also, the decision making process of Muda was to make it very late in the game for them, which is the timing. If you are new candidates and young candidates in these areas, and you're only finally brought into the table at the last minute, you're really going under rough battles. I think the seat that I'm looking at particular for Muda is Tanjung Piai, with Lim Wee Jet is there. I think we're going to see interesting dynamics on the ground, how that plays out. But my sense is that, I think Muda was not, its potential was not actualized, and I think its figures, have to be seen not in terms of wins, but in terms of whether or not they lose their deposits and whether or not they and the composition of their vote. I think that ultimately, if Harapan doesn't reach the that needs to form the government, it will be because they didn't win enough of the young vote, and that PN won a lot of that vote. And I think that is something that they have to reflect carefully on if that happens.
We have been speaking today with James Chai, Visiting Fellow at the IC's Yusof Ishak Institute. James, thank you very much for coming in. Dr. Bridget Welsh will be staying on in our studio after this. In the meantime, we do have to head to the news.
KL has a lot to offer when it comes to food, but what are some budget-friendly options to eat at?
You all don't sleep on Warong. KL is a place where people come here to work, to further their studies and whatnot. And because of that, there's a lot of these little gerai that pop out of nowhere and to serve you. If you're running low on budget, they are really a good place for you to get decent food and at a very affordable price.
That was food blogger and TikToker Sadi Ang. Download the podcast titled Ultimate KL Food Tour over at bfm.my or on the BFM app. Brought to you by Tourism Malaysia. For more information, visit malaysia.travel.
Problems? We all have them. But at Alliance Bank, we're all about solutions. We believe that even if you have 99 problems, growing your business shouldn't be one. Open a business account or apply for financing, all online within minutes. We can help you digitize your operations, connect you to our wide SME network, and upskill your team. Stop worrying about your problems and start transforming your business at alliancebank.com.my/digital SME.
Between balancing a demanding workload and spending time with family, it's so easy for our health to become an afterthought. This November, Sunway Medical Centre encourages the remarkable men in our lives to prioritize their health. Focus on these 5 key areas: exercise, nutrition, sleep, healthy relationships, and regular health screenings. A few simple changes can make a huge difference. Visit sunwaymedical.com to begin your journey.
Malaysia is gripped with election fever, and on the Breakfast Grill, we continue to push the boundaries to understand the interplay of markets, the economy, and politics.
Our stock price is sort of the victim of the overall global macroeconomic conditions and the drop in the stock market.
If we can strengthen Parliament and then to be able to have this bipartisan agreement on new policy for economic education and environment, then we can do a lot as a country.
Tune into the Breakfast Grill, weekdays at 8 a.m.
The BFM Breakfast Grill is brought to you by U Mobile, 5G now with you.
Newswave is the only app you'll need for GE15. Here's why. 1. Track your MP's loyalty, work ethic, and more, powered by MyMP. 2. Get the fastest live results. Check which coalition is leading and who's winning, all at your fingertips. 3. Join live discussion while getting the latest news from reliable sources. Download Newswave, Malaysia's #1 news aggregator, from Apple App Store, Google Play, or visit newswave.com. Newswave. Follow the current.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the GE15 updates of the hour. Gabungan Parti Sarawak has taken 6 seats in the state, with Datuk Hanifah Hajar Taib winning the Mukah seat, Rodiasa PE taking Batang Sadong, and Dr. Richard Rapu bagging Betong. Over in Lawas, Datuk Henry Sumagong has beaten PSB's Baru Bian with a 5,000 plus vote majority. GPS also took the Igan seat, with Ahmad Joni Zawawi beating PH candidate Andri Zulkarnain Hamdan by more than 14,000 votes in a straight fight, and Sarata was also won by a GPS candidate. Meanwhile, official results also show that Barisan Nasional has won the Beaufort seat in Sabah. Pakatan Harapan claims it has won the Bagan, Tanjung and Bukit Mertajam seats in Penang, as well as Bukit Bintang in KL. Bagan was reportedly won by DAP chairperson Lim Guan Eng, while Tanjung went to his sister Lim Hu Ying. Bukit Mertajam was backed by Stephen Sim, and Bukit Bintang by Fong Kui Lin. Over in Johor, incumbent MP Datuk Sri Wika Siong has retained the Air Hitam seat. Unofficial results, with some 1,200 votes left to be counted, indicate the MCA president is leading by just over 2,500 votes. He is up against candidates from PH and PN. Separately, PH candidates Hannah Yeoh and Yeoh Bien have confirmed to BFM News that presiding officers have finally signed Form 14 for the party's polling and counting agents in Segambut and Puchong. Officers had earlier refused to sign the form, which is filled out by each pacha at each voting stream and then verified by an EC officer, so it can be added to the overall tally.
In KL, police are closing and diverting several roads near Istana Negara until further notice. Brickfields police say there would be a road diversion on Jalan Tuanku Abdul Halim leading out of the capital to the Duta Toll Plaza. There are also road closures from the city centre towards Istana Negara between Jalan Tuanku Abdul Halim and Jalan Semantan, as well as the entrance of Jalan Semantan to Jalan Changkat Semantan. PDRM has advised motorists to plan their journeys ahead and to follow instructions from the police to prevent untoward incidents. Elsewhere, police have received 5 reports from voters in Malacca Tengah who claim that their identities had been used to cast ballots. Checks by the Election Commission found their names had been marked as having voted. Separately, the EC suspended voting at 11 polling stations in Baram, Sarawak this morning due to flooding. The EC says bad weather prevented its personnel from reaching their stations through air, land and water routes, adding that it will announce new date for voting at the affected stations once weather conditions improve. Meanwhile, in Pahang, polling for the Tioman State seat will be held on December 7th, following the death of Perikatan Nasional candidate Mat Yunus Ramli early this morning. In Penang, a Barisan Nasional candidate's agent has lodged a police report alleging Pakatan Harapan violated campaign laws by setting up canvassing booths outside several polling stations in the Bayan Baru constituency. So Hei-yong says he has video evidence of the offence, which is in violation of the Election Offences Act. Under the law, all parties are required to cease campaigning, not set up booths or wear any clothing or anything bearing party livery 50 meters from polling centres. Briefly, Warisan President Datuk Sri Shafi'i Abdal says he will contact Gabungan Parti Sarawak leaders if his party won more than 15 of the 25 parliamentary seats in Sabah. And the Vote Malaysia movement confirms it has successfully brought home more than 35,000 ballot papers from 25 countries, which were delivered to returning officers in 216 constituencies nationwide. This amounts to 73% of all Category 1B postal voters registered with the EC. I'm Nadia Rahmatrang. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You're now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I would like the government to actually live their life as average Malaysians, because then I think we would have a fairer government in place.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Business for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
It's 10:07 and this is the Battle for Malaysia, our coverage for GE15. You're listening to me, T. Xiao Ik, Dashran Johan, and coming back to join us in the studio, Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate, University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Asia Research Centre. Thanks for staying with us, Bridget.
Great to be here as always.
So just very quickly, we will be speaking to Dr. Kelvin Yee, MP candidate for Kuching very soon. He's waiting on the line on unofficial reports that he has won. Stay tuned for that. And also stand in your thoughts about those results as we are doing Talkback all night. So you can WhatsApp us at 018-789-8899 with your messages or voice notes. We also want to hear how you are feeling about G15 so far. Are you still riding high, keeping your hopes up? For the first time as well, our broadcast is also being live streamed on bfm.my, on our YouTube and Facebook channels, and on our BFM app. So you can head over there to watch our coverage and also drop us your thoughts in the comments. And I just want to very quickly read out a WhatsApp sent in very much earlier from Jeremy Tan. However the results turn out today, I have reason to hope for a better Malaysia. It may take time to see the Malaysia we envision, and we have had quite a turbulent few years, but we somehow have still managed to tumble forward. So Malaysia hidup, Malaysia boleh. Just wanted to share that, to sort of set the stage for the rest of the night. And now looking at some current results, Dash.
Right, so we've got some unofficial results from, we're just taking it from Malaysia Kini reports. So as of right now, it seems like Barisan Nasional has won 3 seats, Perikatan Nasional 1 seat, seat. Right now, so far what we've got, the tally so far, Pakatan Harapan is doing relatively well. 13 seats in the bag and GPS has 7 seats. Now, there are some interesting things that we can pull from this. One of it is that, early reports indicate that PN, which includes PAS and Bersatu, is probably going to sweep the entire Terengganu. This is quite interesting because BN won 1 seat in the previous elections. And also, again, we are looking at unofficial results, and some of it still being counted. In the big, hot seat, one of the hot seats that people are talking about is, of course, the whole battle between Anwar and Peja. And it seems that right now, Anwar is in the lead. But of course, that's a long way, many ballot boxes left to be counted there.
Yes. But I think the big news right now, according to unofficial results, Dr. Kelvin Yee has reportedly retained his seat in Bandar Kuching. Dash, do you want to just give us a quick breakdown for some context?
Yes. So Dr. Kelvin Yee, as of right now, he has won, I think they announced that 69% of the votes, 18,000 to Tay Zi Kok, who was under GPS, who won only 7,000 votes. And then you also have the candidate from PSB, which won 691 votes. So it's still technically unofficial because SPR hasn't announced it yet. But, it seems like Dr. Kelvin Yee is very, very much in the lead. Bridget, any thoughts on Dr. Kelvin's victory there?
It was expected. He's a very popular person in that constituency. He works hard, and I think what's interesting is to see how poorly PSB did in terms of that particular candidate was not that strong. So I think Kelvin deserves congratulations.
And we can congratulate him right now. On the line with us is Dr. Kelvin Yee, MP candidate for Bandar Kuching. Congratulations, Kelvin. How are you feeling about this news?
Thank you so much. I'm really humbled for the trust and the support that was given to me again by the people of Bandar Kuching.
So perhaps you could, just tell us how has the voting process been actually in Sarawak, where you've got a feel of things.
So basically, we have been receiving unofficial results from the PH seats that we have been contesting. Turnout rate in Stampin and Bandar Kuching for the seats that's in Kuching has been relatively okay. I think it's on the 60% percentile of turnout rate, although I need to go into details, especially Bandar Kuching, on the different age groups that actually turned out. Unofficially, we have retained both Kuching and Stampin on the southern region, as well as Mas Gading, which was a big surprise and a very happy news for us in Pakatan Harapan in Sarawak. And in the central region, we have retained both Cebu as well as Lanang. So that is on the DAP side. And we also received news that PKR has retained Miri. So based on the previous election in 2018, Pakatan Harapan won 10 seats in Sarawak, and now unofficially we are at 6 seats.
Kelvin, just to ask you if you can shed any light on what's going on with DAP across the country, looking outside of Sarawak as well. Can the results of, whether it's your seat or several other seats in Sarawak that DAP has, as you indicated, has already retained, and we made some announcements earlier that the DAP has retained other safe seats in Penang, for example. Can we draw anything out of this and perhaps make a reading of how DAP is doing in the rest of the country?
I do not have all the data in terms of all the seats that we have won, but we have received various information from different states. I think all the general seats that DAP has expected to win, we have already won it. And I think that has basically proven the base and also the foundation that DAP has built in those seats. But the big question will be the marginal seats that DAP has tried to venture in, even in mixed zones and to a certain extent Malay majority seats. So that is where we are still waiting the results, and we will see whether what we intend to do in this election or even the narrative we want to go actually resonates with the people.
Kelvin, this is Bridget here. How are you? Congratulations on your victory. I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you about 3 seats. What about Serike and what about Julao and Seratok? I'm hearing both of those seats might have fallen to GPS, and GPS did not win those. What are your sources telling us? That looks like it's a total of 24 for GPS.
Unofficially, Surato has fallen to Ali Biju.
Yep.
As well as Julau, as you mentioned.
Yep, expected.
Serike, however, we did not manage to retain it unofficially.
I heard it was quite close. Was that true?
It was about 1,000 majority difference.
Well done.
So it's relatively close. So it was again. I think at the beginning of the election, many people predicted that the AP could only retain 3 seats at most 3 seats out of the 6 that we retained. Even at one time that they say that we only can retain Bandar Kuching. But I think the swing on the past 2 weeks and the silent current among the people, especially among the Chinese community, they wanted to see a fair, a free, a clean federal government. I think that kind of swing the tides for us.
And just to follow up on Bridget's questions, looking at several seats, we have a question from Kun, who's watching on our live stream feed, who's asking about a possibility of a Pakatan and GPS alliance. Your thoughts, Calvin?
I think what we need now is to see the final results. And if Pakatan, of course, in an ideal situation to cross 112, will be the plan A. But I think if that plan A does not happen or materialize, I think there has to be serious negotiations and discussion based on principles, agreed principles. And I personally feel that I think even for the benefit of Sarawak, there could be open door for collaboration with GPS. Because at the end of the day, what is best for Sarawak is for multiple parties and multiple voices to bring in Parliament itself, and that we have seen in a past track record that multiple voices aiming for the same goal is beneficial for Sarawak, and once it's beneficial for Sarawak, it's beneficial for the whole Malaysia.
So, Kelvin, here's Bridget again. I have a quick question for you. So it looks like that GPS is only 124, which I had predicted. One of the things I wanted to ask you is how do you see the GPS-DAP relationship? Is that something that can be mended? I think many people in the Semenanjung are asking, hey, what about for the numbers? I mean, I think that our conversation starting? Is there a sense that there can be a relationship that can be worked out in terms of working with GPS?
I'm personally optimistic. However, I think we are very early in terms of negotiations or even discussions because we have yet to see the final results at the end of the day. But for me, whether there has been personal grudges or bad blood between even the AP or GPS, I think when it comes to the big picture and for the good of the country, for the benefit of the country, even for the benefit of Sarawak, I think there is always room for us to find a commonality rather than see the differences between us.
Kelvin, I want to, just segue the conversation into perhaps a little bit away from the results and what has been going on the ground in certain constituencies in Sarawak. As we know, in Baram, for example, polling had to be suspended because of floods. We've seen some pictures where, people are standing knee deep in water trying to get to their polling stations. Can you shed some light as to what's the updates on let's say, the constituency that has been suspended, and also just, what the situation was on the ground?
So you're rightly to say there was an election result that has been suspended because basically the election commission staffs and all the Petugas could not reach the places due to bad weather. And again, this is something that we have been saying over time, having an election during a monsoon season will cause such problems. And whether how extensively around the nation it is to call, but the fact that it affected one of the seats. And this is a very hot and marginal seat that the Pakatan Harapan could have won. So this is where the momentum may be lost due to the postponement. But I do hope that the people actually see the grievances and the inconvenience for calling an election during this time that it has caused the people.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking to us tonight, and congratulations again, Dr. Kelvin Yee, MP candidate for Bandar Kuching, who was just on the line with us. And we'll break for some quick messages before we come back to continue our discussion with Dr. Bridget Welsh. And what we actually want to do after that is take a look, because I think catching up with Dr. Kelvin will take us nicely into a discussion about what's going to happen between the coalitions in terms of forming the next government and what everyone's calling horse trading that's going to go into it. But keep your thoughts coming in. Please WhatsApp us at 018-789-8899 with messages or voice notes. You can also tweet us at BFM Radio. And we are also, for the first time, debuting our live video stream on our YouTube and Facebook channels. So watch us there and on our BFM app, of course. Watch us there and share your thoughts there as well. This is the battle for Malaysia. Keep it tuned to BFM 89.9.
Son, let me tell you what wealth is. It's cash flow, savings, and security. It's also the peace of mind I get from Allianz in growing my wealth and protecting it against market uncertainty. Son, making sure you're well cared for, passing this down to you and our family. And that's what I call true wealth legacy. Preserve and grow your wealth today with Allianz Legacy Plus. A legacy for you and your loved ones. Log on to allianz.com.my.
Forgot to pay your IWK bill again? Or perhaps you misplaced it? Don't worry, IWK e-bill je. Enjoy convenience at your fingertips when you register for IWK e-bill. Sign up today and make your real-time payments via IWK apps. Remember, paying your IWK bills is a small step towards a better environment. Find out more at www.iwk.com.my. Inda Water Consortium. New life for water.
Enjoy exclusive offers at Harvey Norman, your destination for modern PCs and computer accessories. Microsoft Surface Pro 9 gives you laptop power and tablet flexibility to move you through your day. Now available in sapphire and forest colors. Pre-order today and get free gifts worth up to 1,288 ringgit. Terms apply. For expert advice and the best deals on modern PC, speak to our experienced sales specialists today. Think Surface laptops, think Harvey Norman.
Ballpark figure, Mr. BFM 89.9.
10:21, it's Battle for Malaysia with Shauik Dash and Dr. Bridget Welsh in the studio. Earlier, we just heard from Dr. Kelvin Yee, MP candidate for Kuching, on his win. And he was zooming out a little bit on Sarawak and the rest of the country as well, sharing some thoughts as well on the, everyone's talking about whether we will see a potential alliance between Pakatan and GPS. And that is exactly the question that is on everyone's minds, with all the coalitions and parties claiming that on the one hand, they can form a government on their own, but at the same time, observers have observed that a simple majority is precarious for any one coalition. So, we'll take a bit of time now to discuss with Bridget about ideological similarities and differences among these coalitions, where we might be seeing them joining hands, and more importantly, what does that mean in terms of stability for whatever government that will be formed? Bridget, just thoughts first. Will any bloc get enough seats to form government by themselves?
No.
Yeah. Short answer.
I think for people who may not understand, right, because I think we are in sort of unprecedented times, right, in Malaysian political history. It's always, for years and years, even GE14, it was either this or that. So now we are in a very messy sort of situation, very fluid situation. I guess for people who may not completely grasp this yet, Bridget, when we say, which bloc, are there enough seats that, is there enough seats that a particular bloc will win to form government on their own? What exactly are we talking about here?
So, in order to form a government, Malaysia, you have to have a majority, right? And that, with now one seat, two seats suspended, that number is 110 or 111 in that context. And so, you need to have that type of numbers. I think I think this election is very interesting because we have seen two very important trends. The first is that Malaysians have decided they will change their vote. They've changed their party loyalties. They've decided, hey, we're going to move in a different direction, or in many different ways. And that in itself, speaks to a kind of sophistication and maturity among Malaysian voters. If we don't like this one, we'll kick them out in that context. And the second thing that's going on is that we've seen a lot of young voters vote, and they have been a driver in this election. election. So in terms of forming coalitions, there are three issues that I want to highlight. The first of which is we have a number of personality issues. Can certain people work with other people?
Right.
And unfortunately, many of the leaders are older men who have very big egos, and they have long histories with each other. And so these are issues and challenges that I think we'll have to see whether or not these are able to be put aside for the interests of the country. And I believe they will be in that context, because there will be a lot of public pressure because Malaysia's never had not having a government right away.
Right.
So therefore, although it has had that at two state assemblies in Kedah and in Perak, so there is a history of hung state assemblies, which were all resolved within a relatively short period of time. So what I would say is that the second issue is the question of ideology. If we look at a continuum, we have more progressive forces, Pakatan Harapan, and then we have those that are much more conservative. I would argue that Perikatan Nasional is the most conservative, and we don't know what sort of UMNO is going to be left behind in this particular election. And one of the challenges with UMNO BN is that it has its internal issues, and those internal issues have really undermined its performance so far, what we can see. So the question becomes, Warasan is more towards the progressive side, but then they have the personality issues with Anwar, right? And then we have somewhere more conservative as GPS, right? So we do see this ideological spectrum, which I think will be very important where there's kind of this common comfort ground that people can work together. And then the third sort of big major issue is, what are the shared interests? Can there be a platform, a common platform? Now, Malaysia as a political system has a system where there are many shared interests from the perspective of economic policy and social policy. So I think the variation is actually very limited. In terms of Malaysia is a moderate area, with the exception, I think, of Perikatan Nasional's some of the agenda issues that they are articulating, particularly from PAS. But what I would say beyond that, from an economic policy, there's relatively common ground. And the question becomes is which, for Sabah and Sarawak, they're going to have to ask those big questions. Which are the coalitions that will provide us more? And the question there is a tension between the interest of the elites in that system versus the interests of the states themselves. Now, it's interesting to look. I want to make a correction to what I said a few moments ago. GPS has got 23, not 24, because Baram is out of the question. Right. If I personally have felt that Baram would have gone to GPS, but now it's more open. But irrespective of that, what we see as a situation is that they don't have that same. 23 is still a large number, but it's not a 27. It's not a 28. So in that situation, so what we're going to mean from a perspective of coalition partners is it's going to have to involve multiple partners.
And speaking of numbers, we have a WhatsApp message from an anonymous listener who wants to know what happens if there's an actual tie. 111 and 111. Do I have my numbers right?
Well, I think that we're probably not going to have that. And keep in mind that the 111 is the minimum, right? I think that from the perspective of political stability, people look at 120 as a kind of a target, so that there isn't the sense of one person following and one moving. But keep in mind, other countries like Australia came down to one person, and nobody could go. Only people from both sides of the lines had to go to the bathroom at the same time because people couldn't vote. There was the worry that that the government would fall. So you can have that type of situation in other countries. And keep in mind, this is a really important point that Malaysians need to understand. A hung parliament doesn't mean a country is unstable. It means that you have to work to have compromises among elites to get resolves. And in fact, in some ways, it provides more voices for different actors in that process as opposed to less. It's a common phenomenon.
Right, and I want to, earlier we were speaking to Dr. Kelvin Yee, right? And I think you asked him an interesting question about whether, we could see a collaboration between Harapan and GPS. And I think one of the hindrances we've noticed throughout the campaigning period, and just perhaps throughout, the Sarawak political history, especially in recent years, is that DAP Sarawak and unlike perhaps DAP as a whole, the national DAP, when we just hone in on Sarawak's DAP, they have a very sort of strong relationship with GPS. There's a lot of animosity there. Sometimes they often take very serious jabs at each other, whether it's on social media, in campaign, on the campaign trail, and in press conferences, and so on and so forth. Do you think that this could be a hindrance to the biggest question that a lot of people are asking is whether Pakatan can work with GPS to get enough numbers. Do you think Sarawak DAP, which is essentially even using the rocket logo and not Harapan logo in the election, do you think it will be a hindrance, their relationship with GPS?
This goes back to those three things I talked about, the issue of personality versus, ideology and interests, right? I think personality is a really difficult issue in a place like Sarawak, where it's a long-standing sense of kind of hurtfulness that has felt on both sides. And I know that, it may sound petty, but in fact, the politics can be quite fierce when you're going against individuals, and it's hard. And I think the question will be whether or not, not only putting aside egos, but putting aside some of those issues. And I think that I want to give GPS a lot of credit here. They know. They're clearer about what they want, all right? It's not just about a position. There are certain policy initiatives. They want more control over projects. They want the issues of greater expenditure. And I think this is a really pivotal time in the country's history where places in Borneo, Sabah and Sarawak have an opportunity to recalibrate that relationship, a relationship that has been one that is inherently unequal, that needs to be recalibrated. And so this is an interesting time. And I think that if we think about this all as just the politicians and kingmakers and numbers, right? I think, and if it ends up being something like that, as opposed, which we saw too much of in the last few years, where people were negotiating for positions and GLC appointments and others, as opposed to a time for a kind of a bit of a reset. Ironically, we talk. 2018 was a politics of new politics euphoria, right? But what we see now is the results of new politics, and the ability to see whether or not these actors can push in a different direction.
So, we a lot of times when we discuss, the various sort of combinations that we could see, who is going to team up with who, the focus is often on, whether it's going to be PH with GPS or whether we're going to end up in sort of a situation where we are in right now, which is a BN, PN, GPS sort of combination. But are there anything else we are missing here? Because there were a lot of speculations and angry responses towards, let's say, a collaboration between Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional. Are we missing any of other permutations?
And I just want to quickly jump in and just share this WhatsApp from Vijayan, who said that, bear in mind there are no permanent friends or enemies in politics.
Malaysian campaigns have been very polarized. They mobilize negative energy against others, right? I think, and people see things in a black and white or red and blue or whatever colors, the green that people see things in. I think that one of the big issues will be what will happen to UMNO in this context. There is no question that Zahid Hamidi, UMNO, is not tenable from a perspective of cooperation. But if there is a different leadership in UMNO, then there might be open to possibilities. And I think that leadership probably will come from Muhammad Hassan, if Zahid Hamidi is willing to make way, which I think he may be forced to, depending on what happens with the results today.
What happens if many other countries where, let's say, we look at Germany and all these are all regular occurrences after elections. The votes come in and then people go the elites go into their secret rooms and then their hotel rooms and have discussions to try and come up with a sort of like you said, compromises and common grounds in which they can work together. But Malaysia, this is very new. So in the instance of a hung parliament of sorts, how long are we expecting these negotiations to take place? Can people wake up tomorrow morning and expect a government already formed? Or are we talking about 1-2 weeks of negotiations?
Well, it won't be a Cambodia, 2 years. It won't be that, right. Okay? I think the pressure will be I think what will be interesting to see if the king meets with whoever has the numbers and gives them the green light to begin to form a coalition. I think this is the first gateway in this process. The second issue will be what sort of configuration and conversations start to begin. I think the public will expect that in that area. I think the other real challenge for Malaysia is that there's so much distrust of the politicians. And let's be real. There's reasons to distrust them for what we've seen in the last few years in terms of frogging and others. And what makes this challenge of negotiations even more difficult than this time is that there is a anti-hopping level at the national level. It's not in all states, right? So we're going to see different dynamics in states like Perak, perhaps, or even other places, but at the national level. And so that means that it's going to force parties to work with other parties. There will be pressures on all coalitions, I think, and I'd mean that not just in terms of Perikatan Nasional and others, and I don't rule out Perikatan Nasional being a pivotal player in this process as well. What happens to the Bersatu side or others? They have they've performed well in many seats. Won a few places unexpectedly, or for me not unexpectedly, but for other people perhaps Perikatan Nasional unexpectedly.
I wonder if compromise will be the word of this elections. Do share your thoughts if you think that our parties and coalitions can actually compromise, because we know that the numbers are going to be split the way that Bridget has explained. In the studio with us for the hour, Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Asia Research Centre. After a short break, we'll be actually speaking to Datuk Sri Alexander Nantalingi, Secretary General of GPS, to pick up on this theme that we've been running with since 10, and that idea of coalitions working with GPS. WhatsApp or send us your voice notes at 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. Also catch our live video stream on our website, bfm.my, on our YouTube and Facebook channels, and on our BFM app. You can drop your comments there as well. This is the Battle for Malaysia. BFM is with you all night for the latest GE15 updates, so stay tuned. BFM 89.9.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I want a government who's fairly chosen, a government who can give the next generation hope and good future so they will continue to stay in this country when they grow up, and a government who constantly asks the people's needs, seeks wisdom, and knock on the door of the poor.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
When you think of CEOs, managing directors, chief finance officers, etc., they are all men, right? Well, women actually make up 40% of senior management in Malaysian companies. So how do we hear their side of the story? Tune in to Her Vantage every Wednesday at 11 a.m. where we hear from women of influence and leadership, only on BFM 89.9.
Okay, take two. A new take on the world of business. BFM 89.9.
10:36 in the evening, at night rather, I should say. And yes, we are with you all night on BFM. It's the Battle for Malaysia, our GE15 coverage. I'm with you, Shawiq. Dash is with me in the studio, as well as Dr. Bridget Welsh. And just a reminder, before I forget, do send in your thoughts and questions, for our guest. WhatsApp. I'm losing my train of thought and forgetting our numbers, but this I can get. WhatsApp 018-789-8899. Send in your messages and voice notes.
Yes, and we want to basically know, you've been listening to us throughout the night. You can send us your thoughts. How are you feeling as the results are unfolding? If you have specific questions that you'd like to ask our guests, I guess you can throw it in there as well, and we will, we'll pick it up and ask it on your behalf. So. I guess now we will be talking to Datuk Sri Alexander Nantalingi, is the Secretary General of GPS, because GPS is as expected, as Dr. Bridget predicted as well, doing really well in Sarawak.
Yes, just for some context, 31 parliamentary seats are at stake in Sarawak. GPS has so far won 10 seats. So just to put things into perspective for us, Datuk Sri Alexander Nantalingi, Secretary General of GPS, on the line. Datuk Sri, thank you so much for speaking to us. How has the evening unfolded for you so far?
Well, so far as I can see, that what we have been expecting anyway. GPS has been rather pessimistic with these election results this time, and so far we have won 10, as you mentioned, and that's the official information. But unofficial, we are told that we have already won a lot more than that.
Right. Dato', Pakatan Harapan has been making overtures towards a kind of collaboration with GPS. Should they fall short of the 112 seats needed for the simple majority? I guess with 2 seats suspended, that number is a bit reduced for today. But they say that communication lines remain open and there's been no outright rejection from you guys. So how would you respond to that?
Well, you have already put it in your own words, and as far as we are concerned, we have been consistent that we want the next federal government to be a stable government so that we can forge ahead with our economic recovery and, everything about trying to make Malaysia a better place and better times, especially when we know that we are going to face harder times in terms economically. Next year has been forecast as something going to be rather challenging, right? So we feel that the next government should be a stable government.
Right.
And we want to contribute to the stable government.
Both sides, especially on the side of GPS, you all have stressed the word stable government a lot. But that idea of stable government is really vague. Nobody's really elaborating on what that actually means. So I guess my follow-up question to what you just said is, what is your strategy when it comes to picking which block that you want to cooperate with? Are you concerned? How do you weigh? Are you choosing friends, or are you going by numbers? Who has the biggest numbers in Peninsula? You team up with them, or are you thinking about who you have had a good working relationship with for many years?
Yeah, I think if I were to look back in the way how we have been in the past, GPS, or even when we were in Barisan in those days, I think we have been known to be loyal to friends. No, I don't think I can deny that. And there's nothing wrong to be loyal to friends. Yeah. So I think not just purely on picking on numbers, because what we can see from here, the political parties in Semenanjung Malaysia are pretty much the same. Everyone has evolved into us, and they are all of the same line anyway. You know what I mean? Oh, you probably don't really know what I mean.
We understand very well. Kita faham.
I want to pick up on a couple of questions that came in through from our listeners, Dato Sri, on live stream. Linus and as well as on WhatsApp, Isaac are both asking, can Pakatan form a majority without GPS?
Well, I mean, if a situation comes when some people can form a majority and form a government without us, I don't know. I'm speaking personally now. So be it what to do. I mean, I don't think we're going to go out there, scream and cry, and why are we not in the government? Yeah, we're in that position before. Yeah, but of course, we would like to be part of the government, as I said, because we want to look after the interests of Sarawak. And being part of the government, we feel that it will be a more effective way of looking after the interests of Sarawak. Yeah.
I think you've said it. You've done it. I think that GPS has performed very well. I think in terms of the overall numbers, looking at 23 seats. Am I correct?
Around that, we are thinking. Yeah, it looks like we're going to at least have 23. Yeah.
Okay.
I have another question for you, right? Because for the longest time, Dato', people have seen East Malaysia, even Sabah Sarawak, as sort of just fixed deposits. We can just ignore them. They are part of just the BN block. That's been going on for many years. But after GE14, we are seeing whether it's GPS, especially when we look at East Malaysia, become stronger, have more power to demand for things, for rights issues like MA63 and all of that, for economic justice, economic issues as well from Putrajaya. Right? I'm wondering, how are you looking at this? How do you read this, that for a long time now you have many blocks in Peninsula, they are coming to you, coming to GPS and saying, we want you to be part of our team. People have to have your support, most likely, if it goes as predicted where Peninsula is split. People are coming to GPS and asking you, please support us. How do you read this? How are you feeling about this?
Yeah, I don't think it's so straightforward in that sense, because don't forget, we are also a coalition of ourselves, 4 parties in there. let's say, let's just say, if PH want to approach us and we could to consider to join them, right? But there's the element of DAP is there, yeah. PBB may not have much problem with DAP, but the rival here, traditional rival here, is SUPP, yeah. And SUPP, to what extent would they say, hey, okay, it's time to work with DAP? We have not come to to come to that yet, you see. So that's why I said it is rather sticky now to think that we will just jump in whoever offer us. I think that we are able to hold back and say, look, how sincere are you going to take us in? And what kind of ministries will you probably give us? And how confident are we? How can we trust you? All those things will have to be considered. Yeah.
And just one last question, Datuk Sri. How are you feeling about the unofficial results on your win in Kapit, on your lead in Kapit? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I can say otherwise. Of course, I'm happy with the way I perform, and if we look closely, it's not I do not know the final result yet, but as it is now, yes, it's pretty much what I have expected all along. So yeah, I'm pleased that my machinery have proven itself to be like what it used to be. I have several elections in the past.
All right.
And one thing that I can attribute to my victory is that I have 3 state legislative members in my constituency. One is a component party, but we've been able to work as one unit. And that goes a long way also to prove that why we're doing quite well. Yep.
Dr. Sri, this is Dr. Bridget Welsh here. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
I didn't make it to Kapit, but I was pretty close in that area.
You should come to Kapit,
Lain kali lah. Beautiful Sarawak. Belum lagi lah. I've been there before, but not in this particular time in the campaign.
So that you were better standing in making observations and things like that. You better come to Kapit.
Like Kalila, I promise. But I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
You talked about the positions that you want. I know, for example, Rural Development Ministry and others have been talked about. Are there things that you think that, in particular, Sarawak as a state needs that you would ask for, that you would want to be part of the conversations and the negotiations?
Well, I think it really is very easy to understand that Sarawak would like to have ministries like rural development, because that is still something that we much needed still, even though we think that we have already achieved quite a bit, but there's still much to do. Mm-hmm. And the rural development ministry would be a very useful ministry to have, yes.
So are there other policies like the royalty or the funds? Do you think there are things that are going to be on the negotiation table?
This is where, as I said just now, when we want to choose our partners, we want to pursue this very, very strongly. Yeah, we're not going to let up on anything in terms of our rights that we are working for. We're working for all these months and up to recently. Yeah, now whether PH will relent and give us what we want, is we are promised by Ismail Sabri. He said, I'll consider whatever you want, So these are the things that is very important to Sarawak. We're not going to be on individual preference of who we want to be with, but it's more like, yes, it is a very concerted effort that Sarawak's interest really come first now. So I think that we should give you an idea of how we would make our mind. And as I said, we will have to assess which group we can really trust and which group we say, will not turn back on the words and say, no, you can't do that, it's too much.
All right. Thank you so much. Datuk Sri Alexander Nantalingi, Secretary General of GPS, who's just been on the line with us. Do send us your thoughts and questions. You can WhatsApp us with your messages or voice notes at 018-789-8899 or tweet us at BFM Radio. We'll go for a quick break, but next up, Charles Santiago, former MP for Klang, is waiting to speak to us. And you can also watch us on our live video stream via our website, on our YouTube and Facebook channels, and on our BFM app. Drop us your thoughts there as well. This is BFM 89.9.
Is the Federal Reserve still hawkish? Has inflation peaked? Why is the US dollar so strong, and what does it mean for other currencies? What are the safe haven assets in these volatile markets? Get answers to these questions from leading analysts and experts on World Market Watch every Monday to Friday at 7:05 a.m. only on BFM 89.9.
The World Market Watch is brought to you by CIMB Preferred, moving forward with you.
Studies have shown that a large portion of our workforce is struggling in some way post-pandemic. According to Tang Xiao Lei, Chief Corporate Solutions Officer at AIA Berhad, organizations need to adopt a more holistic approach to employee well-being.
You know, in reality, well-being is just not one thing or the other, right? Everything is interconnected. And poor mental health at the workplace can be a contributing factor to a range of physical illnesses like hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular conditions. And not just that, it also leads to a burnout amongst employees and seriously affecting their ability to contribute meaningfully to both their personal and professional lives. So we feel that, you know, when we look at well-being, it really needs to be holistic. It's not just physical over mental, mental over financial, and what have you. Making sure that they are also preventative in nature, so that we can help organizations nip the issues in the bud, I think, before they become more serious.
Download the podcast supporting mental health at work over on our BFM app.
Newswave is the only app you'll need for GE15. Here's why. 1. Track your MP's loyalty, work ethic, and more. Powered by MyMP. 2. Get the fastest live results. Check which coalition is leading and who's winning, all at your fingertips. 3. Join live discussion while getting the latest news from reliable sources. Download Newswave, Malaysia's #1 news aggregator, from Apple App Store, Google Play, or visit newswave.com. Newswave. Follow the current.
Bigotry-free Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Good evening. It's 10:50. You are listening to Battle for Malaysia, our coverage of GE15. We're with you the whole night. Shawiq, Dashran, and Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Asia Research Centre, in the studio. We're doing Talkback all night. WhatsApp us with your messages or voice notes, 018-789-8899. We have some quick news updates to get to, Dash.
Yes, a lot of results are coming in after, the first few hours, very slow news flow, but now, a lot. Barisan Nasional, so far, again, unofficial results. We are taking this from Malaysia Kini's unofficial results. Barisan Nasional has 10 seats. Perikatan Nasional 10 seats. Harapan currently in the lead with 27 seats, and GPS 14 seats, and we have I think it's PBM has 1 seat perhaps in the back in Sarawak. So we are still, waiting for things to flow, but there are certain important results that need to be highlighted. For example, Syed Saddiq has retained MUA, and this, unlike the 2018 GE14 elections where he ran under he was part of Bersatu, ran under the Keadilan logo. This time it is the first debut for Muda's logo at the general election. He retained MUA, and also importantly, ex-education minister and a new PKR member. He joined PKR after Langkah Sheraton. Mazli Malay has reportedly lost Simpang Renggam. So maybe some quick thoughts on that. Bridget, Syed Saddiq retaining MUA, and as well as Mazli Malay losing Simpang Renggam.
So I think that let's talk about Simpang Renggam first. Of course, the candidate he's running against is Hasni, who was favored. And I think that this was expected to be a seat that I felt that BN would win and UMNO would win. And I think, Masli faced a tough contest running against the former Chief Minister of Johor, a very popular person. In the case of Muar, what we do see is that the margin was very slim. And Perikatan Nasional picked up quite a lot of votes, particularly especially in the areas of Maharani and parts of other parts of Muar. So my projection, I think is what we saw as a very tough battle, which was won in a way that, Muda has only won one of the 5 seats that they competed in. And my sense is that, all the other seats were very tough. Tanjung Piai was the other one that was closer, but it was also a very difficult battle.
And we have a WhatsApp question from Prakash. Is this a rejection of Mazli Malay or PH as a party where he is now?
I don't personally think so. I think it's more an endorsement of Hasni. Keep in mind that the Johor state elections were run around him as the MB, and I think that he is a very popular figure in Johor. But I do also think that Masli had some problems in the campaign, and I think he had some challenges. So there were some incidents and things that created a bit of profile. He didn't do well at the state election either. One has to keep in mind in Layang. So I think as a consequence, he was having an uphill battle irrespective in that context.
Okay, and I want to bring into our conversation Charles Santiago, former MP for Klang, who has been waiting very patiently on Zoom. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for waiting, Charles. And,
no worries.
And what we wanted to sort of bring you in to discuss as well from the very grassroots perspective, is the Indian swing voters. I guess, one could argue that the community has been often left out of the narrative, right? So maybe for you to put into context for us, how important are the Indian voters?
I think the Indian voters in general were considered to be kingmakers in about 28 to 38 different constituencies in Malaysia. But unfortunately, they are only kingmakers for 2 weeks during the elections. And once the elections are over, it's back to square one, where Indian voice or Indian issues or Indian aspirations or even their problems are not given priority. But I can assure you that in these elections, Indians across the board, whether they're B40, M60, or even D20, took a position that they would like to support Pakatan Harapan, because in the states of Selangor, Penang, and also to a lesser extent Negeri Sembilan, the government has really reached out quite a bit to the Indians in terms of the various social protection policies that the government has offered. Perak was important. I went to Perak 2 times in two or three different areas, and in the last 2 weeks, and I could see a sense that people feel a bit betrayed by the Barisan government, that their position has not changed, especially the B40. The upward mobility is a problem. Poverty is still very much part of the Indian poor, and therefore nothing much has changed. So I think, and I hope that PH comes to power by end of today or early tomorrow, and there'll be definitely a forward-looking policy for the Indian community, so that they feel that democracy works for them, that the political process in the country eventually provides a positive response to the plight of the Indian poor and the lower middle classes.
Charles, I also want to ask you about, Indian representation within the political landscape itself, between among the political elites, right? Because we have seen, you talk about how, Indian issues often get neglected as after elections. During elections, everybody's playing the tabla and all these things and playing Indian music and dancing and all sorts of things. But after elections, it's regularly forgotten. But I just want to talk to you about Indian representation, because this elections, we've seen a number of progressive Indian representatives being dropped, such as yourself and even Sivarasa from PKR. Do you think this will have an impact on galvanizing Indian voters?
Well, I think, I know for sure Sivarasa was on the ground, and I certainly was on the ground, traveling from Kota Melaka right up to Cameron Highlands and, into many places. And I think one of the questions that I was always asked, even while I was making a presentation or doing the drama, why did the DAP drop me? I mean, we can talk about the history and so on and so forth, but I think that's not going to solve our problem right now. I think going forward, there are specific commitments in the Pakatan Harapan manifesto talking about opportunities for farmers, Indian farmers, or Indian poor, education, as well as jobs and support for small and medium industries. I think these are areas that I think that the Pakatan Harapan government should be focusing on going forward. But it's unfortunate some of the people who keep raising Indian concerns or the structural poverty of the Indians together with the Malays and looking for some kind of a solution at the national level in the context of the economic growth of the country out of the picture now. But I think we just have to be a bit more imaginative and creative in the way we keep the lobby work, we keep the pressure on whether it's Pakatan Harapan or whether it's BNPN or whatever the coalition that is going to come forward.
All right.
I think generally we need to look at poverty just not from a racial lens, but also from a national lens. We need to look at Indian poverty together with Chinese poverty, Orang Asli, as well as Malay poverty. But what is interesting is in terms of average income in the last so many years, Indians have really dropped further, quite a bit, not even marginally, but quite a bit compared to the Malays. So, you can fairly say now that the most poorest people in the country today, besides the Orang Asli, are Indian poor.
All right, good points. Thank you so much, Charles. That was Charles Santiago, former MP for Klang, speaking to us. And we'll be going for the news break after this. But don't forget to WhatsApp and send us your voice notes at 018-789-8899. Dr. Bridget Welsh has been in the studio with us, Honorary Research Associate from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Asia Research Centre. Do stay tuned to BFM 89.9.
So, Dato, does a 90-year-old bank like OCBC doesn't feel threatened by the impending 5 digital banks in Malaysia?
Not yet, but I think it's good for consumer all round. They will not be an immediate threat. I think we have some learnings from them. At the same time, we also look at ways we can collaborate with them because we always believe that nowadays to grow, you have to be more strategic. Partnership is the way we grow and we don't rule out doing business with each other. We have a lot to offer the digital bank, same for them as well.
That was the CEO for OCBC Malaysia, Dato' Ong Amin Bin. To listen to the full conversation, look up for the podcast OCBC Malaysia, charting a new growth after 90 years on the BFM app or our website www.bfm.my.
The BFM Breakfast Grill is brought to you by U Mobile, 5G now with you.
KL has a lot to offer when it comes to food, but what are some budget-friendly options to eat at?
You all don't sleep on Warong. KL is a place where people come here to work, to further their studies and whatnot. And because of that, there's a lot of these little gerai that pop out of nowhere and to serve you. If you're running low on budget, they are really a good place for you to get decent food and at a very affordable price.
That was food blogger and TikToker Sadie Ang. Download the podcast titled Ultimate KL Food Tour over at bfm.my or on the BFM app. Brought to you by Tourism Malaysia. For more information, visit malaysia.travel.
Why is Islamic estate planning important?
One is to be able then to express the actual wishes of the deceased and how he wants to distribute his estate. It helps avoid the cumbersome and lengthy process of unlocking the asset. It actually accelerates the whole process. But more importantly, if we take a step back in terms of the whole concept of wealth management in Islam, number one, wealth is not ours. Wealth is actually from God and we are merely trustees. Therefore, we need to manage it and therefore we need to also plan. And this is the second point, is that not just for what we need today, not for what we need later in our life when we retire and all, but also when we're no longer here. The fundamentals of Islamic wealth management is the horizon goes beyond just what we need today.
That was Ahmad Shariza bin Abdul Rahman, Head of Islamic Wealth Management and Business Development from Maybank Islamic, as he talks about the benefits and importance of Islamic estate planning and how Maybank Islamic Wealth Management helps.
Newswave is the only app you'll need for GE15. Here's why. 1. Track your MP's loyalty, work ethic, and more. Powered by MyMP. 2. Get the fastest live results. Check which coalition is leading and who's winning, all at your fingertips. 3. Join live discussion while getting the latest news from reliable sources. Download Newswave, Malaysia's #1 news aggregator, from Apple App Store, Google Play, or visit newswave.com. Newswave. Follow the current.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the GE15 updates at 11 p.m. The Election Commission has announced Barisan Nasional's first official wins, with Datuk Sri Aminah Aching winning the Beaufort seat in Sabah with a slim majority of some 2,500 votes against Datuk Johar Matlani of Parti Kesejahteraan Demokratik Masyarakat. Datuk Sri Azlina Othman has also retained the Pengerang parliamentary seat for BN for a fifth term. She defeated two other candidates from Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan by over 5,000 votes. BN also took the Simpang Renggam seat in Johor with Datuk Hasni Mohamad beating Pakatan Harapan's Mazli Malay with a 1,800 vote majority. Perikatan Nasional has also recorded its first wins with Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin retaining the Pago seat and Dato' Ali Biju the Saratok seat in Sarawak. PN also won the Labuan seat with a just over 700 vote majority against 5 other candidates. This comes as Pakatan Harapan claims it has won the Bagan, Tanjong and Bukit Mertajam seats in Penang as well as Bukit Bintang in Kuala Lumpur. Over in Sarawak, GPS has taken 14 seats in Muka, Sri Aman, Batang Sadong, Igan, Sarike, Kota Samarahan, Tanjong Manis, Puncak Borneo, Lubuk Antu, Ulu Rajang, Serian Kanawit and Betong. Datuk Henry Samagong also took the Lawas seat for GPS by beating PSB's Baru Bian with a 5,000 vote majority. Meanwhile, Datuk Larry Seng has won the Julau seat, beating 3 other candidates with a 1,300 vote majority. Seng, who defected from PKR, is now the first member from Parti Bangsa Malaysia to win a federal parliamentary seat. In Sabah, GRS has taken its first seat in Tawau. And looking at unofficial results as at 11 p.m, Pakatan Harapan has 27 seats, while Perikatan and Barisan Nasional both have 12 seats each. In Gombak, Election Commission officials confirmed that the blackout at College Vocational Gombak only occurred for about 2 minutes at 8:20 p.m. They add that all the pachas were satisfied that processes at the school continued smoothly despite the disruption. TNB claims the power supply disruption was on the part of the user. Datuk Sri Azmin Ali believes Perikatan Nasional Chairman Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin's remarks on Jews and Christians will not affect the coalition's performance in GE15. The PN election director insists Muhyiddin's speech had been manipulated by certain quarters. Muhyiddin claims he was completely taken out of context, saying he was speaking about the need for political stability and for DAP to show restraint in its demands, amongst other things. Dato' R. Ramanan claims that voters in Kota Damansara had to wait for up to 5 hours to cast their votes. The Pakatan Harapan candidate in Sungai Buloh says he received numerous complaints from his supporters at 2 polling stations at SMK Section 6 and SMK Section 8. And a voter in Setiawangsa has lodged a police report after the Election Commission refused to let her cast her vote. Aisha Adam says the returning officer claimed she was registered as a postal voter, but she insists she has never applied to register as a postal voter. I'm Audrey Raj. For more headlines, follow the BFM News on Twitter. You're now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I would like to see a massive restructuring of our archaic education system so I don't have to sell my kidney to educate my kids. A mandatory 4-day work week won't hurt too.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Bankers, financiers, and moneymakers. BFM 89.9.
11:06 in the night. You're listening to Battle for Malaysia, our coverage of GE15 all night. I'm Shao-Ik, and joining me in the studio, Dashran Johan. Still in the studio with us, staying strong, Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Asia Research Centre. And we're doing Talkback all night. WhatsApp us 018-789-8899 with your messages or voice notes. Tell us how you're feeling, not just about the election so far, but there's so many results coming in fast and furious, so do send them in. And for the first time, our broadcast is also being live video streamed on our website, on our YouTube and Facebook channels, and on our BFM app, so watch it there and drop us your thoughts in the comments as well. We've got lots of news updates. Dash, take it away.
All right, so as of right now, unofficially, again, we are taking this from Malaysia Kini. Barisan Nasional has 14 seats, Perikatan Nasional 13, Pakatan Harapan 31, GPS 14, and 1 by Parti Bangsa Malaysia. But I think what's more importantly is what some of these seats are. So For example, I think one of the most important seats that we have sort of have an unofficial result is Muhyiddin. Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin, who has been holding Pago for many, many, many years. He has retained that seat with a majority of 10,000 votes. Then we have PBM leader Larry Sung. He retains his seat, Julau Parliament seat, with a 1,340 vote majority. He beat GPS. But I guess the biggest news coming out right now, it's still unofficial votes. Some votes are left to be counted, but just based on what we have right now is YB Nurul Izzah is trailing in her constituency of Pematang Pau. As we know, the Anwar family has held Pematang Pau for many, many, many years. So if this is, ends up being the result, it will be definitely something, rather significant, very significant, in fact, rather seismic shifting when it comes to Malaysian politics. Dr. Bridget, do you have any thoughts on some of these major results that have unofficially been announced?
I think there are two. The first point I would make is that I think Muhyiddin Yassin will be a big winner tonight. And not only is a winner in Pago, but you can see that his coalition that he led has actually performed exceptionally well, even in so many of the other seats. And I think that this particular younger voter Malay wave, and so we see that many of the Malay votes moved away from BN to Perikatan Nasional. What was the product of that? I think there are three reasons. Number one, for good or for bad, if people have different opinions on this, Muhyiddin Yassin still remained a very popular prime minister, and his leadership was, has connected with a lot of the Malay electorate, and we can see that in the election results. The second thing is that their campaign was the most well organized strategically. It was planned, and they had the candidates in place early. You could see their machinery was focused, and they spent a lot. And that brings me to the third point, is they had a lot of money in this campaign, a lot of money. Now, there are lots of questions you can ask about that, but I think when you go to the ground, you could see that they had the resources, and you can even compare it to BN in many constituencies. So I think, this is an interesting storyline for Muhyiddin Yassin, and the question is whether or not PN will have more seats than BN. It's looking like it might be in that circumstances, but we will see. There's numbers that are still happening.
And just on the note of Johor first, while we are talking about Tan Sri Muhyiddin, we have a question on Twitter. Are the dynamics in Johor the same as other states? The second estate in Johor has a lot of good or bad, depending on who you talk to, influence.
Well, I think that, we can see that those issues would have played out in certain constituencies such as Muar. But I think that I feel that this particular election, those issues were less important than they were at the state level. I think what's important were the kind of the dynamics that were taking place nationally in terms of voter trends, with PN gaining. And I think while I think they plateaued and they might have even gone further, and there was some, Muhyiddin's comments provided a baseline, they gained through the campaign. So I think that the estate factors that you speak about are not as important at the national level.
And any response to what's the news coming out on Nurul Izzah?
Well, I think that the results it looks like that she has lost. Again, I think there's some recounting going on in that constituency. This seat was always a very tough seat. I think that, based on my personal projections, I had put that into my hot seat list, in part because of what we saw is what potential projections could happen if PN gained votes, especially among young people. It was a close seat. And I think, I think it's unfortunate that a young woman and young dynamic woman is not going into Parliament. And I think, but at the same time, it also speaks to the challenge that Harapan faces of winning in Malay constituencies.
And we have been following developments in Sarawak this evening, and one of those is that PBM leader Larry Sung has retained his Julau Parliament seat with a majority of over 1,300 votes, beating GPS. So we do have on the line now Dato' Larry Sung, MP candidate for Julau and president of PBM. Dato' Larry, thank you so much for speaking to us. To start with, what does your win in Julau prove about voter sentiment in Sarawak? Dato' Julau, sorry, Dato' Larry, can you hear us? No, we may have problems getting Dato' Larry on the line. We'll be trying that. And in the meantime, while we try to get him back on the line, Bridget, I want to come back again to Johor. We had another question on WhatsApp from Haley. Johor is a BN stronghold state. Will the changes that PH and Muda want to make be lip service only? Will we ever see Johor turn into a PH state in the future, or at least a split state?
Well, I think we have to look at the results as a totality, right? We've seen changes in the northern part of the state in terms of the PN gains, and we've seen a kind of still. I think the BN will retain many of their core seats, although I think there is counting going on in some of the recounts and going on in some seats like Sembrong and others. I think so. I don't see this as this kind of the sharp divide between BN and Pakatan Harapan as we saw in the past. I think we now see three different coalitions. In terms of the issues and development of Johor, I think the questions of this particular person is extremely important, right? I do believe that we will have leaders in any government that come from Johor, and I think that the hope is that to bring the Johor issues, particularly the economy and the growth, back to the table. And I do feel that Malaysia is going into hard economic winds, but the growth in Johor will be essential for that. And so I expect in any cabinet that is formed that you will have significant Johor representation.
I think we have Dato' Larry Seng back on the line. Dato' Larry, can you hear? No.
We seem to be losing Dr. Larry.
Well,
right?
if he's in Julau, the internet is very struggle there, and there's many parts of it. I guess.
Right. So I guess, Bridget, let's just continue our conversation here as we try, perhaps, to get Dr. Larry back online. When we look at who is potentially losing in Permatang Pau, we are talking about one of the biggest names in our political landscape, who generally is known, at least by many people as a hardworking MP, someone who is very moderate as well, things like that. Someone who has great policy ideas, always focusing on policies as compared to chest beating and all these kinds of stuff. Why is it that what's making Harapan struggle to get the Malay vote, especially in many of these key seats, where even we are looking at someone like YB Nurul Izzah, who's also either lost a seat or is in a very, very, very tight fight right now?
I think Pakatan Harapan, as a coalition, has faced the demonization of that is seen to be representing non-Malays. And that, particularly after the UMNO's loss in 2018, this particular narrative gained even greater traction. The sense of displacement of the Malay community. And I think that while Pakatan Harapan has tried to address this particular narrative, it hasn't necessarily been able to do so on the ground. And Muhyiddin Yassin's PN has been able to take over that particular banner. The sense of becoming the protector, the sense of being able to and part of that brings me to the second issue, right, which is that Perikatan Nasional used an ultra-Malay nationalist campaign. And it used the issues of race relations in a particular sets of ways. And while we think about Penang as a multi-ethnic state where people live coexistently, which they do and thrive, I would also say that Penang is also one of those places that has highly racialized politics, especially on the mainland where Permatang Pau is located. And I think that there's a sense if you had a split in the Malay vote, you would have ended up having a result in that regard.
And we're going to try one more time, perhaps third time's the charm for Dato' Larry Seng. Dato' Larry, we hope that you can hear us. Are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
I am.
Thank you so much. Dr. Larry, thanks for speaking to us. I know you're on the road, but perhaps we could talk about your win in Julau. And what do you think that proves about voter sentiment in Sarawak?
I think voter sentiment in rural constituencies in Sarawak is a lot of based largely on identity politics. I think the sentiment this time around is also partly, for my win, is also partly attributed to the conditions whereby the person who is contesting against me, primarily from GPS, was also the same candidate who stood against me in 2018. And so, as a play of personalities, and also having had the opportunity to serve my constituency for the last 5 years, with resources backed by the government, I think that has actually given me the edge, in this particular election. It wasn't an easy election because GPS put in all their might. We had 16 ministers and 16 aduns and also those MPs campaigning from GPS. So I must say that with a bit of luck and also with the good support from the people, we managed to pull through.
Larry, this is Bridget Welsh here,
Hi, Bridget.
and I was in Julau earlier in the week, and it was looking to be a very close race. Congratulations on your victory. I wanted to ask you. I know that
Sorry, Bridget, I lost you there. The connections are not very good.
I was saying congratulations, and I was saying that I was in Julau a few days ago. I understood a couple of days ago Abang Joe was there yesterday. How do you see this in terms of what in terms of your victory vis-a-vis GPS? Was it because the
Sorry, I need to. Could you repeat that again? The line just kept breaking up again.
Don't worry, we can ask another time. I'm really sorry about the internet problems. I understand that when I was in Julau myself.
I think, Dato' Larry, thank you so much for taking the time. I understand you're on the road. The reception is probably poor. And that was Dato' Larry Seng.
Congratulations again.
The MP candidate for Julau and president of PBM, sharing his very quick thoughts with us. Very quickly as well, WhatsApp or send us your voice notes at 018-789-8899. We do have waiting on Zoom Ben Sufian, Program Director from Merdeka Center. Thank you so much, Ben, for joining us and for your patience in waiting. How have you been feeling about the night so far?
Well, so far, I think, what we saw in the surveys leading up to the election appears to be panning out, that there is a surge of Malay support for Perikatan Nasional. And we can see this in the, massive wins experienced by the party in the northern states. What we are waiting are the results coming from states like Pahang, Perak, and also across Selangor to see whether or not Perikatan Nasional's increase in support is able to generate more seats for them.
And everyone's talking about the position of the Prime Minister this election, right? So, do you want to share some thoughts about, who's still really in the running, especially since we've been talking about Muhyiddin's win in Pago?
Well, I think at this point in time, given how poorly Barisan Nasional has fared, there's still a lot of seats. Official results still haven't arrived yet. But, we think that they're not going to do so well because if Perikatan is able to win in places like Tasik Lugo, Kepala Batas, that means a lot of seats that have been with Barisan Nasional for the last 60 years are on the verge of falling. And so this is something quite landmark, a kind of political tsunami again. And therefore, I think the individuals that are left standing for prime ministership is either Anwar Ibrahim or Muhyiddin Yassin, depending on how they are able to form a coalition. Doesn't appear at this point in time that both coalitions, PN or PH, is able to secure 112 seats by themselves. And so the question mark is, with whom could they ally with to get a simple majority?
Ben, I want to get your thoughts on, Dr. Bridget also talked about it a little bit. I want to get your thoughts on what's contributing to Perikatan Nasional's surge in popularity? Because I think you can remember there was at one point, after Lanka Sheraton, where everybody was saying, oh, it's just counting the days before Perikatan Nasional gets wiped out, before Bersatu gets wiped out, so on and so forth. But we've seen over the past few elections that they've gone from strength to strength. And now if you look at, even in Permatang Pao, which the Anwar family has been holding since the 80s, and YB Nurul Izzah is such a popular candidate. In all instances, many people really like her, but PN is showing a very, very strong showing in that seat. In fact, unofficially, results are indicating that YB Nurul Izzah might have lost already. What do you think is contributing to this wave in the Malay seats towards Perikatan Nasional?
Well, I think number one, the way many Malay voters perceive the situation is very different from a lot of people, in Kuala Lumpur or Klang Valley sees these things. I think from the Malay lens, the Sheraton move was not a bad thing. It was to restore Malay control over the country's politics, because during that 22 months of Pakatan Harapan's rule, the perception that has been played up and ingrained was that the Malay leadership in Pakatan Harapan was very weak, and that the coalition really was run by the guys in the AP. And that, I think, went home. And when Muhyiddin Yassin, orchestrated or participated or basically benefited from the shift in power, he was seen by many average Malay voters as someone who restored Malay control over the country's politics. That's number one. But even before that, for voters who are 30 years old and older who still remember the 1MDB episode 5 years before, he is also associated with someone who spoke truth to power, who spoke truth to Najib and paid a dear price by being dismissed from the party and being cast out from UMNO and lost his job as DPM. So he's also seen as someone who's serious about fighting corruption, not just talking about it, but trying to do something. So a lot of people may disagree with this, but our surveys in that period from February to May 2020 showed that before the Sheraton move, only about 20% of Malay voters were happy with the direction of the country. After the Sheraton move, the figure jumped to 80%, 80%. And that corresponded with the percentage of votes that went, Malay votes that went to other parties than Pakatan Harapan. So, the identity politics that we have in this country is very much alive. And I think Perikatan Nasional benefited from that. Perikatan Nasional also benefited from the inflation issue that has gripped the country from about May or June this year, and has also benefited from the very poor ratings of UMNO President Zahid Hamidi. So people make these choices and they choose the least worst. And in this instance, Muhyiddin Yassin is seen as a steady pair of hands that could guide the country over all the other candidates that are vying for the office.
Ben, I also want to get your thoughts on what young people's perspective of Perikatan Nasional, which also has not just Bersatu but also PAS, in it among its component parties. A lot of times, at one point again, people tend to sometimes laugh at PAS or this sort of underestimate them, think that nobody's going to care about them outside of Kelantan and Terengganu. These are the kind of conversation sentiments that you hear sometimes anecdotally, but they seem to be doing well. Even in other states, they pick up if not a seat, fairly sizable vote. I'm wondering what young people think about Perikatan Nasional.
Yeah, I think number one, we also need to understand that the young people in the country is not homogeneous. About nearly 70% of young people in Peninsular Malaysia are Malay Muslim, and many of them come from lower income or lower middle income families that had suffered greatly during the pandemic due to loss of job and loss of income. So there is a great deal of resentment as well as anger towards the government. And when we look at these things through our surveys of young people from the beginning of this year, even during the pandemic, we found that the level of trust and appreciation towards political parties and leaders generally were low, but they held Muhyiddin Yassin in high esteem. And we asked them why this was the case. They said that, he's the prime minister. He seems to be handling COVID right well. They appreciate the emergency. They mostly appreciate the cash transfer programs that he presided over. When it comes to PAS, many young people, do not have in-depth understanding in terms of what really is happening behind the scenes, behind the facade of statements and, televised piety. And so people don't understand these things, very much. And the issues of environmental degradation or mismanagement or incompetence, doesn't go very far, in part because a lot of that stuff is actually in English. And so it doesn't flow to the public. There isn't enough debate and discussion about the performance of candidates and leadership coming from PAS. As a result, people fall back on the default perceptions of PAS that A, they're really fighting for Islam. B, they are religiously learned people. C, they may not be very competent, but they are good at heart. They are good individuals, generally. And so many of them also have a large following outside of politics. If you look at Spotify and look at how many followers Hadi Awang has, how many followers Tuan Ibrahim has on Spotify listening to the religious lectures that he's given. There's hundreds of thousands of young Malaysians there. So I think a lot of people underestimate PAS because they think that there's a party of villagers. But the reality is that PAS is supported by a whole segment of civil servants, professionals, business owners that cuts across the whole country, and it's growing. It's growing because it has an organic network, and it works on the basis that it's a religious duty, so they don't require as much cash to operate like parties like Barisan Nasional or PH. The spirit of volunteerism is still quite high. So a lot of people underestimate this, and because Barisan Nasional carries on leaders that are involved in court cases, Barisan Nasional has not changed. At the same time, Pakatan Harapan continues to be what it is and carries the continuing stigma or misperception that it is weak in terms of addressing the Malay grouses and issues. And therefore, Perikatan Nasional and by default PAS becomes the natural choice to go after, to change after losing trust in UMNO or Barisan Nasional.
I understand that Hadi Awang had a press conference. In that press conference, he says that the PN has enough seats to form government. I do think that we have a situation here where we have three very important developments. The first of which is Barisan Nasional has performed abysmally. Number two, we do see a revival, as Ben has so wisely spoken about, in terms of the explanations of what the dynamic on the Malay ground, where PN has actually done well in many seats. I think we are still at a position that it's not too close to call from the perspective of the overall numbers, but one has to recognize that PN has done better than some people had expected. Right. I expected them to do much better, do well, and they have done well. Mm-hmm. But they've even done better, as Ben pointed out, in places in Penang where this is where they were not expected to win.
Yeah, and as Ben had said, not to underestimate PAS in this whole race. But Ben...
So yes. PN is PAS. I mean, you have to understand the majority of the... Exactly. Bersatu has provided the money and the face, but the key supports in PN are PAS seats.
Right.
And unfortunately, we have to wrap this up. Ben, thanks so much for speaking to us. That was Ben Sufyan, Program Director of Merdeka Centre. We'll go for a quick break and come back to continue our Battle for Malaysia coverage. In the meantime, WhatsApp or send us your voice notes at 018-789-8899, tweet us at BFM Radio, or drop your comments if you are watching our live stream. Do stay tuned. BFM 89.9.
Problems? We all have them. But at Alliance Bank, we're all about solutions. We believe that even if you have 99 problems, growing your business shouldn't be one. Open a business account or apply for financing, all online within minutes. We can help you digitize your operations, connect you to our wide SME network, and upskill your team.
Stop worrying about your problems and start transforming your business at alliancebank.com.my/digital SME.
Laptop power, tablet flexibility. Pre-order the Microsoft Surface Pro 9 at Harvey Norman and get free gifts worth up to 1,288 ringgit. Terms apply. Think Surface laptops, think Harvey Norman.
Studies have shown that a large portion of our workforce is struggling in some way post-pandemic. According to Tang Xiao Lei, Chief Corporate Solutions Officer at AIA Berhad, organizations need to adopt a more holistic approach to employee well-being.
You know, in reality, well-being is just not one thing or the other, right? Everything is interconnected. And poor mental health at the workplace can be a contributing factor to a range of physical illnesses like hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular conditions. And not just that, it also leads to a burnout amongst employees and seriously affecting their ability to contribute meaningfully to both their personal and professional lives. So we feel that, when we look at well-being, it really needs to be holistic. It's not just physical or mental or financial and what have you, making sure that they are also preventative in nature so that we can help organizations nip the issues in the bud, I think, before they become more serious.
Download the podcast supporting mental health at work over on our BFM app.
Bet you didn't know investing in Bitcoin is similar to diving. You've got to tune into your rhythm and tune out all the noise. When you're on that platform, you need to trust your body. Only then can you take that leap. Isn't that right, Pandalela?
You know it, sis. When you trust yourself, you are free to move towards your goals.
Want moves like Pandalela? Then move with Luno. As Malaysia's first regulated digital asset exchange, we make investing in Bitcoin simple and secure. Get the Luno app now to start investing.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
My hope for G15 is more capable MPs and Aduns, a fair and just election, and a good voter turnout.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Begin forwarded message. BFM 89.9.
11:34 at night. You are listening to Battle for Malaysia, our coverage of GE15. Thank you so much for staying with us, whether you are listening on the airwaves or watching us on our video live stream. I'm Shao-Ik. In the studio with me, Dashran Johan, as well as Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Asia Research Centre. WhatsApp us with your thoughts. 018-789-8899 could be messages or voice notes, or drop your comments on the live stream if you're watching. Let's go to some quick news updates now, Dash.
All right, so we are giving you unofficial results taken from Malaysia Kini. As of now, 11:35, Barisan Nasional has 16 seats in the bag. Perikatan Nasional 22, Pakatan Harapan still in the lead as of now, 40 seats, GPS 17, and GRS has 3, and then we've got other parties like Warisan winning 1 and Parti Bangsa Malaysia winning 1 as well. But we want to hone in on what's significant about the updates at this particular juncture, right? And I think Bridget brought up a fantastic point earlier about how Barisan Nasional is doing pretty badly this election. I don't think they would have anticipated it as well. And I think one of the nothing highlights this better than the fact that Koo Lee or Tunku Razali, who has been holding the Gua Musang parliamentary seat since the 1970s, if I'm not mistaken, he lost his seat to the biggest, probably what's going to be the biggest winner of this election so far, and that is Perikatan Nasional, or PAS specifically. Koo Lee lost the seat to PAS. But on a separate note, Dr. Zul, he has defeated Tunku Zafrul in Kuala Selangor. That was, a very hot seat as well. And then we also have big guns, a big gun, which is Rafizi Ramli. He has won his seat in Pandan. Bridget, what do you think of the latest developments, especially that Koo Lee has lost his seat that he has been holding since the 70s?
This was also a hot seat for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, it was a tougher seat for him to win. Everyone had projected that he had the personality and the gravitas in that particular constituency. But it was very clear along the East Coast that there would be a PAS swing. The question is how far in Pahang it runs. I think my understanding is that PAS has also swept Terengganu. PAS and Bersatu won 1 seat in Ulu Terengganu, so it's PN winning. PN has also swept all of Kelantan. So we're looking to see the grounds. My projection is that PAS will potentially have one Kuantan, although I think that has not been announced yet. And there are going to be quite a few seats in Pahang that are also going to fall to PN.
And on Twitter, Yuvanash wants to know how you feel about the news coming out of Kuala Selangor between Dr. Zul and Tengku Zafrul.
I think that on the ground, Dr. Zul has performed exceptionally well. But I think that the split vote worked to his advantage, taking votes away from that would have traditionally gone to Barisan Nasional. I think that Tunku Zafrul's campaign, he as a parachute candidate going into that area, did not have the groundedness that it might have needed to win. But I think that it speaks to more broadly the fact that Barisan Nasional has performed exceptionally poorly. This is their biggest defeat in history.
And we're going to turn our eyes to the other side of Malaysia, the Borneo side of Malaysia now, on Sabah. And, a lot of people are saying Sabah will play this role as kingmaker. And joining us on the line to discuss this and to break it down for us, Dr. Vilashini Somya Sabahan, anthropologist and senior lecturer at the Gender Studies program at University Malaya. Villa, thanks so much for joining us. How would you describe the political landscape of Sabah compared to Sarawak?
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. As we are sort of watching things unfold nationally, I'm sure everybody's kind of like glued to their seats and the television. But I think going to the larger question that you sort of are asking about it is that there are a lot of differences while at the same time, we could argue that there are some overlaps between Sabah and Sarawak in what they need from the federal government. Generally, I would describe the Sabah political landscape as one that's really fractured, right? It's a political landscape that sort of portrays the lack of unity, I think, particularly amongst elite politicians. And that certainly hasn't done well for local Sabahans, especially those in the interior, those who are, experience poverty, those who essentially do not, they don't have the same sort of privileges that many other everyday Malaysians, particularly those in urban areas or in the peninsula has. So, I think that sort of political landscape can be certainly very toxic. And it has been a landscape that I think comparable to Sarawak has been in place for a very long time.
Villa, will there, I guess heading towards the election, right? There was this question where people wanted to know, will there be a dominant bloc emerging out of Sabah the same way GPS has become over the years, right? It is, it represents Sarawak's interests. It's such a dominant bloc that it's very difficult to challenge them. But Sabah is very fractured, and it seems like this election results is indicating that fracture is going to continue to some degree, at least when, looking at the results that we already have. How do you read that situation, in terms of pulling power, in terms of fighting for rights, from Putrajaya?
I think if you were speaking to me back in 2018, there was this sort of dream that I think Warisan would have represented that. Today, as GE15 unfolds, Warisan doesn't represent that anymore the way GPS does for Sarawak. And so I think my answer is, if you're talking about a dominant bloc, or if you're thinking about talking about a dominant bloc that is domestic or from a local party, the closest that we would probably have would still be the JRS coalition. And I think, essentially the issue here is that I think many voters who saw Warisan as being capable of doing that for them the way GPS has done that for Sarawak is that they don't necessarily believe that their immediate needs can be represented and can be fought for at a federal level. So I think for that reason, and PH sort of coming in at this point of political game, and really pushing for a larger agenda, has also spoken to voters like myself in very different ways, right? I mean, I use a lot of my own personal understandings, the conversations that I am having with everyday Sabahans, especially in the areas that I'm voting in, to sort of make an understanding of what's essentially happening. And the measurement is that Warisan did very well for itself in the previous elections. And when I say previous elections, I mean GE14. It started to sort of like, it slipped back, and it obviously didn't get to where it wanted to in the state elections in 2020. And maybe they were hoping to sort of like swing back into power here. And we're certainly not seeing that unfold at the moment.
Villa, APCO was once a close ally of Barisan Nasional. Now they are a component party of Pakatan Harapan. How do you think that will play out this election? How has people in Sabah received APCO?
Well, that's really interesting, because I think we've got to ask what the relationship is with APCO, a local Sabah party, with their voters and supporters, and then APCO as a member of the larger Pakatan Harapan coalition today. Those are two very different dynamics that's actually happening, right? APCO in itself has, and as you've mentioned, has had a long relationship with voters in different parts, especially interior voters, for instance. And they also speak to KDM voters for many years now. And when I say KDM, what I mean are Kadazan Dusun Murut ethnic groups that are mostly found in the west coast of Sabah, right? So they are speaking, or they certainly feel that they are representing the needs of the KDM community for many years at that time. This time around, when APCO is coming back and trying to persuade voters to vote for them, is that I think it also falls, and allow me to sort of take a step back to answer the previous question by answering this as well, is that because this doesn't involve a state election, the big picture here is that you are fighting for the new prime minister of the country, and Sabah has a role to play in that elections, right? So certainly in going into GE14, the idea here is that had there been a state rep, a DUN, and a parliament rep to vote for, a lot of them would have thought of it as, let's give that to a local party and give the parliament position to a federal party that can better represent us. At this point, I'm using the constituency of Penampang for example, is that APCO has won in representing Pakatan Harapan, or at least they've called it, right? Daryl Liking, who was really a major warlord in Penampang as well, who have won the previous elections, has lost. And so really the conversation that's happening here is, how can we get representation? If APCO's position is to say, hey, the only way we see change and unity sort of coming together at this political front happening for Sabah is for us to have allies in the federal government in a way that we were not able to in the last 22 years that we were in power, give us that possibility again right now. So I think that narrative must have had some impact, or rather, on local voters.
Villa, thanks very much. I mean, I think it's interesting to see whether or not Iwan Bendik, who is the winner in Penampang from APCO, will become the leader for Pakatan Harapan in Sabah. But it looks like there's 6 different major factions that have won different seats. You've got GRS winning about 7. Looks like Warisan has performed very poorly, only winning 3, and lost Sepangar to Pakatan Harapan. Pakatan Harapan won 4. Right? Or it looks like at this point unofficial results. And we see Bilaran going to Pakatan Nasional and so forth. So, what do you think? How right now we have a very tight contest that's happening on the peninsula. How do you see whether or not these Sabah different parties can come together for Sabah, or do you think that they will be more fractured in this process? You've got even a couple independents that have won as expected in Kudat and also in Tenom. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really Good question, Bridget. First of all, it's great to hear your voice.
Likewise.
Is that I think that's yet to be seen. Certainly, I think many of the GRS members, Warisan, Head Shafi Abdal, for example, even members of Pakatan Harapan in Sabah have hinted in having being open to having this conversation together, right? That the whole idea of GRS coming together where PN and BN are allies, are in competition against each other in the peninsula, being allies in Sabah essentially is a point of conversation because I think there is a common goal. And I think that common goal is to essentially say, let's work on this quote unquote Borneo block, whether or not that's attainable or not. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure whether the Borneo block is sustainable in the long run. And I think this has always been one of the bigger problems here is that I think a lot of these ideals are non-sustainable ideals. If you're thinking about the larger Borneo bloc, that if the different coalitions sort of come together, different parties that have won comes together and they have that conversation with Sarawak, I also think that while Sarawak's open to a conversation, they're in very different places politically. Sabah has a completely different relationship with Sarawak, vice versa, and each state has a completely different relationship with the federal powers. So I think they also have to sit down, they've got to think about their strength in unity, not just in relation to each other as a state, but also in relation to how it is they'll be able to work together with the major bloc in Sarawak, and whether or not they have enough footing to sort of defend the needs of immediate Sabahans. I just came back from Sabah today after voting, and the first thing that anybody who has been to Sabah to vote is that it does feel severely muted compared to the previous year's election. It's really quiet. You don't see the war of flags going on anymore. And I think with the new voters that are coming in, they are certainly a much more critical, maybe even slightly mature group of voters who don't need the sort of fanfare, they don't need the carnival-esque approach to politics. And I think this also leaves Sabah politicians in a place where they're not sure what to do because it's been decades of them sort of playing a completely different, sandiwara, as they call it locally, right? Political sandiwara, political drama that I don't think they kind of know how to deal with. So the conversation has shifted. It has to shift, I think, regardless of how they win. Every time when it comes to monitoring Sabah's politics at this point of election night is that the rumors are things are always going to be stalled. Nothing's going to come out of Sabah because there's going to be major negotiation. And while that can still happen, I don't think it happens as severely because I don't think they can pull the wool over voters' eyes as much as they could in the previous decades. Long answer to your very, very good question, Bridget.
Just wanted to add that the data shows that Sabah's turnout was much lower than the rest of the country, in part because many people couldn't afford to go back and vote. Right. And also, as you certainly said, that campaign was much cooler and much more fragmented and more personality-driven, even though I think Pakatan Harapan did pick up some seats from the national wave.
Yeah, and adding to that, Bridget, is that many Sabahans have been forced to leave Sabah to make a living outside of the state, particularly in the peninsula. I'm a very good example, and I'm an incredibly privileged example. I'm not going to hide it. I spent hundreds of ringgit to fly back just to draw an X on someone's name, which is an act that I don't think many Sabahans can do. It's certainly something that has to take a backseat to, putting food on the table. So, I think one of the things that I had a conversation with someone was that, one of the reasons that they were thinking at that time before the elections happened of voting for PH was because that I think there was a push that they made about Sabahans and even Sarawakians having the right to vote, postal votes from the peninsula back home, right? They're allocated a time and the right to vote that way. And small little things like this really, speaks to them. So, I think a lot of things add up. It's still pretty uncertain how things are going to play out. although I think Bridget will have a lot to say about the numbers that are showing. But I think in speaking about the sort of narratives that are sort of taking place on the ground is that a lot of people were just sort of thinking over and over again, do I give it to a Sabahan party, or do I go for something that's much larger than myself? And, and sometimes you've got to take a chance. So I think these are the things that are happening. And GRS and BN certainly have their voters that are incredibly loyal to them in different parts of Sabah as well. And that cannot be denied or underplayed. So there might be a situation where they have to come together to talk about, coalition, figuring out a coalition that can work together at some point.
Do you think that the gains that PAS and PN have made may encourage Sabah parties to come together?
I think it would encourage them to rethink, excuse me, I think it would encourage them to rethink the kind of, how do I say, conservative or maybe Islamic political narratives that exist in Sabah. That I think, say for example, pro-Sabah parties or pro-KDM parties that tend to be more Christian-based, for example, do not necessarily want to address. And the truth is there are very, very conservative local voters, conservative Muslim local voters in Sabah. And they are winning, for example, PAS having a position in winning in Sabah is an indication that it cannot be overlooked as part of the political narrative that's happening with these parties that can be sort of pushed aside for this, unique, loving, peace-loving, different Sabah, right? Sabah, a land of harmony and coexistence. And all of that can still sort of like coexist with each other with a conservative Islamic political narrative as well. But I do see that being a sort of issue in the long run, simply because there are members of the other political groups that sort of are not comfortable with that, with the existence of those voters.
Vila, thank you so much for speaking to us today. That was Dr. Vilashini Somia Sabahan, anthropologist and senior lecturer at the Gender Studies program at University Malaya, sharing her thoughts on a very fractured Sabah, as we're hearing.
Yes, and we've got more updates, and again, it goes into the narrative that the statement that Bridget made earlier, that UMNO is just doing the worst they've ever done in history, because Perikatan Nasional, again, it goes back to Perikatan Nasional and PAS in the Malay heartland. They have won Ketere from UMNO, and if you are, if you feel like the term Ketere is something you've heard before, that's because that was Anwar Musa's seat which he held for 2 terms. This elections, however, they dropped Anwar Musa, and it seems that Barisan Nasional has lost the seat to PAS. Bridget, I want to get some thoughts on this, right? Where are we? When we look, you made the statement earlier, worst defeat for UMNO in the history. It's looking that it's becoming that, right? What does this mean for the Malaysian political landscape? Because this is something, again, unprecedented to Malaysia. We are talking about a party that at one point dominated Malaysia for 60 years.
Well, I think, there's no question that UMNO is Zahid Hamidi has to resign, number one. And Ismail Sabri has to resign because he put the party into the election. So they have to have new leadership. I think that Khairi Jamaluddin's chances don't look pretty good. We can talk about that in a little while. But I think that, that the party has to deal with the issues that they have been displaced. And Perikatan Nasional has won almost all the seats in Kedah.
Right.
Okay. All right. It is all, and so we're talking Kelantan, Terengganu, Kedah, parts of Pahang. Right? And I do think that this is where Sabah and Sarawak will become very important in terms of setting the direction for the country, in terms of how many seats Pakatan Harapan maintains. I think what is pretty interesting is that BN is not really part of this equation discussions right now.
Right.
We have 2 different contests.
Do you think they are, we talk about, why Zahid and Ismail Sabri, they need to resign. Do you think they are sitting in the room right now regretting that they called for elections when the whole country advised them otherwise?
Well, I think that they should be definitely regretting, but I think that it's much more serious for the party, right? And the things in terms of, they have lost, they've lost the position of being even a major leader in terms of the Malay community, and I think this is quite significant in terms of the history.
And I just want to follow up because, a lot of this is to do with the Malay community, and we know that they're not homogenous. A WhatsApp message from Sikh who said, I'm very concerned about the great divide between the urban Malays who are, well connected in terms of digitally, and then the rural, semi-rural folks, who are conservative, rather stay status quo than being pushed around with new rules and regulations. What are your views, Bridget, on what needs to be done to bridge that divide and, bring rural and semi-rural folks into the discourse more?
I mean, I think, the big question is how do you increase social mobility? How do you actually, reform and transform the education system? How do you create conversations among different communities and understanding? And also, I mean, how to find a coexistence between people who have more conservative views with those that are more, that have more liberal views, and not to demonize each other. All right. I think what we're seeing is a new form of political polarization emerging in Malaysia, and some of it's geographic, but a lot of it is also ideological and economic in this context. And we see, from these results, right, that that a certain type of campaign that PN has won they dominated the social media, the use of resources has been much more effective in these rural and semi-rural areas, and they displaced UMNO quite handily, and they've also displaced Pakatan Harapan a number of seats like Alostar.
Do you think, earlier you said compromise will be the word of the day. Do you still think that?
Compromise is still going to be an issue in terms of neither PN or PH have the 111 in that process, and it's a question of where the other parties are going to go, and how they are going to connect. The likelihood of the possibility of a BN Pakatan Harapan cooperation, it looks more possible than it might have before.
Thank you so much. We've been talking to Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Asia Research Centre in the studio. Keep your thoughts coming in. We will be continuing to track the results. WhatsApp or send us voice notes at 018-789-8899, tweet us at BFM Radio, or drop your comments if you're watching us on our live video streams on our channels. This is the Battle for Malaysia. Stay tuned to BFM 89.9.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the GE15 updates at midnight. Former Prime Minister Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad lost his deposit after garnering a mere 4,500 votes in Langkawi, a seat which he has held since 2018. The oldest candidate in the polls lost to Suhaimi Abdullah of Perikatan Nasional, who won with over 13,500 vote majority. Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin is set for a 7th term as Pagoh MP, having retained the seat with a 10,000 vote majority. The Perikatan Nasional chief secured just under 25,000 votes, followed by Harapan with 14,900 and BN with 14,400 votes. BN also retained Pontian, with Datuk Sri Ahmad Maslan taking a 5,700 vote majority, while Datuk Sri Azalina Othman retained the Pengerang seat for BN for a 5th term. DAP's Lim Lep Eng has obtained a 61,000 vote majority in Kepong, the parliamentary seat which he has held since 2018. His 4 contenders all lost their deposits. Meanwhile, Datuk Sri Taqiyuddin Hassan retained the Kota Baru seat under PAS by more than 22,000 votes against 5 candidates. The party also won the Pasir Puteh seat. PKR Deputy President Rafizi Ramli has won the Pandan seat for Pakatan Harapan with a 48,000 vote majority. PH also kept the Kuala Selangor seat with Datuk Sri Dr. Zulkifli Ahmad winning by a 1,000 vote majority. But Khalid Samad fell to Johari Abdul Ghani from BN by some 3,000 votes. Meanwhile, Muda President Said Sadiq has retained his Muar seat for a second term, obtaining a slim vote majority of some 1,300 against two candidates from BN and PN. In Sarawak, Kelvin Yee has successfully defended the Bandar Kuching seat for DAP with over 28,000 vote majority. Meanwhile, Gabungan Party Sarawak Sekjen Datuk Sri Alexander Nantalingge says GPS wants a partnership with any coalition that could form a stable federal government and deliver benefits to the people. However, he told BFM News it is a rather sticky situation when it comes to working with the opposition.
If PS will approach us and we could to consider to join them, right? But there's the element of DAP is there. PBB may not have much problem with DAP, but the rival here is SUPP. You know, to what extent would they say, hey, okay, it's time to work with DAP? We have not to come to that yet. So that's why I said it is rather sticky now to think that we will just jump in whoever offer us. I think that we are able to hold back and say, look, how sincere are you going to take us in? And what kind of ministries will you probably give us? How can we trust you?
Alexander has been confirmed for a sixth term in Kapit, gaining over 12,000 vote majority. At last look, the Election Commission has GPS with 20 seats. Pakatan Harapan has 22, BN has 15, while PN and PAS have 14 and 13 seats respectively. In Klang, V. Ganabati Rao says a few hundred voters were stopped from entering the voting centre at SJKC Pandamaran this morning because they did not have the My Sejahtera app. The PH candidate insists voters need not present their My Sejahtera status and says the matter was resolved after he spoke to the EC officer. Ganabati Rao also revealed that a voter found that his name was already struck from the voting list at the polling station in SMK Klang Utama, and the voter plans to lodge a police report. Elsewhere, a man and his wife have died while their 3-year-old daughter sustained injuries in a car crash on Jalan Johor Bahru Mersing today. Kota Tinggi police say the couple were on their way to vote in Skudai when the accident happened. In Pahang, police have arrested a person of interest in connection with the vandalism of an election candidate's billboard in Kuantan last week. Elsewhere, Kedah police have received 9 reports from voters claiming their identities were used to cast ballots today. They include 2 reports each in Sungai Petani, Baling and Kubang Pasu, as well as 1 report each in Alustar, Yan and Kulim. Meanwhile, Pakatan Harapan's Kulai candidate Teo Ching claims that several voters were asked to write their name and phone numbers before casting their votes at a voting channel at SK Bandar Putra. However, the list of names and numbers were torn up after Teo protested. She says this is a breach of the Election Commission's regulations, as votes are meant to be confidential. I'm Nadira Rahmatrang. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You're now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I dream of a government free of corruption, but that's too much to ask for. So maybe a government that just spends our tax money on things that people actually need. Yeah, no, that's too much too. Then in that case, maybe a government that can help with reducing the cost of urban living? I don't know.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Building fortunes mindfully. BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is just about 12:06 and you're listening to The Battle for Malaysia with Lynn Sherrod and Dr. Bridget Welsh, who has kindly agreed to stay on. It is officially... It's past midnight, everyone. So firstly, if you're sticking it out with us, thank you so much. Say hello if you are. We would love to hear from you and know that you're there. That number to WhatsApp is 018-789-8899. You can also tweet us at BFM Radio. Say hello, drop a comment on our live stream, which is up on YouTube, Facebook, our app, our website. So yes, all those spaces. Now, I think it's about the right time to take a look at where we are, right? Because counting is in full swing, results are coming out. So where are we?
So this is interesting. If we just look at the Malaysia Kini side, we're about 122 seats declared out of 220. So we've gone past the midpoint. How it stands with the coalitions is Barisan Nasional has 17 seats, Perikatan Nasional has 31 seats, Pakatan Harapan has 47 seats, GPS has 20 seats, GRS 4, and there are 3 other seats that have been declared. So that gives you 122. Bridget, I know you're very busy kind of keeping, in fact, in many ways you have raced ahead of the results that we are seeing on screen because I guess you have extensive network. But you know, you've talked a lot about the defeat of Barisan Nasional. You've talked about the extraordinary resurgence of Perikatan Nasional and PAS in particular as a component of that. But tell us about Pakatan Harapan. In terms of numbers, it's leading. In terms of expectations, it was the coalition that was going to get the largest, perhaps not even get a simple majority, but was going to be the largest. We've had some major defeats. Nurul Izzah seems to have lost in Pematang Power. What can you tell us about Pakatan Harapan's performance today?
Well, I think the DAP has performed reasonably well. They've won a lot of the seats that they have traditionally won, and they have done well in Sarawak, and they have. And Pakatan Harapan generally has also performed well in Sabah. They won 4 seats, including picking up Sepanggar, which from Warasan, which was a very the campaign was run by a candidate very dynamic there in that context. So what we see is that the core seats for Pakatan Harapan are there. It looks like Anwar Ibrahim has also won, but that is I don't know if that's been officially announced and still engaged in those numbers. But I think you have a lot of the seats in the Klang Valley that PKR has won. So I don't have a final count yet because I've been on radio and haven't had a chance to look. But I would say to you that I think that they still is a core, but it is now a big geographic divide in the country. I really think people should understand how serious and significant this is. PAS has won all of Perlis. They've won most of Kedah, not all seats in Kedah. They've won large sections of Kelantan and Terengganu and large sections of Pahang. So what we see this kind of West Coast versus East Coast divide in the peninsula.
The unfederated Malay states.
Yes, but they have now become federated in a different way. But if you understand what I think that we see this kind of this very interesting kind of geographic type of dynamic that's taking place. Where I think the total numbers will count.
Okay, I want to ask you this one. Are you surprised? Because we're past midnight now. We've got 125. It's shocking up. But are you surprised that we're still so far away from the finish line at this point in time?
Oh, absolutely not. In fact, I predicted this from the perspective of the recounts and the numbers, and this was a very, very close race. You had 3 coalitions, and you had one that is Resurgence, and the others, and the one that is the Barisan Nasional, which is really been devastatingly defeated, and then you have these other counts that are taking place, and there are multiple recounts that are taking place across the country at this point in time, and those results are still coming in because sometimes there are 2 or 3 recounts that are taking place.
Right. Lynn, if you'd like to jump in, I just want to say one of the big surprises tonight has been the loss of Pematang Power, seen at the family seat and Nurul Izzah. I know you mentioned it earlier, but what accounts for this? Is it because there's wave of conservatism? Because she's lost to a preacher, right? I believe he's a popular preacher. He's quite young himself. He's only 39. Mm-hmm. So they're kind of the same generation, but maybe in terms of worldview or outlook, they represent very different things.
Well, when I ran the numbers on Pematang Power, I had Nurul Izzah losing from the perspective of the statistics. Because if you look at the patterns of the voting patterns of support for PN, this was a vulnerable seat. I saw it as a vulnerable seat. I think what it goes back to what I've repeatedly said multiple times in different venues is that Pakatan Nasional has had a very strategic campaign. They've chosen their candidates in certain types of seats in order to be effective. incentive to potentially win. They know that the preacher has tremendous social capital in terms of social media presence, and they galvanized a lot of votes at the younger voters, and I think they pitted kind of ideologically Nurul Izzah in a particular way. And I think, this, I think we see the results from the data. And, one has to understand that Malaysia's demographic has changed. Penang's demographic has changed. The seats that have been lost from Pakatan Harapan are along the mainland. You have a large number of young Malays, and they connect into the world in a very different way than other communities do. So there's tremendous diversity in that Malay community, but these local influencers are very important.
So we have questions that are coming in from listeners, specifically for you, Bridget. But before that, we do also have some clips really coming through of winners. Winners talking about winning is what it comes down to. So first up, we have past President Abdul Hadi Awang, who extended his winning streak in Marang. He retained the seat with a majority of over 39,000 votes. Here he is thanking his voters earlier this evening.
Kesyukuran kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah yang telah menganugerahkan kemenangan selesa pada PAS dan Perikatan Nasional. Terima kasih kepada pengundi luar dari perantauan yang telah mengharungi perjalanan jauh walaupun terdapat kekangan masa dan keuangan serta pelbagai masalah lain bagi memastikan Kerajaan Perikatan Nasional mendapat mandat pada PRU kali ini. Pengorbanan anda di dalam berpusu-pusu untuk balik mengundi akan diberikan ganjaran yang setimpal daripada Allah SWT.
That was past President Abdul Hadi Awang. Next up, we also have Datuk Sri Hasni Mohamad, who won with a majority of 1,821 votes in the Simpang Renggam Parliamentary Constituency, getting over 18,000 overall, defeating the incumbent, Dr. Mazli Malik from Pakatan Harapan, who obtained 16,491 votes.
Saya daripada awal calon daripada luar yang dihantar ke Separenggam untuk bertanding. Tentulah satu perkara yang memerlukan saya perlu bekerja dengan lebih keras lagi, dengan lebih merata, menyeluruh pendekatan yang perlu saya buat. Alhamdulillah, pada akhirnya saya diterima oleh pengundi-pengundi di Separenggam ini. Dan untuk itu, saya akan lakukan yang terbaik sebagai wakil rakyat yang diberi mandat oleh pengundi-pengundi di Separenggam ini.
You just heard Datuk Sri Hasni Mohamad, who is now the Simpang Renggam MP. If you would like to, weigh in on anything at all, again, just a reminder that you can send us questions or thoughts or comments, anything, by WhatsApping 018-789-8899. We will continue to bring you clips as the night progresses. We are also trying to get in touch with some of the big winners, and as and when we get them and they come through, you'll be hearing from them. Now, just looking at the questions that have come in, an anonymous listener says, not much news from Selangor seats, even the unofficial ones like Hulu Langat, Bangi, Sungai Buloh and so on. Can Bridget analyse these seats for us? Sort of a general question.
Hulu Langat is a tough fight. I'm not going to say it isn't. I think that's why we're having recounts. You asked me what the other one, sorry.
It was Hulu Langat, Bangi and Sungai Buloh.
I think Sungai Buloh, we have a sense that Khairi might have lost, but again, I think that those numbers have not been announced. That there's recounting going on there, but it's not so yet clear. I think. I don't know the result of the other one because all three, why they're not being announced is because of the recounts. But I do think that Perikatan Nasional has a chance in a place like Hulu Langat.
So recounts would happen when the margins are very small between the winner and the loser. I wanted to, if you can go back to the question of Perikatan Nasional and the figure of Hadi Awang. So there in Perikatan Nasional, you have two major figures. One, of course, is Muhyiddin Yassin. But Hadi Awang, as you kind of intimated, is the real winner in this game. Where do you think what role do you think he's going to be playing in the formation of government and, in the next couple of days? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think there'll inevitably be tensions between Bersatu and PAS because PAS will have the numbers, but Bersatu will want the position for the PMship. I do think that Muhyiddin and Hadi have a good working relationship, and I think that this is something that at a personal level they may be able to resolve. Of the two, Muhyiddin Yassin would be seen as a comparatively more acceptable contender than Hadi Awang for the national leadership. Hadi's health is also quite poor, but I think that there will be inevitably tension in that relationship.
A lot of the conversations throughout the evening today have really focused on this idea of conservatism, right? And where it's playing in our politics and in the results now. So an anonymous listener really, I think, has more of a comment than a question, saying even if Pakatan Harapan ends up running the government, they would have to contend with cooperation and support from civil servants, including GLCs, taking into consideration that many might be PAS supporters, for instance. Pakatan would do well to remember that being progressive should not be seen as throwing out conservative values.
I think there's something to that, but I also think that one of the real challenges now is that you do have an ideological polarization in the results. And I think this is going to be something that is Malaysia is going to have to wrestle with, because it also taps into the kind of the sensitive issues of race and religion. You know, the loss of Barisan Nasional as a middle ground does speak to a kind of a different type of political polarization that is emerging. And I think that, you know, the issue of conservative values or family values cross the progressive and conservative dimensions. It's the way the value debates get played out in Malaysia that I think are very important to look at.
Right. So you looked at the kind of landscape in the peninsula, and you suggested a very the stark divide that's happening on the peninsula, Bridget. But what about the East Malaysia and Sabah and Sarawak in particular? They, as we talked in the run up to this election, that they would be kingmakers. GPS as a kind of coherent group. How are they going to play this game? If there is a strong past presence in Malaya, what are they going to do in terms of their choice of partnerships? Because do any of the coalitions have a route to absolute power at this stage?
I think that we don't know the final numbers. I think some of the seats that I expected that Pakatan Harapan would have won in some of the states, seats such as, for example, a seat like Al-Astar has fallen to PN. So we have to wait to see what those numbers are. In particular, we're looking at seats in Johor, seats in Melaka, seats in Selangor, and seats in Negeri Sembilan. I think Negeri Sembilan is going to be interesting to watch as well. My sense is that Sarawak will have to make a very difficult decision. And you see, the issue of ethnic politics will strain the GPS coalition as well. But I think this goes back to where they're going to look to who has the most numbers and who will be able to form the stable coalition in this regard. And especially if past numbers are looking like they're projected, I think this is something that will not be palatable for a lot of Sarawakians from the perspective of GPS. I think Sabah is much more fragmented. We see 6 major different actors and coalitions there. My sense is that as a result of that, one of the key groups to look at will be the GRS group, which I think has won a handful of seats. Whether or not they stick and they add to the PN numbers, or whether or not they choose to go a different route. And I think that will be one of the things that will be very I think pivotal in terms of the final count.
We have in the studio with us today Dr. Bridget Welsh. I say today, really it's tonight. It's it is 12:20 at this moment in time. We are still waiting for the results. They are trickling through, recounts and all is what it comes down to. If you have a question, if you have something that's been puzzling you about this that you'd perhaps like answered, send that through. You can WhatsApp 018-789-8899. You can tweet us at BFM Radio. You can also leave a comment on our live stream, which is running on Facebook, YouTube, our app, our site. We want to hear from you. We'll be back with more of your thoughts and questions after this. This is The Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
So, Dato, does a 90-old bank like OCBC doesn't feel threatened by the impending 5 digital banks in Malaysia?
Not yet, but I think it's good for consumer all round. They will not be an immediate threat. I think we have some learnings from them. At the same time, we also look at ways we can collaborate with them, because we always believe that nowadays to grow, you have to be more strategic. Partnerships is the way we grow, and we don't rule out doing business with each other. We have a lot to offer the digital bank, same for them as well.
That was the CEO for OCBC Malaysia, Dato' Ong Amin Bin. To listen to the full conversation, look up for the podcast OCBC Malaysia, charting a new growth after 90 years on the BFM app or our website www.bfm.my.
The BFM Breakfast Grill is brought to you by U Mobile, 5G now with you.
Blueprint for Managers, BFM 89.9.
It is 12:22 and you're tuned in to the Battle for Malaysia with Lynn Sherrod and Dr. Bridget Welsh. And together we are, I think, taking the opportunity with a small lull in the news and the results at the moment to answer some questions, hopefully. Although Sherrod, did you have a point you wanted to make?
I want to say, well, actually, we've had about 15 more seats
go for
called. So just a quick rundown again. Barisan Nasional 20, Perikatan Nasional 36, Pakatan Harapan 50, GPS 20, GRS 4, and 5 other going to independents and smaller parties.
So we do have, let me see, there were a few questions coming through for. Well, let's start with this because we were hoping to talk about Sarawak in this segment. We're still waiting for our analyst to join us. But we do have this question from EJ on the live stream who says, please help explain how the suspension of 2 polling stations due to floods will affect the results of GE15.
Well, actually, it's not two, just one.
Yes.
And one because of the death, right? So Padang Serai and Baram. Okay. Do you think it's going to make an impact in terms of the kind of final numbers, Bridget, because of the tightness of this national race?
We don't know yet in terms of how much Pakatan Harapan has done and how much PN has done, so we can't really make that projection. You know, the question really I've asked myself is, you know, how much will BN still retain? I'm expecting, for example, that Muhammad Hassan will retain, for example, Rembau, all right, in that context, which is, and I'm surprised those results have not been out yet in that context. But these 2 seats will be important for the stability of a government. Whether or not they affect the margins in terms of the numbers, I think perhaps it's too early to say.
There's also this, you know, there have been many subplots and sub-themes in this campaign. One of them has to do with, the question of the traitors of Pakatan Harapan. You know, what happened to the pengkhianats? And I think, for those who are, who are not dispassionate and sitting back but who feel deeply about what happened over Sheraton Move, they're looking at some of the seats, right? So we look at Ampang, for instance. It's been called for Pakatan Harapan, Rodzia Ismail won with 56,000. And of course, the person who's central to that story, Ampang, Zuraida Kamarudin, she lost a PBM. I think Larry Singh is the only one from PBM so far who's won. Zuraida came in with 4,500 votes. What do you make of that subplot? Because Azmin Ali out in Gombak also part of that story. Indra Makota, I believe it's Saifuddin Abdullah, also part of that story of kind of resolving the pain of what happened in the Sheraton Move.
Well, I spoke to Zoraida today, and one of the things, and I told her she was going to lose badly.
Did she believe you?
How did that go? Yeah, 2 questions.
Well, I live in Ampang, right? So I went around to voting stations. I could see, when I went to the Bilik Gerakans, you could see who was honking at whom. Rodzia was very clear that she was going to win. I think Zoraida believes it now, and I think that I think her response was that this was a candidate factor, and I said no, it's a party factor, and you have liabilities in that context. And I think she and Azman Ali both will have faced losses in that context, but not all of the betrayers have lost, right? There are people who have won, who moved in outside of that, and the most important betrayer that has won decisively is Muhyiddin Yassin in this context. And I think Ben on the show earlier today, I think really brilliantly captured some of this. Is that for large sections of the Malay community, Muhyiddin Yassin was their savior in terms of the racialized politics that was happening at that time. And I think they're very different perceptions of the roles of different individuals, and the urban voters see this as a betrayal of their votes, while in the more rural and in the more Malay majority areas, we see a very different perception.
Can I just mention some numbers now, Lynn? Because what we have with, say, Gombak is Amiruddin Shari leading by a factor of 10,000 votes. But it's actually called for, the counting is only up to 70,000 in a seat that has over 200,000 voters. Bridget, do you have numbers that... updates on this? I mean, what do you think? I mean, is it? Can we call Gombak at this point in time?
My sense is that it will be much closer than the Ampang race, because there are two factors to understand about Gombak. Gombak has a large PAS base. Many of their traditional PAS headquarters has been there. And I think, and the other thing is that Azman Ali has had tremendous resources. So I think that it is going to be a much more competitive race. My feeling is that ultimately Azman may lose, but I haven't seen those numbers, so I perhaps I'm also premature in calling it. But I think that it will be a closer race. But I do feel ultimately that wave was for Pakatan Harapan was strong. I was in Gombak earlier today, but it is a much closer contest.
Adrian wants to know, can someone help to explain how a recount is done? Is every saluran recounted? Are the recounts only done at the salurans where Form 14 has not been issued yet?
Yes and yes. And so what's happening is that some seats cannot be called because there are multiple recounts happening at the Saluran level. And as was discussed earlier on your show, is that the Borang and plus the 14 form have not been signed yet, but in some places. And so therefore these sets of results are still being held up when you're doing the counting of these particular ballot boxes.
This is something that you touched on earlier on in the program as well. You have now, been with us for a number of hours, but I think it's worth just asking again, because Azima wants to know, Muda has lost terribly, except Sadiq, in all their seats. Why is this?
I don't think they've lost terribly. I think they've done well in Tanjung Piai and Tanjung Karang from a perspective of not losing their deposit. And they, these seats, they were expected. They were, huge mountains to climb. I think that they have done poorly in Kepala Batas and Masjid Tanah. From what my projections are, I think PN is also going to win in Masjid Tanah. Well, it will be interesting to see. But I think so. Muda's performance has been as on par with the rest of Pakatan Harapan, winning some and performing okay in others, but winning only one.
Yeah, just if you don't know the numbers, with say a seat like Tanjung Piai, we have Wijek Seng of Barisan Nasional winning with 23,000 votes. Muda, whose candidate Lim Wei Jet, a popular figure with the media because he's also a lawyer and often and a great communicator. He came in at 17,000. So, like you say, he did quite credibly. In contrast with this other contender, and we haven't talked much about them, Pejuang in Gerakan Tanah Air. It sounds like, what it looks like is that there was a complete wipeout.
A decimation.
And they've lost all their deposits. Would that be correct?
I'm not sure if they've lost their deposit both in Langkawi and in Kubang Paso. I think they might have maintained their deposits there, but you can please check. But my projection originally was that Mahathir was going to lose. I think Jerlin as well. Kubang Paso, we can see the PN candidate just did much better. The Kubang Paso candidate, having lost his wife, didn't end up campaigning to the same degree. But I think that the real message is not the personality one. The message is that the young people said no more Mahathir. They don't want, and Kedah, they didn't, they got a handful of votes in some places, but the Mahathir factor was not an important part of this election.
Yeah, so just those numbers again. In Langkawi, P004, the Perikatan National candidate won by 25,000. Barisan National was about 11,000. Pakatan got 5,000. Dr. Mahathir Mohamad Pejuang at 4,500. So he was fourth in a list of 5 candidates there.
Yes.
We'll be continuing our conversation after this. If you would like to keep those questions coming, that number again to send us a WhatsApp is 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. Leave us a comment. We're getting quite a number of them actually on our live stream. That is on YouTube, Facebook. Look up BFM there, not, go to the homepage and it appears, we wish. But yes, go check us out on YouTube, Facebook, our website, our app, we're everywhere. And keep it here on the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Hello, I'm Simwee Boon from The Morning Run. We've cast our votes, but what comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is Datuk Sri Wong Siew Hai. He's the president for the Malaysia Semiconductor Industry Association. Datuk, what do you fear most coming out of this election?
I think the worst case scenario will probably be a hung parliament. No clear winners and nobody wants to work with anybody. You need time to sort it out. But meanwhile, we can count on the professional civil servants and officers to effectively run the government and support the needs of the industry and the rakyat.
So what must our party political leaders then prioritize?
Yeah, I think Malaysia needs capable leaders who will put the country and people first in their decision making. The leaders need to operate with integrity, using good business ethics and significantly reduce corruption. Policies need to be inclusive and provide opportunities for all. To be ahead of global competition, the new leaders need to address the war for talent. Malaysia loses about 15 to 20% of its talent to other countries. These holes need to be backfilled. We need a strategy to use other countries' talent, just like what the US, Singapore, and many other countries are successfully doing, hiring key talents like scientists, engineers, and accountants. We need to further encourage entrepreneurship, develop and grow Malaysian E&E champions, and promote them to the world. Also, there is a great need to improve the quality of education in the country, as well as to inspire more students to pursue science and engineering, as the numbers are reducing annually.
That was Datuk Sri Wong Siew Hai, President for the Malaysia Semiconductor Industry Association. The Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
There's something for everyone on the bigger picture.
I think we are guilty as a government of having poorly planned cities where even walking is not safe in many parts of the cities. So that's the reason why it's very, very important whether this multi-sectoral cooperation to create an enabling health ecosystem is there. Expecting the Ministry of Health alone to manage this will not be possible.
Tune in weekdays from 2 to 5 p.m. or download the podcast on the BFM app.
Begin following Manifesto. BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is 12:35. This is the Battle for Malaysia, our coverage of GE15. You are with Lynn Sherrod and Dr. Bridget Welsh, who is kindly fielding questions that we are asking. So if you have a query, something that's vexing you, something that you just want to know about, now is the time to really send it through. Again, that number to WhatsApp is 018-789-8899. You can also tweet us at BFM Radio or leave a comment on the live stream. So we do have a very specific question, one seat, from Casey Liu, who says, can Bridget comment on Putrajaya, specifically Tengku Adnan's loss?
Great. I think that, but again, this goes to the bigger picture, right? BN UMNO's performance has been abysmal in this election. I think that it speaks to the broader dynamics that are taking place within UMNO, and I think that the question is how many seats will they end up having? Will it be more than 20? And in that circumstances, Putrajaya, what I believed was a competitive seat. My sense is that the fact that Tengku Adnan lost, it really speaks to the fact that Zahid Hamidi continued to put people in and didn't transform the party in the way that would actually brand it in a different type of way.
So let's talk a little bit about the question of reconstructing parties, because with 2018 there was an opportunity for UMNO, having suffered this massive loss, to kind of rethink itself, right? Maybe that was short-circuited by the Sheraton move. They were brought back into power, and then you could see Zahid, as it were, come back to life, from looking like a broken man in 2018. The man who during this election said he was going to re-energize the party, change it, and is the man in Sungai Buloh, who the expectation is now that he might actually not win, right? So Khairi Jamaluddin staking his reputation on this narrative of changing UMNO. What happens now? What happens to the party where the guy who said he was going to change the party loses, the guy who represents an older dispensation wins?
I think, UMNO has to have their party election within 6 months. I think the messages I'm receiving from UMNO candidates, some that have won, some that have lost, have already indicated, the same message I've been saying all evening, that Zahid has to go. He has to resign. The question becomes is who will take on that leadership role. There are two major contenders for that. Number one is Muhammad Hassan, depending on if he wins in Rambau, and the second, of course, would be Ismail Sabri. This will be a kind of transformation of the party. I think, the real challenge for UMNO right now is to whether or not this defeat allows them to think about how they would need to reform more fundamentally. And we'll see which sort of leaders emerge. Even if Khairi Jamaluddin ends up losing Sungai Buloh, which still has not been fully called, I think that he is still a member of UMNO and will be part of that reform process that the party is going to have to undergo. The question, there are two kind of policy things that come out of this. All right, number one, people who had legal cases against them will have now no longer the protection of being potentially in government to the same degree as before. Right? Although some of them, depending on how the party plays out, may try to end up working with Parti Nasional. But I think that blood and that relationship is shifted. It's interesting that the focal point in the base of UMNO is going to change. I think that it's not going to be a national party. It's going to be concentrated in certain seats, in certain states. We see, for example, UMNO has done reasonably well in Sabah, for example, winning a handful of seats there from what projections look like. So as a result, we're going to see a kind of different configuration of who was within the party. And, when I was thinking about what's going to happen to UMNO, I asked myself, well, which of the leaders are going to win and which ones are not? Right? And which ones will be pushed out and which ones will not be in that process? And so we still don't have a clear picture. But the fact of the matter is UMNO as a party, it failed to reform after its defeat in 2018, and it's cost itself that. And it was overconfident in both Malacca and Johor, and now they have been caught from a national stage.
We have a few questions looking at possible permutations, I think I'll say. So Huai John says, with PAS contributing a majority of the winning seats for PN in the event that they form the government, what is their stance going to be like when negotiating with Muhyiddin as the head of PN? And this is something that you spoke about earlier, that working relationship. There is another question in relation to PN, but let's start with that one.
So PAS and Bersatu have had a symbiotic relationship. PAS has provided the machinery and the base, and Bersatu has provided the money, and so I think and the resources, and it's also provided the leadership from the perspective of with the exception of Kelantan and Terengganu, the campaign has been a PN campaign, and many young voters that I spoke to across the country, some of them who voted for PN didn't even know that PAS was part of it. They voted just because of PN. Many younger voters told me they were given money to vote for PN, from the perspective of smaller amounts, and we're talking 100 ringgit and so forth. They had said, I said, siapa, who you're going to vote for? And they would jawab, I'm voting PN. And I said, BN atau PN? And they said, PN, they would like the P. So I think that, they had that kind of machinery dynamic. I think also, what people don't fully appreciate is the fundamental presence of social media and the role that they used from influencers and TikTok. When we look at followers, when we look at messaging, right? This is actually has been extremely powerful for younger voters. So, is this relationship going to be strained? I think it depends, right? If they get closer to the numbers of being able to form the government, I think those strains are going to become less significant in that context. I do think, that Muhyiddin Yassin will insist on wanting to become the prime ministerial candidate, and his popularity was part of why that coalition has done so well and outperformed expectations.
Cheng Kiat is asking, what are the chances of PN and BN forming a coalition?
As I said, it depends on what's the configuration of UMNO and their numbers, right? Earlier on in the program, people asked, what about PN, BN, and Pakatan Harapan? Huh? Now, that's also something not off the equation, depending on the numbers, right? The BN will have to ask itself, are they closer to a more ultra-nationalist, PN, or are they perhaps closer to Anwar Ibrahim-led Pakatan Harapan? These are not easy questions to answer, but I think those questions do have to be asked.
Isn't there also a constitutional point, which is that who gets to form the government? Is it the coalition with the largest number of seats? Just to begin with, they are given the first dibs at forming a coalition. Maybe this is kind of new and historic in terms of Malaysia's political history, but doesn't that play into it? That if Pakatan Harapan is given first dibs at it, then the game changes.
I think there are a few things here, right? Number one is the overall count, right, in that context. Number two has been that is the composition of the seats in terms of ethnic configuration. Let's keep in mind that they will look to see that Pakatan Harapan has a considerable Malay leadership as well, all right, in terms of the way the ethnicized politics has been. And then the third question becomes the relationship between Muhyiddin Yassin and the king, all right, which keep in mind that he was removed from office through political pressure in August 2021, and that was a kind of, should we say, less than cordial dynamic that was taking place at that particular point of time. And of course now that affects the dynamic, right? And they also have a history, right? That history was that the king gave Muhyiddin Yassin the option to form the government in 2020, even when perhaps he didn't have the numbers in that context. So, and he was able to get those numbers. So I think that this goes back to what will be the final count in the respective coalitions, which we still don't know yet.
I was going to say that we should take a short break, but then again, Malaysia Kini has called Khairi Jamaluddin losing the Sungai Buloh seat. Bridget, your reaction?
as expected.
There it is.
Okay, so maybe it opens up an opportunity to return to the question of UMNO's reform, right? And one of the things we haven't really talked about the state seats, the states as state assemblies. Of the three state assemblies that are up for grabs, Perlis, Perak, and Pahang, two were UMNO-led. I mean, they were the bastions of UMNO power, at least in terms of states. We don't have much news flow. I think Pahang here we have 6 called out of 41. With Barisan Nasional taking 2, Perikatan taking 1, and Pakatan Harapan taking 3. And that's early days, I guess. Perlis, nothing has been called, not on the Malaysia Kini side. I don't know if you have any more information. What if UMNO loses those 2 states? What happens to their ability to kind of rethink?
Well, as I implied earlier, I think one of the projections will be that UMNO may not be a national party anymore in terms of its national cohesiveness in those areas compared to the past. All right, I mean, it is a big difference. Now we're talking about them losing large sections of regional base in Terengganu and in Pahang. I think Pahang is a place I spent a fair amount of time in the last 2 months as the election was coming because I knew Pahang would be a front line. We could feel the influence of PAS that had grown considerably. And I did ask myself and others the question, would PAS win this government from the perspective of that? I was, my sense, some of the answers I received was that the MB was popular, and he is, right? And that, UMNO still had some of the political base. But I really feel what's interesting is the Najib factor, right? If Najib was there, this would not have been a particular area. He held the state together. What has happened is that we now see that there was a kind of fragmentation in UMNO in Pahang itself. Keep in mind, but former Prime Minister Ismail Sabri comes from Pahang in Beira, and I believe we haven't heard the results of that seat either, which I think is also the longer we wait, the more the counting and the more of things that are happening on the ground. I remember when I went to Beira that someone said to me he could lose, and his margins weren't very high, where was that loss coming from? Would become from those particular sets of dynamics. So I don't know what's happened in that seat, so I can't speak to it. But to answer your question is. Of the states that I would look at first, I would look at Pahang from that perspective. Now, to understand Perlis politics is to understand historically in Perlis that the relationship has always been, UMNO's fortunes politically in Perlis have been shaped by internal problems. So PAS victory in Perlis is not a victory for PAS. It's a reflection of the problems in UMNO. And, to kill 2 warlords in Padang Besar and Arau eventually meant that, you've left yourself open in that context.
Because you're talking about Zaid Hamidi's dropping of Shaidan Qasim in Arau.
And Zahidi in Padang Besar. And so that, again, if we go back to the history of Perlis politics, where we saw PAS gain political influence was for, at that time where there were internal problems within the state, right? Within UMNO. And so this is a kind of UMNO Pecha factor, that an UMNO division factor that has contributed to this. This is how it spills over to the respective Machai or the respective state assemblymen, I think is going to be very interesting. PAS was ready to take over Perlis. They had positioned in terms of how they wanted to slate the candidate Shahidan. They knew that conflict was coming. They had their candidates ready strategically in that particular dynamic. So I would also, just like Pahang, I would put PAS as potentially having a chance to win in Perlis. But I would slightly say to you that in Pahang it may be a vote for PAS PN, but in Perlis it's a vote against UMNO. It's against the anger of UMNO. So the drivers of the voting behavior are somewhat different. So I think that we have to appreciate that.
Just briefly, Ismail Sabri Yaakob has won in Borough. So that came in literally as we were talking about it. That was announced.
He must have been hearing us.
That's what it felt like. Yes, a little bit. Bridget,
what's the margin?
That's a good question. We'll get that for you in a minute. In the meantime, though, we do have this from Queen, and we were talking a little bit about predictions and projections. And Queen has a bit of a lighter question. What is the single result you did not expect tonight? What surprised you?
I think the overall numbers for PN I think so. I know the seats that I've gotten wrong. Like I got Alistair wrong, for example. I expected that Simon, who was the candidate for Pakatan Harapan, would be able to hold on to that constituency. I think so that those types of examples I think are reasonably clear I think. The surveys did point to the wave, in my projections, the way I ran the projections, I gave PN a 20% and then 25% gain in Malay votes as different trajectories to look what that would be, and I think this is quite significant, more than I expected.
So just those numbers, Bridget, that you asked for, Ismail Sabri getting about 31,000 votes. Pakatan Harapan comes in second, 15,000 votes, and Perikatan 12,000 votes. More or less.
So this is a secure win for him, and this goes back to the question I would say that you have of a dynamic on the ground where which of the UMNO leaders emerge out of the leadership in that context, and so Ismail Sabri has had a secure victory. But keep in mind, he left the constituency only twice. He stayed the entire campaign.
Right. And this is interesting because we look back at his previous victory, he didn't win it by a great margin. He won 43% of the vote with 20,000, compared to the Pakatan Harapan contender at 18,000. So there was a small margin between him and the person next to him. But now he seems to have achieved a much greater margin of victory.
But that's because the opposition was split. If you add up the Pakatan Harapan plus the PN, you do see it is still a big margin, but it also affects the dynamic of the way the campaign is played out on the ground. And keep in mind also that he was Prime Minister.
We're getting more questions about the configuration, which I think we can save for later. We've talked about it quite a lot this hour. I thought we could close as we head into the news with a more perhaps philosophical question, because Colin is saying with identity politics and leaders who are hit or miss, how do we move forward from potential weaknesses that could harm our progress? What do other countries do? And it's that other countries element that I found interesting, partly because when we do try and talk about identity politics in Malaysia, you get the cry of, you can't compare us to anybody else. We are unique, we're the only ones who are like this. And that keeps us I think that keeps the conversation stuck in a very tight groove.
I think, we have to look at what the big questions are, right? The middle ground of politics has moved. We have the rise of an ultra Malay nationalist and Islamist coalition. We do at the same time have still a very powerful, more progressive Pakatan Harapan, and then regional parties. I think, if we see what's going on globally, the forces of the right have gaining ground in this period of crisis, and we can ask ourselves what those underlying drivers are. Are they ideological? Are they kind of the campaign strategic, which we've talked about, or are they a product of kind of these issues of vulnerabilities and displacement that are taking place in a period of time of crisis? And I think one has to see all these three things together, especially the role that vulnerability and the COVID environment. Keep in mind that this was the Prime Minister who was there during the COVID time, and he provided tremendous amount of social assistance. He helped they helped to win the sub-state elections in this process and gained a persona and good. So these type of larger macro drivers that we can see globally in places like Italy, for example, or that are coming back. And And we still see kind of that contestation like in the U.S. election, right? We still have a considerable polarization where the progressives also held on. If the progressives, Pakatan Harapan's performance in this election, no matter what the numbers are, has been very impressive from the perspective of where they might have come into after the state elections of Johor and Malacca.
Right.
So,
I want to talk to you a bit about do these elections, because of the way it's structured, because of malapportionment, truly reflect the aspirations of the Malaysians and the vast majority of Malaysians? Has it, in fact, created or amplified a certain segment of the Malay political community, rather than because we're looking only at seats, not at actual numbers, right? And so, what do you make of that? I mean, this is an electoral system that is skewed.
So Pakatan Harapan, my expectation, will win the majority of the plurality of the vote in terms of the representation. And it's interesting, if we look at where PN is winning some of its seats, right? They're winning in constituencies that are smaller in number and have been carved out in very interesting sets of ways. So I think that, the malapportionment in particular is a problem. The inclusion of Undi 18 and the automatic registration voters has ameliorated some of that. But, one of the big questions Malaysia is going to face is that there will be a new redelineation exercise coming. This election will help to determine who will be able to define what that exercise is. If we have, this will be at question, right? And the issue of reducing some of these imbalances has to be very much on the table.
We're speaking today with Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Asia Research Centre. And we are covering the battle for Malaysia as best we can as the results come in, as we wait to know what the official tally is going to be, and we answer your questions. So if you'd like to ask anything at all, that time is now. You can send us a WhatsApp at 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. Drop us a comment on the live stream. Also, just say hi, because at this point, at this hour, it's nice to know that you're listening and watching, and we really appreciate it. We'll be back after the news. You're listening to The Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I would like to see a government that could carry out what is needed for tomorrow. A government that wants to prepare for climate change, would like to strengthen democratic institutions, introduce proportional representation to our electoral system, but most of all, to give effect to the rights that we are supposed to have in our federal constitution.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
On the evening edition, we take you to the heart of the issue.
You want to see promises being fulfilled by the winning parties, and I think I'm afraid that I don't want them to use B40 as a fancy term in manifestos just to attract pocket of voters. It's like if you put a B40, then you are kind of like, I'm the savior of a B40. I'm actually doing these things just on the surface on the manifesto. But you have to actually remember that B40 students are not, you cannot just generalize them. All are actually poor students.
Join us for insights into news and current affairs every weekday from 5 to 8 p.m. only on the evening edition.
When it comes to addressing mental health issues, one perspective has been historically neglected, that of people with lived experiences of mental health problems. Hasbi Mas Putra, a mental health advocate, explains why it's important for them to be at the table when planning policies and services.
I am not diminishing the experience of healthcare professionals in their fields. But healthcare professionals in general work in silos, so they don't really see the interplay between those intersections of oppression and discrimination that clients go through. Clients that go to JKM, to public healthcare, clients that then go back to their B40 households living on minimum wage, these are all negative multipliers. So if we can basically formalizing mechanisms that bring these perspectives into healthcare and into larger systems of governance.
That was Hasbi Mas Putra, a mental health advocate, on what he would like to see the next government prioritizing when it comes to mental health care and services. Listen to the full conversation on bfm.my or on our BFM app.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the GE15 updates at 1 a.m. Malaysia's longest-serving MP, Tengku Razali Hamzah, has officially been defeated in Gua Musang after being in Parliament since 1974. PAS captured the seat with a razor-thin majority of 163 votes. Meanwhile, Pejuang has cancelled its planned press conference tonight after official results showed its chairman, Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, losing his Langkawi seat to Perikatan Nasional. The former Prime Minister managed to secure a mere 4,500 votes and lost his deposit in the second parliamentary election defeat of his political career. BN came in second, while Pakatan Harapan's candidate, who came in third, also lost his deposit. NST reports that Pejuang will issue a press statement later this morning after a post-mortem. Pakatan Harapan Chairman Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim officially won the Tambun parliamentary seat with a 5,000 vote majority. This comes as Penang Chief Minister Chow Kon Yeow revealed that Nurul Izzah has lost in Permatang Power, bringing an end to Anwar's legacy in the seat. Over in Perlis, Shahidan Kasim retained the Arau Parliament seat, winning it for PN after he was dropped as a BN candidate. Meanwhile, in Ampang, three-term incumbent MP Zuraida Kamarudin lost the seat to Rodzia Saleh from Harapan, as well as her deposit in the 9-way tussle. Batu independent candidate Tian Chua has conceded defeat and congratulated Pakatan Harapan for winning the parliamentary seat based on unofficial results. With almost half of the 195 ballot boxes tallied, Pakatan's P. Prabhakaran is in a comfortable lead over the 9 other candidates with over 19,600 votes. According to the Star, EC official results showed Tian Chua only garnered some 2,200 votes as at midnight. Briefly, PN Chief Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin is set for a 7th term as Pago MP, having retained the seat with a 10,000 vote majority. Meanwhile, caretaker Prime Minister Datuk Sri Ismail Sabri has retained the Bera seat for Barisan Nasional. In Sarawak, Datuk Larry Seng will serve another term as Julau MP, having won the seat under Parti Bangsa Malaysia against 3 other opponents. The youngest elected rep in Sarawak told BFM he believes the win reflects the voters' confidence in his services in the last 5 years.
I think voter sentiment in rural constituencies in Sarawak is a lot of based largely on identity politics. I think the sentiment this time around for my win is also partly attributed to the conditions whereby the person who's contesting against me, primarily from GPS, was also the same candidate who stood against me in 2018. It wasn't an easy election because GPS put in all their might. So we have ministers and 16 aduns and also those MPs campaigning from GPS. So I must say that with a bit of luck, and also with the good support from the people, we managed to pull through.
At last look, the Election Commission has GPS with 20 seats, Pakatan Harapan has 28 seats, PAS has 18, while PN and BN have 17 and 16 seats respectively. Briefly, heavy police presence has been reported outside the Ampang counting centre just as ballot counting is about to end. And police are closing and diverting several roads near Istana Negara until further notice. Brickfields police say there would be a road diversion on Jalan Tuanku Abdul Halim leading out of the capital to the Duta Toll Plaza. There are also road closures from the city centre towards Istana Negara between Jalan Tuanku Abdul Halim and Jalan Semantan, as well as at the entrance of Jalan Semantan to Jalan Changkat Semantan. PDRM has advised motorists to plan their journeys ahead and to follow instructions from the police to prevent untoward incidents. I'm Audrey Raj. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You are now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
When it comes to addressing mental health issues, one perspective has been historically neglected, that of people with lived experiences of mental health problems. Hasbi Mas Putra, a mental health advocate, explains why it's important for them to be at the table when planning policies and services.
I am not diminishing the experience of healthcare professionals in their fields, but healthcare professionals in general work in silos, so they don't really see the interplay between those intersections of oppression and discrimination that clients go through. Clients that go to JKM, to public healthcare, clients that then go back to their B40 households living on minimum wage. These are all negative multipliers So if we can basically formalizing mechanisms that bring these perspectives into healthcare and into larger systems of governance.
That was Hasbi Mas Putra, a mental health advocate, on what he would like to see the next government prioritizing when it comes to mental health care and services. Listen to the full conversation on bfm.my or on our BFM app.
Did you know that every day from 5 to 7:30 in the evening, we're just waiting to hear from you? That's right, you.
Hello, is this the evening edition?
Now that's a satisfied caller. You want to be that person? 7733 is the number for you.
Can I send a voice note instead? A free one on WhatsApp?
Of course you can. That number is 018-789-8899. What? Do you miss that? It's 018-789-8899.
Tune in every evening from 5 p.m. onwards for the hottest stories of the day and plenty of conversation. Only on the evening edition.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I would like to see a government that see the river to solve the flood issue, see the crappy syllabus that destroy the country's next generation, see the facilities in the hospital that stops the doctors from making what they need to do, and solve all these issues by taking care of the rakyat, not taking care of their own pocket.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Build fortunes modestly. BFM 89.9.
It is 1:06. You're tuned in to the Battle for Malaysia, our GE15 coverage. I'm Lee Chui Lin. With me in the studio is Sharat Kutan, as well as Dr. Bridget Welsh, who is really just a champ fielding questions from us, from listeners, which is what we're asking you for, by the way. If you have thoughts or questions about the results that are coming out, about how things have gone today, about what things might look like, that number to WhatsApp is 018-789-8899. You can tweet us at BFM Radio. You can drop us a comment as well on our live stream. We're up on Facebook, YouTube, our website, the app. And by the way, thank you everybody for saying hi back. I understand that there have been a number of hellos. Hello to DK Shin, hello to James, hello to Alroy, hello to Shari, hello to everybody else who said hi, because it's 1:07. I think we just need to keep each other company.
It's time to talk about Dr. Mahathir, a man who casts a very long shadow over contemporary politics in Malaysia. Just to correct an earlier assertion, he in fact has lost his deposit. He got less than 10% of the vote, 9.62%. He lost to the Perikatan National candidate Muhammad Shohaimi Abdullah, who took the seat at 25,000 votes. Bridget, I don't think anybody ever writes Dr. Mahathir off as a force, whether within Parliament. This is significant, isn't it?
Well, his time has passed. I think this is, he shouldn't have contested again. And his party, performed exceptionally poorly across the country. I think, it's sad to see his legacy be one that he ends up being, losing his deposit in the constituency like Langkawi. The candidate he ran against is a local from Langkawi. Again, this goes back to PN strategically placing the right people in the right places. And younger voters did not connect to Mahathir. And many young people felt that, Mahathir, when he stepped down from the prime ministership, he helped to create problems from the perspective of instability. And I think that, they made it very clear they don't want him back.
So what about the man? I mean, if we could just dwell on him for a bit, about his inability or resistance to change his relationship to the country. He didn't want to become an elder statesman. He wanted to remain within on the field, fighting it out. He created a coalition, you can call it, based on a party, and he was very bullish about it. He went from pugnacious, shouting down rivals, and then sort of also reaching out and an olive branch to them. All that drama that we've had from Dr. Mahathir over the last year or so. Was this a man who just could not reimagine his relationship to the country?
I think he cannot also, I think that's partly right. I think it's also the fact that the country has changed. It's not the same country that it used to be. Whatever you say about one of the key things about these results today is that people chose different alternatives, right? They're willing to take risks on different options, and Mahathir wasn't that option in that context. I think also, when you were talking just now, I was reminded and I was thinking about the last time Mahathir lost an election. That was in 1969 when he was running. And in that contest, you also saw the rise of the right as political forces. And the question, the question is whether or not, Mahathir himself is recognizing is that the same forces of ultra-Malay nationalism that he was part of are now come out and in some ways also removed him from office. There's a lot of irony here in that context.
While we're talking about losses, one that we spoke about earlier, but that listeners are, I think, very keen to revisit or to try to understand is that of Nurul Izzah in Pematang Power, because there are several messages in relation to this from Christine, Sharul, AL, and Haley, all asking, I think, variations on a theme. So I think, firstly, the main kind of question that's coming through is what happened there? Why the loss?
So, I think there are three important factors. The first of all is that the PN candidate is a preacher who has tremendous amount of followings on social media, and he has a very wide following in that particular regard, and I think this cannot be underestimated from a perspective of the seat. The second factor is that this seat has always been a close seat. It's not something that people, they perceive it as this kind of, it's always a safe win.
A sure thing, yeah.
It was on my list of being a seat that could be lost, and I emphasized this in conversations that I thought could happen, because if we look at the demographic shift in terms of the change composition of the seat and we run projections, PN kept coming up as winning this seat from the perspective of the numbers on the ground. And so the demographics, the shift in the way the configuration, and we can see that this is true of all large parts of the Malay, of the mainland of Penang, now have a larger Malay population and a different configuration of that. I think the third thing is, Nurul Izzah has a tremendous persona and is deeply respected for her important discussions of policy and she's an icon among a generation in their 30s. I think that for people in their 20s, there wasn't quite that same connection, and this whole issue of reformasi, which certain generation people would recognize, was not the same kind of configuration of what voters are experiencing today. The crisis that matters for voters is COVID and the economy, in that area, and I think the campaign didn't necessarily connect to that to the same degree. And Nurul Izzah is part of the elite in that context, and the preacher has had a bit more carved into that. And keep in mind that seat did split vote.
Yeah, so the name of the preacher is Muhammad Fawaz Muhammad Jan. And, maybe this is also a problem of, the kind of KL-centric kind of worldview, right? That we recognize very familiar things in people like Nurul Izzah. Nurul Izzah is one of us, as it were. And we can't imagine that there are other figures out there that attract respect, attention. They become models for leadership. And, I think maybe it behooves us all to, when, we wake up tomorrow morning, is to find out who these other voices are that are going to start populating the federal parliament, right? And Muhammad Fawaz is going to be one of those.
44 Ustaz run for office in this election, 44. And I can tell you that it's going to be a large number of Ustaz that are going to be elected into this parliament.
And that will significantly, I think, affect the tenor of discussion as well as the broader policy directions, you think?
And the competency of potential any potential government if that that party coalition forms the government. But it also is going to structure the type of opposition politics and the type of narrative. I mean, as I keep saying, that one of the most worrying things about these results is that it does pit a more ideologically different groups of people against each other in terms of this conversations. I would also, want to emphasize that, there's very different kind of people live in their different social spaces, all right, and they listen to different things, they operate even on different social media platforms. Although TikTok was perhaps the one that was the most where the debates were the most vibrant from the different perspectives. And so, Malaysia is a very diverse country, and the power of conservative forces are very real things on the ground. And when we speak in English, they're not listening for many of them.
Yeah, so just a quick look at some of the numbers, rounding up the tally for the coalitions. Pakatan Harapan is leading with 63, not far behind Perikatan Nasional with 50 seats. Barisan Nasional with 25 seats, is half of what Perikatan Nasional has. GPS is 21, GRS 6, and then I think that's the extent that I have on my board. But
it's worth saying also that UMNO has announced that they will be holding two what they call high-level meetings tomorrow at the World Trade Center, and that Ahmad Maslan has also said that BN will hold their Supreme Council meeting at 8 p.m. tomorrow as well. So there is that.
There goes Zahid.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll wait to see. So the question is, if Zahid goes, does Ismail Sabri, because he won and quite convincingly, step into that role of leadership in UMNO?
I think a lot depends on how Muhammad Hassan performed in Rembau, and keep in mind that the party is a party based on of hierarchy and position, and Muhammad Hassan is the deputy president. I would also say what I've said earlier in the program today, which I think is important to emphasize. It was Ismail Sabri who called this election.
You are with Lynn and Sharad on the Battle for Malaysia. We are, of course, with Dr. Bridget Welsh. Bridget, brace yourself, because after this, I'm going to pepper you with a series of coalition possibilities, because really, I think at this point, with the numbers we have, those are the questions that are coming in. In the meantime, though, if you do want to ask Bridget a question, if you want to drop us a comment, anything at all, you can WhatsApp us, 018-789-8899. You can tweet us at BFM Radio. You can also drop a comment on our live video stream. That is on bfm.my, our app. We are also on YouTube. So do let us know what you're thinking and keep it here on the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Malaysia is gripped with election fever, and on the Breakfast Grill, we continue to push the boundaries to understand the interplay of markets, the economy, and politics.
Our stock price is sort of the victim of the overall global macroeconomic conditions and the drop in the stock market.
If we can strengthen Parliament and then to be able to have this bipartisan agreement on new policy for economic, education and environment, then we can do a lot as a country.
Tune into the Breakfast Grill, weekdays at 8 a.m.
The BFM Breakfast Grill is brought to you by U Mobile, 5G now with you.
For some people, baking a cake might not be difficult, but expanding a business is definitely not easy. CEO of Bake with Yen, Alex Rosso, talks about going from 15 stores in 2017 to 94 stores nationwide.
We have a team very passionate, and retail is people first, and you cannot grow so fast with not passionate people. So this is the strength of Bake with Yen, is a team, and they could open so many stores with so many states. So we have the expansion team, we have operation team, all of them work together to make it happen. And today is even not franchise, it's our own stores, so it's even more complicated.
To listen to the full conversation, look up the podcast Baking Made Quick, Affordable and Easy on our website at bfm.my or on our BFM app that is available on the Apple App Store and Google Play.
I don't get it, man. Football is just a bunch of people chasing a ball on the field. Why bother with swimming when you can just run? Isn't table tennis just tennis but on a table? How effective is karate in real life situation? Why do you get so many timeout in basketball? How is that fair?
Can't seem to wrap your head around sports? Fret not. Tune into Bar None, our weekly sports program that brings you through the exciting world of sports with exclusive interviews, news roundups, and more every Tuesday at 9 p.m.
BFM 89.9. It is just about 1:24. That was The Clash with Revolution Rock. You're listening to Battle for Malaysia, our coverage of GE15. I'm Lee Chui Lin. In the studio with me, as always, Sharat Kutin, as well as Dr. Bridget Welsh, who is answering questions really from the floor. And Bridget, I did promise you a series of questions all focused on permutations and possibilities. So I'm going to try the lightning round this, but we'll see. So MZ says, PN's race and religion controversies would make them impossible partners for GPS, right? So does that mean GPS could either work with BN or PH, and either way would still not get enough majority? Thoughts?
We don't know the numbers to whether or not they would form the majority. They have at least 23 seats, GPS does. And that's not a sizable, that is a considerable amount of seats in terms of the overall parliament composition. I think the configuration does point to GPS to be more aligned with Pakatan Harapan, as well as potentially an UMNO configuration.
But what about this, this idea that has been floating that basically Sarawak has its own trajectory? I mean, it feels that it has its own thing. Its chief executive is now called a premier. They have insisted they're no longer a state, they're a territory. Their talk is, okay, you do what you want, but leave us alone to manage ourselves. Are they invested in the national narrative? A narrative, either if you're a progressive, that, one needs to march through democratization towards some sort of, multicultural ideal, or other narratives about, reclaiming Malaya as a Malay land, so on and so forth. Could they just go with any power in Putrajaya that agrees to leave them alone to do as they think they want to do?
So earlier on in the program, I talked about three different things that matter in this relationship with GPS. One is the power of personalities. The second is the importance of interests in terms of, and the third involved the issues of positions and policy programs, right? In this context. Right? So my sense is that I just now talked about from a perspective of ideology, right? That GPS would be more not as aligned with Berkta National, but from a perspective of personalities, I think that Muhyiddin and Abang Jo have a good relationship. But then this brings me to the bigger issue. Keep in mind that GPS itself is a coalition. It's a coalition of multi-ethnic parties, a Chinese-based party, you have a Dayak-based parties, you have a Malay Mindanao party, PBB, which is a dominant partner, but still it is very important for these other configurations. And so they have to figure out how their coalition will also stay together in the broader picture. We know that stability is a major priority. We also do know that GPS went into this election knowing that they would have potentially some sort of kingmaker role. They are clearly looking at specific ministries. We discussed earlier in the program rural development, but we're also talking about issues of the deputy prime ministership. And then there's also specific sets of programs. I think that Alex Lingi here, from the Secretary General from GPS, he came out with this repeated word, which I think is very salient for GPS, which is the issue of trust. Who do we trust, right? So the question is how much, if Muhyiddin Yassin ends up being the candidate for PN, how much, that trust relationship with Abang Jo can assuage the other coalition partners that would be very unhappy with PAS. I can tell you that this would put pressure on GPS's coalition. And I also think there would be a lot stronger reaction. Keep in mind that GPS has often, repudiated PAS publicly and not allowed some of those members, some of the PAS hate speech to actually come into even into the state.
And I want to ask you about that because hate speech also became the subject of the last part of the hustings when that video came out suggesting, revealing that Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin had used the kind of the Jewish and Christian bogey in a speech. He's, of course, went on to deny it or say he was taken out of context, but that's been part of it, right? Do you think did it have any impact at all? I mean, Azmin Ali, who I believe has lost in Gombak, but he said that he didn't think it was going to have an impact on how voters thought about this, or did it have a positive impact for Muhyiddin Yassin in galvanizing forces around him against Pakatan Harapan?
I think both. I think, first of all, I do believe it had an impact. It had an impact in terms of for non-Malays who were cognizant of those remarks, and it had an impact for the PN building and consolidating its more base, right? That this type of language and discourse and stories, which are not substantively true, are things that are deeply rooted within the mindset of the conversations that are had. And when we talked earlier about different worldviews, and these are very much this in this context. So I think that hate speech is and the polarization of the other. Keep in mind, I've said earlier tonight that one of the biggest concerns now is we have a different type of polarization, right? And so the question in these coalitions is who will be the middle ground. And GPS will be one of the people who will be in the middle ground. And people, and I think these leaders will be asking that the very difficult and very important question is what sort of country Malaysia wants to be from the perspective of being able to bring different partners together. Old grievances of old enemies, and it's not just about old enemies being your friends, right? It's about determining who are those that are actually not your friends at all, or what type of friends you want to work with. Those sets of questions that are there. You spoke earlier in your question to me, Sharad, about the issue of Sarawak and identity and issues. I think the substantive issues are real, as they are in Sabah, and in some ways. Sabah is even in a relatively worse situation because of the fragmentation. Really reduces their bargaining power, and it also reduces the ability for them to kind of actualize and address issues that improve their revenue position and others. I think that the coalition dynamic that will play out will kind of contribute potentially to further fragmentation, potentially in Sabah. But let me reiterate, as you know, in this conversation, we're implicitly talking about PN-led government, but I think we still don't know the numbers about who is going to be the one who has the most contenders. And I think that I still remain of the view that Pakatan Harapan will probably have the most numbers, but if those numbers have been eroding as we've spoken, from the perspective of some of these particular seats. My original projection is 72. Let's see if they get to 72.
Right. So in terms of numbers, very quickly, can we just do numbers? 67 for Pakatan Harapan. I'll give you the breakdown. Though PKR has 21 of that 67. DAP has 37. Amanah has 6. UPCO has 2. We haven't actually spoken about UPCO at all. And then Muda has 1. So 67 altogether.
So they won Tuaran as well?
I can check. Let me do that right now.
I'm sure if UPCO's won 2, that they've won Tuaran, which is where the hate speech would have had a big impact. In fact, it was projected that Marius Tangau was facing a very difficult contest against GRS. But my sense is that the Christian community there would have had a strong reaction to some of those particular issues.
Well, I want to jump in here.
If that's the case with number 2, but number 1 is in Penampang.
I want to jump in here with a prevailing sense of anxiety that's coming through in the messages. And I mean, it's not just related to the fact that we don't have the final number. I think it's related in some ways now to a point that we're circling, which is the growing presence of, for example, religious leaders within winning seats, potentially running for office. And I think concerns circling that. Let's centralize it in this question from Hasman, who says, I want to know, how does PN differ from BN ideologically, considering how conservative and Malay-centric BN and UMNO rhetoric can be? Does PN represent a shift even further right on the spectrum? So, Bridget, let's start with that.
Yes. To answer this, but let me concretize this in a way that I think is important. The PN government, Muhyiddin Yassin's government, had very little meaningful representation of non-Malays in it, in terms of representation in the government, in terms of positions from a perspective of ministerships and others. So the first question will be, what's the role of non-Malay representation? The second issue has to do with women and the representation of women in that government. And the way that, yes, they had a few women ministers, but those women were portrayed in a particular way and were given roles that were segmented into particular traditional roles for women, as opposed to being part of treated in a more equal and a more kind of holistic way. And we saw Muhyiddin Yassin's government remove a lot of important women from GLCs at that point, and there was a lot of displacement for women. And keep in mind that women voters and women are more concerned about some of the conservative agenda issues. Now, again, I don't want to belabor this and to add to the anxiety of people who are are staying awake and are worried, having fears of not sleeping well as a result of the conversation here. But what I am trying to say is that I do think, from a perspective of concrete engagement, of inclusion, in terms of ideological rhetoric, I think, and also conceptualizations of the way governance should be carried out, I think Perkhidmatan Nasional is different than UMNO in that regard. And
let me just give you some numbers, okay? Let's look at the breakdown of Perkhidmatan Nasional now. At 53, it has 20 from Bersatu, 32 from PAS. It says PN Direct. I'm not quite sure what that is a reference to, but I'm just looking at the Malaysia Kini site now. Barisan Nasional has 26 seats. So the breakdown is UMNO 23, MCA 2, PBRS 1.
The PN Direct one, by the way, is Ali Biju and Saratok.
Okay. So the question is, if they are the anchor coalition, what kind of diversity can they bring to that discussion? Is it that they will then look for coalition partners that help create some side diversity? Unless, of course, Bridget, is it possible to imagine a purely Malay Muslim government?
I think they imagine it. That's part of what they have done in terms of the way that they have framed this from a perspective of that. And I think this idea of the collective ummah and the place within the issues of government. But I think we have to ask ourselves: do the numbers, do the rest of the country configure with this? We've talked earlier today about the fact that the popular vote will not be with PN. I think that it will still be with Pakatan Harapan based on their numbers and the size of the constituency. PN will do well, but it will still will not have the same popular vote that Pakatan Harapan is expected to have. I think the second issue is that is the question of the geographic concentration of where their votes are coming from. The rise of the Eastern Corridor, the Kelantan, the Terengganu, the Pahang, the Kedah, and then kind of the northern and the eastern Malay heartland areas, as opposed to representation in parts of Sabah Sarawak, and those numbers are minimal in that regard. So I think that it's a different kind of configuration.
We're speaking today with Dr. Bridget Welsh. If you would like to ask a question, offer a comment, those numbers, WhatsApp 018-789-8899. It's actually just one number, but it's 138. Who's kind of gatekeeping grammar at this point in time. You can, of course, also tweet us at BFM Radio. Leave us a comment on our live stream that is running on YouTube as well as our website and app. After this, we will return for more queries. So keep it here on the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Hello, I'm Sim Wee Boon from The Morning Run. We've cast our votes, but what comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is Datuk William Ng. He's the chairman of the Small and Medium Enterprises Association, or better known as Samantha. Datuk, what do you fear most coming out of this election?
I am hopeful that this GE15 will return a strong, stable government that is business-friendly and corruption-free. I think more than anything else, we can't work with uncertainties and all the political U-turns that we experienced over the past few years. And therefore, we are hopeful that the next government and new cabinet lineup will be made up of young, dynamic leaders who understand the economy and have the right ideas to take us further ahead.
So, what must our party political leaders prioritize?
I think it is important that we balance being popular and being practical. We cannot continue to avoid hot topics like a labour reform, for example, rationalisation of our GLC, and so on. Because although they are unpopular to some voters, but they're ultimately what we think we need as a country. I think for most SMEs, we are basically able to survive regardless of which government comes to place. What we really need is more facilitation, more intervention, and less government being in business. I think at the end of the day, as long as the next government cut down the number of red tapes, reduce the amount of new policies that are not beneficial to SMEs, our SMEs we do just fine.
That was Dato' William Ng, the chairman for the Small and Medium Enterprises Association, or better known as Samantha. Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Here is what you missed on the morning run.
If all else fails, get your finger dipped in indelible ink to get free food that many food outlets out there are offering as voting incentives.
That was Jason Wee, the co-founder of Architects for Diversity, putting forth the economic argument for voting. There will be freebies.
I'm just trying to pace myself because of the free food I'm getting as I show my purple finger everywhere.
You never know what's in store tomorrow. The Morning Run, weekdays 6 to 10 a.m.
I need a change. I need for something to happen to me without a warning. Walking the same steps every morning. I see all the same faces, but I don't even know them. I wanna change now, following the same trace. I'm stuck in a strange place, and I need a change now. It's all the same. It's all Monday morning. Every weekday feels like the same to me. Nothing that takes me places where I've not been. Nothing that makes me see things that I've not seen. I wanna change now, following the same trace. I'm stuck in a strange place, and I need a change now. I wanna change now, following the same trace. Stuck in a strange place, and I need a change now.
So they've won 2 states. We should talk about it.
And we are going to talk about it now. The mics did come on just as we were discussing what we were going to talk about next. You are tuned in to the Battle for Malaysia. It is 1:43. We're officially, can I call it? This is the wee hour. Can we call it the wee hours of the morning? I think
we're together.
Yes, that's right. We've earned it. Right. You're listening to Battle for Malaysia with Lynn Sherrod and Dr. Bridget Welsh. And together we are just trying to make sense of things, looking at the headlines and results as they come, and also taking your questions. So if you want to send them through, that number is 018-789-8899. You can also tweet us at BFM Radio. And of course, leave us a comment if you're watching on our live stream. Thank you very much for taking the time to spend time with us visually in our studio. So yes, there is a question that we haven't yet addressed, or at least not at this point now that we've had a certain accounting of numbers. So Anonymous on WhatsApp wants to know, what is the significance really of Undi 18 and the younger voters on the results announced thus far? Do we have a sense of it?
So if we know from the turnout that they voted in high numbers, so respectable, numbers, and number two, we know that they were split between PN and Pakatan Harapan, that they didn't vote for UMNO. To the same degree, except for in part in some of the core areas of Johor and other areas. So I think that they were important in affecting the results, but they also split in terms of their voter affiliation.
I want to just draw some numbers here. We do have results for some of the state elections. Remember, we were talking about Perlis and Pahang being UMNO strongholds after 2018, or at least they were in control of those assemblies. Now, Perlis has been called, all 15 seats. Perikatan has 14 of them with one Harapan. So nothing, absolutely nothing for UMNO and Barisan Nasional in Perlis.
Well, as expected, what happens is when you kill warlords, you get an implication of this. So we can see that Pakatan Nasional has taken two state governments, not only in Perlis, but my projection is that it looks like, from my contacts in Pahang, that they have also taken Pahang.
Okay, so the Pahang configuration, at least what is reported, and this is 23 out of the 41 seats, 10 for Barisan Nasional, 8 for Perikatan, and 5 for Harapan. So obviously, in the remaining 18 seats, there must have been a surge for Perikatan.
Well, this is from the sources, so it's not yet confirmed, right? Now, I messaged two people who were in Pahang to ask, what is PN1 in the state level there, and they said they think so, and they sent me a set of results, which I haven't looked at in detail. But my sense is that I think that it's a very big gain for them.
Okay. Also, Perak was in contention. It was the battleground, both federal, I guess, and state for Pakatan Harapan. The numbers there, 28 that we have, 20 out of 59 seats, 3 for Barisan Nasional, 13 for Perikatan Nasional, and 12 for Harapan. We understand there's been some statements made that there's not going to be a press conference tonight about what's happening in the state. In fact, there seems to be various groups huddling and no clear sense of where the state is headed.
Well, I think Perak is going to be a very important state to watch because it's going to determine what sort of coalition figurations we're going to see on the national stage. Keep in mind that UMNO and DAP had a working partnership, as a kind of unspoken but agreed pact to keep this, to stabilize Perak. And I think that they have some minimal type of trust relationships. So we may see a very different type of configuration in Perak that is taking place. DAP has done well in some of their seats, but they have not done as well based on, we don't yet know the overall numbers, but I think the question is whether or not they maintain the same degree, the same level of support as the past. I think there are a few seats in the northern part that are under challenge for DAP. But irrespective, what we've got here is we may have a kind of another Perak defining moment for the national stage, which is they may set up a different type of relationship in terms of the Hung State Assembly.
There's also, and I think it's something we've kind of neglected, which is the Pakatan Harapan story, whether they have a route to power. They are the largest coalition at this point in time. Remember, Pakatan has 72 seats at the moment. Mm-hmm. Perikatan has 59. So they're about 13 seats behind Pakatan Harapan. Is there a route to power for Pakatan Harapan at this point in time?
Well, there's still quite a few seats that have not yet been called, and so I think that the trajectories for people are looking at are between 80 to 85 for Pakatan Harapan. If they can get through the 70s, I think this puts them in a much stronger position. And we've discussed what that relationship could be. I mean, let's just do the math. Let's pick 75, or let's say 80. All right, and if you add 23, you've got GPS. Huh? If you add a Warasan, you've got 3. All right, in that context. So that what does that put in terms of the math at the wee hours of the morning? I'm not really a great math person, but what do we've got that? So we've got 106, right, in that context, right? And then you have other configurations. So potentially, if you manage to convince GRS to be with you as opposed to PN, that's one other option. In that context, you have a few independent candidates like KDM. There are 2 KDM KDM parties, or at least one KDM victory.
One that we have here.
KDM, yeah.
Mhm.
In that
There's
contest.
PBM.
Yeah. And there's
Larry Sung.
Larry Sung. You also have two independents that have won. One of those is an UMNO, and then you also have the potential of working with UMNO. All right, and if you work with UMNO, and if there are particular seats, and it would be probably definitely a Zahid-less UMNO in that context. I understand Zahid has won his seat, but the question is whether or not what's going to happen. That party is already going through, is already calling the meetings because heads will roll in that party.
Well, Phil actually has a question about this, talking about possible permutations. Do you think UMNO will factor in their calculations the risk that forming a government coalition with PN as a junior partner and with PAS as the largest party could result in the de facto end of UMNO and BN? And, Bridget, you've been speaking at length about this changing of the identity in many ways of UMNO, even as a national party. Do you think that this is part of the math at this point in time?
No question. I mean, in 2016, I wrote the book called The End of UMNO. And I pointed out that they were losing their base. They had lost their legitimacy, and that they had really challenges in terms of its leadership. Now the party is at a very critical crossroads to decide how it's going to play itself and survive. The problem with UMNO is that it's very uncomfortable being in a position of being secondary. And we saw that it was a destabilizing force in this context. For good or for bad, Anwar Ibrahim and Zahid Hamidi do have a talking relationship. They have been, they came up through the politics of the 1990s together. And even though they've had some very difficult times, especially when Zahid was home minister when Anwar was in jail, it wasn't a nice time for Anwar Ibrahim. But I would say that, they still maintain that conversations. So that is one particular dynamic. I do believe, however, if Zahid is gone and the next president of UMNO is Mohammed Hassan does not have a good relationship with PAS. Zahid does have a good relationship with PAS. So the party will be making a big decision about its relationship not only with Pakatan Harapan, but also with what the party stands for. And I think this is where the party leadership will be very pivotal. Keep in mind that now the configuration of UMNO has changed. There are 2 or 3 regional locations where the party has done well. The first of which is in Sabah, the second of which is in Johor, and the third of which is in the middle kind of heartland of Negri Sembilan and Malacca. It is a different party. There are a few seats elsewhere, of course. They haven't lost everywhere, but I would say that it is a different type of party, and I think that kind of past brotherly love is not so lovable.
Just a quick look at the numbers again. We have 191 seats called, and so that's 29 seats left to be called. It's still not the whole parliament. We have those 2 in the bins, one of them being a Pakatan Harapan incumbent seat, the other one being a GPS incumbent seat. But yeah, so 29 seats left.
And as I said, you've got the majority of these as a Pakatan Harapan government. And based on protocols, all right, the Pakatan Harapan leadership should be called, and that's Anwar Ibrahim, and he has won his seat. And so should be called by the king to form the government. And the numbers, and we're talking 13-seat difference is a big difference. It's not a small difference. If it was like 1 or 2 seats, but we're not talking about 1 or 2 seats. We're talking about, a good 5% of the parliament.
I like to close off the hour on a more philosophical question. We've been doing this, so I'm going to stick to it. So we do have this from Thick Min, who says, a question for discussion. Does this election show that Malaysia's democracy is growing or maturing? And I like this partly because, like I said earlier, there is also a prevailing wave of anxiety and worry coming through, which is natural, I think, considering that we're not sure what's going to happen. So yeah, I mean, overall, if we look at how things have gone, if we look at how parties and people are reacting, are we maturing?
Yes, I think there are a lot of things that are very telling in this conversation. I think there are 2 things I will highlight. The first of which is, Malaysians have chosen to opt new choices. You may not agree with all those choices, but they have definitely done so. All right, they've left UMNO behind in that context. And number 2, you have to ask yourself, why did they leave UMNO behind? And part of that reason is because that leadership did not reform. That leadership was full of people who were seen to be tainted in terms of corruption issues. And, for one of the reasons people supported PN, for especially in places outside of the traditional PAS heartland, is because, they were seen to be less corrupt than UMNO. And so that speaks to voters voting for better governance, voting for options of change in that area. Even if part of that is a kind of ethnicized discussion, there are still these other elements.
So, just a note, there's a hashtag trending, it's Zahid Letak Jawatan, which is a call, as you have made or suggested, Bridget, that Zahid resign his position, take responsibility for the massive loss that his coalition has suffered in today. And then I guess the question is, who takes his place and what will they negotiate?
I called it at 8:30 this evening, and I would say he should definitely resign. The worst defeat in history for the UMNO.
We'd like to hear from you. This is, of course, Battle for Malaysia, in which we've been covering the results, or what we have of the results anyway, of GE15. There are seats still left to call. If you'd like to send any questions or messages through, that number to WhatsApp 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio and leave us a comment on the live stream.
On the evening edition, we take you to the heart of the issue.
You need a good education policy that reflects on infrastructure being strong enough to withstand climate change effects, or to pursue education with disruptions of transboundary haze, right? So all of these policies stand on the ground, the fact that the environment needs to be this platform for them to stand on, because the environment needs to be healthy, it needs to be clean, it needs to be sustainable in order for the other policies to thrive.
Join us for insights into news and current affairs every weekday from 5 to 8 p.m. only on the evening edition.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat Speaks.
I want our government to upgrade the education system to include more life skill subjects and also financial planning so that our future generation will be more prepared for adulthood.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the GE15 updates at 2 a.m. Barisan Nasional Chairman Datuk Sri Ahmad Zahid Hamidi says the coalition accepts and respects the GE15 results, saying it is a major signal from the people towards BN. This follows news that UMNO will hold 2 high-level meetings later today at the World Trade Center in Kuala Lumpur. Its Secretary General Datuk Sri Ahmad Maslan also says Barisan Nasional will hold its Supreme Council meeting at 8 p.m. on the same day. Gabungan Parti Sarawak Chairman Tan Sri Abang Johari is satisfied with the coalition's performance in GE15 after officially taking 21 out of the 31 parliamentary seats in the state. This surpassed the 4-party coalition's feat of winning 19 seats when contesting under BN in GE14. However, GPS is still awaiting results from 2 more seats in Limbang and Baram.
Namun demikian, GPS telah memenangi secara tidak rasmi, memenangi 21 kursi. Kita rasakan kita tunggu kursi yang 2 tu. Walaupun kalau diperhatikan jumlah undi yang sudah dikira dengan undi yang akan datang, nampaknya dua-dua kursi itu akan menyebelahi kepada GPS. Itu subject to SPR.
The official result for Limbang could not be announced as several ballot boxes have yet to reach the tallying centre, while the election in Baram was suspended by the EC due to bad weather. Elsewhere, caretaker Prime Minister Datuk Sri Ismail Sabri has retained his Bura seat in Pahang for BN. He won some 31,000 votes, beating Pakatan's Abbas Awang and Perikatan's Asmawi. This comes as several Barisan Nasional and UMNO veterans tumbled last night, including Tan Sri Tengku Razali Hamzah in Gua Musang, UMNO Vice President Datuk Sri Mazhar Khalid in Padang Terap, and Finance Minister Tengku Datuk Sri Zafrul Aziz in Kuala Selangor. Meanwhile, caretaker Plantation Industries and Commodities Minister Datuk Zuraida Kamaruddin has failed to defend the Ampang parliamentary seat in GE15. However, several of her cabinet colleagues, such as Senior Defence Minister Datuk Sri Hishamuddin Hussein and Transport Minister Datuk Sri Wee Ka Siong, retained their seats in Sembrong and Ai Hitam, both in Johor. Domestic Trade and Consumer Affairs Minister Datuk Sri Alexander Nantalingi also successfully retained the Kapit seat in Sarawak. In other results over the last hour, Datuk Sri Amiruddin Shari successfully unseated incumbent Datuk Sri Azmin Ali in the Gombak parliamentary seat under PH. The Selangor Menteri Besar secured over 72,200 votes, while Azmin obtained some 59,500 votes. Pakatan Harapan has retained Lembah Pantai, with Fadmi Fadil polling a majority of some 14,000 votes. Over in Bangi, Shahrizan Johan won the seat, taking over from his DAP senior Ong Kian Ming. The lawyer garnered over 69,700 vote majority, with 6 of his contenders losing their deposits. Meanwhile, Khairi Jamaluddin has lost in Sungai Buloh, with Harapan's R. Ramanan taking the seat with a 2,600 vote majority. Bersatu Vice President Datuk Razi Jidin, meanwhile, defeated incumbent Datuk Sri Tengku Adnan to win Putrajaya seat with over 2,300 vote majority. And Tengku Adnan lost the Putrajaya seat, which he held for 4 terms, with some 13,600 votes. At last look, the Election Commission has Pakatan Harapan with 56 seats, PN with 38, BN with 24, and PAS with 22 seats. I'm Nadia Rahmatrang. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You're now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, there are many people and organizations doubling their efforts for assistance and funding to continue providing help to those in need.
Hi all, I'm Ashley Koh from Health Equity Initiative's HEI, an NGO that provides free mental health services to refugees and asylum seekers in the Klang Valley. We are looking for organizations and individuals to assist vulnerable members of society who, during this crisis, cannot afford to see a doctor and cannot pay for the food that they need. Donations of provisions such as rice packets, cooking oil, and canned food for refugee families that are quarantined or unable to work due to the restrictions in movement are much needed, as well as volunteer drivers and riders to pass these provisions to these respective families. More information about how to help can be found on our Facebook page, Health Equity Initiatives, in solidarity.
Every little bit counts. Lend a helping hand if you can. And stay safe, everybody. This message is brought to you by BFM 89.9.
Hello, I'm Dashran Johan. We've cast our votes, but what comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is Mohan Ambike Pakar, a Malaysian living in the States. He's an associate professor in critical race theory and post-colonial studies at Tulane University. Mohan, what do you fear most will come out of this election?
I think the main thing for me is harm reduction. I think this is an election where the Malaysian people have to vote wisely in order to reduce the harm to our country, the harm to our society, the harm to our race relations, and the harm to our social fabric. I think we are in that kind of a historical moment. That is certainly guiding how I'm voting as a Malaysian overseas. I have voted. I've sent in my postal vote. But harm reduction is, I believe, the meaning of this election.
When you say harm reduction, right, what is this harm that we are trying to manage? What are you fearful the most if this harm that you're talking about isn't managed?
Well, I think some of the obvious ones that are out there, the issue of corruption comes up prominently. But corruption is a symptom of something, really deeper. We have a political economy in Malaysia that has been structured in ways that are very inefficient and wastes human talent and capital all kinds of ways, through discrimination and denying the development of, our young people and students because of discrimination. It harms the development of the country by creating conditions that have resulted in people like me leaving the country. The question of corruption is not just a question of a few bad apples. And we've lost our near capacity for being self-sufficient because we argue that we can do other things and go to the free market to buy our rice. Yet our currency is dropping in value all the time.
And on that note, thank you so much for speaking with me today, Mohan. That was Mohan Ambike Pakar, Associate Professor in Critical Race Theory and Post-Colonial Studies at Tulane University. The Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I want the government to focus on education, improving the education sector, especially in providing more opportunities for the marginalized communities. An example is to improve the school infrastructure in Sabah and Sarawak.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Busy following Money Trail. BFM 89.9.
It is 2:08. You're listening to the Battle for Malaysia. You are with Lee Chui Lin, Sharat Kutan, and Dr. Bridget Welsh. I just need to say the time again. It is 2:08. We will continue to go for this hour. The results are continuing to come in, although the discussion about, or rather the discussion, I think, about a hung parliament is growing louder. We are taking questions. We'd like to hear from you. You can WhatsApp us 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. And if you're watching us on the live stream, thank you so much for taking the time. Leave us a comment there as well. So what have we been talking about, Sharat?
Well, actually, it is a hung parliament. No coalition has a route to a simple majority. So that's done, right? We have 200 of the 220 seats up today declared So just 20 seats left. We have Barisan Nasional with 29 seats, Perikatan Nasional with 61 seats, Pakatan Harapan with 75, the commanding lead. But even that will not take them to a simple majority.
Bridget, I'd like to tee you up here because Aaron says the big question is it definitely going to be a hung parliament? Was this your prediction, Dr. Bridget?
Yes, it
There
was.
it is.
We definitely see this as a hung parliament, and we can see that no one has the numbers. I think one of what I've expected a bit. I think one of the things I did not get is right in terms of the sheer number size of the PN victories. One that was higher than I projected initially, and in some ways, UMNO's defeat and UMNO's numbers are much lower.
I do want to ask you, if I can, just very quickly, whether we might, when talk about government formation, return to what the status quo ante, really. Basically, we return to Keluarga Malaysia, with Barisan Nasional, Perikatan Nasional, GPS, because together, at least at this stage, Barisan Nasional and Perikatan Nasional have about 90 seats. With GPS, that would take them to 112, right? And that's not even counting GRS. So could we just have a repeat? Is Keluarga Malaysia 2.0?
One cannot rule that out, but I think there are two different things that stop that for the moment. Number one is that the precedent is that you go with the party that has the most seats. So Pakatan Harapan has the most seats. They will be, the coalition, not a party, but the coalition will be able to actually be asked, should be by all international precedents, should be asked to form the government first. I think that what is important about Pakatan Harapan's composition is that we do see a fair amount of Malay candidates that have won. So it is a genuinely multi-ethnic victories that the Pakatan Harapan has secured. So that really addresses the issue of that they're not Malay and so forth and so forth. So I think this is important. I think that that's the first gateway. The second problem is the relationship between BN and PN. PN is now in a much more dominant position. BN is not comfortable not being in a dominant situation, but we're not even talking about an equal relationship anymore. Number one, and number two, the UMNO as a coalition partner. Has now really been defeated in such ways. And Keluarga Malaysia was led by an UMNO person, Ismail Sabri. And I think that, it is pretty clear that Muhyiddin Yassin, who leads Partai Nasional, will not want Ismail Sabri to be the prime minister. So, what could be worked out in that relationship? And that goes back to what's happening in UMNO itself, but it also goes back to, how Partai Nasional wants to position itself nationally. And I think they will start making a play. The concern is for me, looking at this process, is whether or not they will be responsible players in this political process, recognizing that they are not number one, but they are number two in that context. One of the challenges of a kind of more ultra-nationalist, a more right-wing, conservative force that PN is the potential destabilizing rhetoric that might come from them. Now, obviously, I don't want to preclude that and suggest that this is happening because we haven't yet. But what the real question is how Malaysian, genuinely, inclusively Malaysian they will be. And if they don't become government, what sort of destabilizing role that they might play in that process. We're at a time where forming a government will take some time. So it's a question of being responsible actors. My projection is that because of what has happened with PN, I think there's going to be a lot of intensive conversations about who can work with whom in this context, and those have already started.
Do you think we are looking at just the continuity of volatility? I mean, if there's been the characterization of Malaysia as being sort of set adrift, right? After the after the Sheraton move, we had changes in parliament. In leadership of prime ministers. Is it possible that we will just have a continuation of this volatility, that we will not, in fact, achieve the golden mean and have stability?
I think this is where the middle ground partners become really important. And this is where, I know for some listeners, they would never conceive of UMNO as a middle ground. They are definitely, Fahmi Reza's scale on the conservative one, we know that. But this is an option that UMNO has to rebrand itself and also to move to our middle ground to try to capture that. I also think that GPS will have to make that set of decisions about what type of country they want the country to be and where they want to fit in that particular position and framework. These are not going to be easy decisions that have to be made. But I think if we consider the broader spectrum, the country offers more stability in terms of numbers to have UMNO, GPS, and Sabah partners plus Pakatan Harapan, because it's not going to be a 1-1-12 as you suggested, but a higher of 120 something.
We're going to be continuing our conversation after this, still getting lots of questions. And I think especially now about what happens next, right? But keep them coming. And again, I know I've been saying this a lot, but thank you for listening. It is 2:16. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Thank you for keeping us company. Again, questions, WhatsApp us 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. And of course, you can also leave us a comment on our live stream. We have some music coming your way. Here is U2 with Sunday Bloody Sunday, BFM 89.9.
Hello, I'm Sim Wee Boon from The Morning Run. We've cast our votes, but what comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is Datuk William Ng. He's the chairman of the Small and Medium Enterprises Association, or better known as Samantha. Datuk, what do you fear most coming out of this election?
I am hopeful that this GE15 will return a strong, stable government that is business-friendly and corruption-free. I think more than anything else, we can't work with uncertainties and all the political U-turns that we experienced over the past few years. And therefore, we are hopeful that the next government and new cabinet lineup will be made up of young, dynamic leaders who understand the economy and have the right ideas to take us further ahead.
So, what must our party political leaders prioritize?
I think it is important that we balance being popular and being practical. We cannot continue to avoid hot topics like a labour reform, for example, rationalisation of our GLC, and so on. Because although they are unpopular to some voters, but they're ultimately what we think we need as a country. I think for most SMEs, we are basically able to survive regardless of which government comes into place. What we really need is more facilitation, more intervention, and less government being in business. I think at the end of the day, as long as the next government cut down the number of red tapes, reduce the amount of new policies that are not beneficial to SMEs, our SMEs will do just fine.
That was Datuk William Ng, the chairman for the Small and Medium Enterprises Association, or better known as Samantha. Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Oh my god, I can't believe I got the promotion! That's amazing! You're gonna do great. But I've never really led a team before. I don't think I really know how.
The best way to learn is from the experts, don't you think?
Well, yeah, but where do I start?
Tune in to Raise Your Game every Monday at 11 a.m. to hear from coaches, trainers, and authors for the A to Z of leadership, communication, and more.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
My hope for G15 is more capable MPs and Aduns, a fair and just election, and a good voter turnout.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
Balanced Frank Medium. BFM 89.9.
It is 2:23. You are listening to The Battle for Malaysia with Lynn Sherrod and Dr. Bridget Welsh. And together we are reacting to, unpacking, trying to understand the results of GE15. So one of the things that came up, and we didn't get a chance to discuss it earlier, we have been focused very heavily on Zahid Hamidi, and with good reason. As you mentioned, Bridget, he's the one who called this election to begin with, and BN has not done well. So if we look at the statement that has emerged, I'm just going to be translating it. He says that BN accepts and respects the decision of the people in GE15 and take it as a big signal from the Rakyat towards us. Nevertheless, BN is committed to continue contributing into seeing a stable government created, and we are willing, I suppose, to overlook the sentiments that we have had before this, or, you know, the disagreements that have existed. BN is committed to see a good relationship between Semenanjung and Sabah and Sarawak. We are ready to be the bridge to build this relationship. And in the immediate future, BN will be focusing on how to return the strength of the party, especially in terms of dealing with current challenges and understanding the needs of a new generation. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, he hasn't resigned, which is unfortunate, because I think that speaks to the fact that he has not. He's in denial for his role in contributing to the defeat for UMNO and BN. Number two, I think that he's positioning UMNO as a kingmaker in the broader political process, both
as a bridge,
a bridge or a kingmaker, and of course for both People National, or as well as potentially for Pakatan Harapan. I'm not sure whether or not the GPS and Sabah factors would be pleased with that type of characterization, but it does indicate that they still want to position themselves very strategically. I do feel where UMNO goes will be very decisive in determining who will form the government. Will they? And Zahid has a good relationship with PAS, but others in UMNO do not, especially especially Mat Hassan. I think that also Zahid does have a relationship with Anwar Ibrahim, and I think so. It becomes very interesting to see how that statement is basically a kind of a strategic placement of we've become the kingmakers.
Why do you think, Bridget, that I know you think he ought to resign, but what would compel him to resign?
The party will compel him to resign. I think,
But this is the party that were very willing to follow him into this battle. This is the party that allowed him to become the president, that defeated Akari Jamaluddin when they stood against each other. This was a party that didn't want to change, didn't want to discard Najib Razak. We haven't uttered his name at all this evening.
There is going to be a question coming up shortly, but before that.
Yeah, so, why do you think UMNO, at this point in time, in defeat, will finally recognize what happened in 2018 and deal with that?
So my conversations with UMNO Jedra as well as UMNO leaders in the last week and a half and also this evening through mostly messaging have basically captured three things. Number one, that Zahid, that his decisions helped to contribute to the defeat. So therefore they see his particular role as being extremely important. Number two, that there is his treatment of Ismail Sabri and others within the party has really created and opened up a wound that everyone publicly was able to see, but also the party also feels that is very open and raw. I think that the third issue is that Zahid, the party itself, has gotten the biggest signal ever. This is the worst defeat. This is about a decision for their political future and survival. Huh? And, I think that Zahid has brought that defeat to them. So it's not a coincidence we have UMNO immediately calling for all these meetings. They're the first ones openly talking about it because they see this. I can tell you, I can't give you the names because they're in confidence, but I have had 3 UMNO leaders who've just been elected, the members of parliament now, all have said to me he should definitely resign. And these are coming from UMNO individuals. So I think Zahid would like to be, because of his relationships both with PAS and with Anwar, that he would like to be the kind of the conversation piece in that area. But I think this is going to be something that will be settled within the party.
We're about to head to a song. Before that, though, Sharad, you mentioned a significant lack of Najib Razak in our conversations tonight. Actually, Bridget brought him up earlier in relation to Pahang, but Lynn via email would really like to know your take on Najib and understanding why his supporters are so dedicated to him despite the ruling. And I think this clearly speaks to the boss coup phenomenon.
Well, I was just answering a question in the break during the song for a media person, and one of the things that they asked me about Najib, and I said, well, look, one of the things that this decision, the results show, is that Najib is going to stay in jail. All right, number one, and why is he still popular? Is because Najib would not have handled the warlord situation the way Zahid did. I mean, Zahid cost 2 state governments for UMNO.
The only state governments they had.
Exactly, right? He lost. So UMNO is now controls Malacca and Johor, right? But in the sense that it actually the two of the state governments that they were running for, that they also still had Perak as well. But the fact that it was a cooperative type of relationship, and that's also not necessarily looks like that we don't know what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of the Pahang numbers are not quite in either.
Yeah.
So only 31 of the 41 seats. Barisan Nasional has 14 of them, 11 for Perikatan and 6 for Pakatan Harapan. This is Pahang we were talking about.
So we don't, and we will have to wait to see what the final numbers are. And my sources say that they seem to have lost, but the counts are still going. There's still things are still coming in. But irrespective, what we're looking at is a kind of a situation where the Najib factor wasn't there. Najib had three things that he brought to the campaign. One is he had a particular style of being able to work with the party. Number two, he had tremendous control and sources on social media, which I think that UMNO's loss of salience on social media really has had an impact for them. And the other thing Najib had was money and resources. Some of that, of course, seems to be tied to 1MDB, but we don't know directly how that is. We know some of that in some of the court cases, but those UMNO suffered in this campaign by a lack of resources in many of the key seats.
Some numbers coming in. We just had a surge of results. Tapa. We hadn't heard of Tapa for a long time. It has been called for Barisan Nasional. M. Saravanan, the lone MIC MP in Parliament, in the next Parliament, he won with 18,000 votes. Pakatan Harapan was 13 and Perikatan Nasional was 12.
Expected. That was the seat that I thought that the MIC would most likely win.
Right.
We're going to continue looking at the results and taking your questions, really. You're tuned into the Battle for Malaysia. If you want to send questions through, please do. We're still taking them. That number to WhatsApp is 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. You can, of course, as has been the case through the evening, through the night, into the morning. Leave us a comment on our live stream as well. And now I have to say, rather depressing music. We seem to be trending that way. Here's Radiohead, High and Dry, BFM 89.9.
comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is human rights advocate Suri Kemper to share her views. Hi Suri, what do you fear most will come out of this election?
Oof. I guess straight to the point would be the next 4 years under a corrupt, racist and misogynist government that is too stuck in its ways to see that what Malaysians really want are leaders that are accountable and responsive to the needs of the rakyat.
And what must our party political leaders prioritize?
I think political leaders must prioritize the human rights of citizens. And what I mean by that is that they prioritize tackling income disparities as well as other social inequalities, key among which is gender inequalities, which really became apparent in the year leading up to this election. I hope that the incoming government will expedite any reform to grant Malaysian mothers the right to confer citizenship to their children, regardless of who they marry or where they are born, on an equal basis as men. And I also think that it is absolutely crucial for the government to put a stop to the culture of hate politics, which scapegoats the most marginalized among us, including LGBTIQ and gender diverse folks and migrants and refugees, to deflect from the lack of political drive and will to address the issues that affect us all, such as the post-COVID economic downturn and climate change.
Thank you, Suri. That was human rights advocate Suri Kemper. The Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Sounds familiar? Well, some of them are normal sounds that the human body makes, and some are not. Learn more about the wonders of the human body and how it tells you when something simply isn't right. Tune in to Health and Living every weekday at 4 p.m.
Be firmly motivated. BFM 89.9.
It is 2:39 and you're listening to Battle for Malaysia with Lynn Sherrod and Dr. Bridget Welsh. And we are really kind of looking through now the updates and permutations of a hung parliament, which is what we have. We are going to be live streaming at 3 a press conference from Pakatan Harapan. So there is that coming up and we'll unpack that as well. But in the meantime, keep those thoughts coming. If you have questions, if you want anything answered, WhatsApp 018-789-8899, tweet us at BFM Radio or leave us a comment on our live stream because there is a live video stream for the first time of our studio. You can check that out on YouTube, our website, our app, everywhere. So this has just come in, or it came in at 2. GRS, Gabungan Rakyat Sabah, will work with Sarawak's Gabungan Parti Sarawak to establish a Borneo bloc and form the federal government with a national coalition that can bring the most benefit to the two states. So this is what they're saying. And there were actually questions in relation to this as well from listeners earlier. So Yuvanash on Twitter as well as Shukri are both asking, I guess, firstly, Bridget, I'd like to ask you to respond to the idea of a Borneo bloc, but then subsequently the listeners are asking, what will they be asking for from the coalition that they speak to?
So we have to look at the kind of the configuration first of the Borneo bloc, right? So we have the GPS and GRS, which are both more conservative kind of partners. They've had relationships both with UMNO and with Perikatan Nasional in terms of Muhyiddin government. And GRS in particular has a particular close relationship, but it's got its own brand. And so the first thing I would say is that GRS, by choosing to go with GPS, has basically said we're not PN. All right, so it's opened up the possibility going in a different direction from the perspective of politically, right?
But I do want to ask you just very quickly, the components of GRS include Bersatu Sabah.
No, but you see, this is a very interesting dynamic, right? So they have now renamed themselves as GRS, and so that's also been approved as a political party. So they really are. They used to be Bersatu, but they have now molded into something else. And so now, by choosing to do this Borneo bloc, they are something different. They're saying we're not Bersatu. They're saying we're not PN, we are actually this Borneo bloc. We are GRS. We are distinct. So therefore, that puts them in a different positioning in that context. So that they become the biggest bloc of what they're going to be asking for from the perspective of the different partnerships in terms of that area. But keep in mind, there are only 28 seats because GPS did not win 23; they won 22, from what we understand. And I think what we're looking at is 6 seats for GRS.
But there's also, I guess, coming from the Borneo territories, we have Warisan with 3, we have KDM who has 1, and also PBM, Larry Sing's party, has 1. So is there any possibility that they will try and consolidate these other these other parties and form a bloc? Is that...
Warisan is going to be very interesting. They were obviously articulating that they were close to GPS in the campaign, and they didn't form this bloc, but we'll see whether or not they will actually join in that or they will be separate. But I can definitely would suggest that Shafi Abdul will be taking a position that is actually more cohesively connected to them than to some of the Semenanjung parties because of the way the party has aligned themselves. And there are the PBM and KDM. I think both of them come from Christian majority constituencies. I think that Larry has had a relationship with Perikatan Nasional before. He's also had relationships with PKR before. So I think
he's been around the block.
Well, he's the Prince of Frogs in terms of he's had many different relationships, but he's still landed on his feet in that context of for winning this seat. So what I would suggest is that in this particular configuration, that alignment will probably not be as strong with PAS government from a perspective of their constituency base. Now, the things to watch, obviously, for me, is what's happening in UMNO Sabah. We have one Perikatan Nasional person, and that is Ronald Kiandi, who's won in the seat of Belaran, right? He is a Christian in that context. So we'll see what happens with him in that particular area, right? And then we have this other UMNO mix, right? So Borneo is still fragmented, but we're having a bit of consolidation of the different groups, which will help with the kind of negotiating that they haven't come together completely as a unit. In part because I think that they're still trying to hold on to their bargaining power.
So then in terms of what the quote-unquote Borneo bloc might be demanding or where the key areas of interest would be in forming a partnership or a coalition, what would that look like?
So I think the key areas that they're going to look for are the positions in terms of being able to be deputy prime minister, also which ministries. I think things like rural development has been highly emphasized. They also talk about construction and infrastructure projects and having control over the approval of projects. I think there would also be some concerns for issues of control over education, control over healthcare. In Sabah, there's conversations about border control, and so I think these areas of more substantive and not least and quite important is the issue of royalty and the oil royalty discussion. I think that these are issues that we have in the PN, we have Kedah Kelantan and Terengganu that have had these questions as well. So I think, but my sense is that, this particular bloc will be looking for things that are very concrete, not only for individuals, but also for kind of Borneo as a whole.
Yeah, just a quick look at the numbers again, just to reiterate what's underscoring this conversation. Barisan Nasional is the smallest of the coalitions now, 31 seats. Perikatan Nasional has 67. Pakatan Harapan still in a lead. It's got 79. So if we look at what's left to be called, 78. There's 9 seats left to be called. So even if all of them go to Perikatan Nasional, they will still not be as large as Pakatan Harapan, though they would just be under the. So Pakatan Harapan still looks like the coalition for who the first dibs at forming a government will go to.
And the question will be whether or not this Borneo bloc will want to work with them in that context, and also where the other players are going to come out in the spectrum. We're looking at maybe numbers of, what is that, 5, 6 in terms of the overall numbers in that area. So they count, right? Because we're trying to get to a number of 110, but I think, for the perspective of stability for Malaysia, you want to look to 120.
Yeah, so this is other thing. One of the promises that Anwar Ibrahim made going into this election was that of a smaller, trimmer cabinet. Is that possible when you're trying to cobble together something like a coalition of coalitions? Aren't cabinet positions part of the currency? They make up the glue for these coalitions. So they're going to have what we've seen in recent times, bloated cabinets, rather.
Well, I think it's a question of how much trimming there will be, but I think there will be some trimming if it's a Pakatan Harapan government. Keep in mind that the cabinet was 70. I mean, it was just a huge, number in terms of the overall composition. But it's not necessarily the numbers of positions, but it's the quality of positions that people are looking for, right?
Well, what people are looking for and what parties want, clearly very different things.
Yeah, yes, but I think... I think there will have to be some trimming in that process. But when they come in as a bloc, then I think you're going to see a combination of issues of positions plus the kind of agenda of issues to kind of, they're looking to legitimize themselves. They're looking to empower, and the issues of questions of autonomy are very much on the table.
So we are continuing the battle for Malaysia, in which we look at what happens in GE15 now that we know that there is a hung parliament. If you have questions you'd like to ask, that number again is 018-789-8899 to WhatsApp. You can tweet us at BFM Radio and leave us a comment on the live stream. So the next thing that's likely to happen, that you're likely to hear, is that we are waiting for a Pakatan Harapan press conference. That is due at 3. Taking us there, we will have some music. I do hope you keep it with us on BFM 89.9.
Bring back dignity. Time and time again I relapse, but love has never left me. Perhaps I should have found a way to pay it back. But forget will you take? Only take enough to swallow the pain. Drown the pain until it all wash away. Me back at the start, time and time again I relapse, but your love is always waiting. Perhaps I can't save myself, so I fade to black. But forget will you take? Only take enough to swallow the pain. Drown the pain until it all wash away. that you need, what it is you bleed for, longing and yearning, deeply burning for you. Are you staying with me? Help me feed it. Slow down, let our minds go quiet now. Low sound, let our hands do the talking, hands do the talking now. Do you see how this fire grows rapid and nobody knows how it started or where it will go? I can't stop now, baby, no. Our world just keeps turning, and here I am still learning about what it is that you need, what it is you bleed for, longing and yearning, deeply burning for you. Are you staying with me? Tell me you need it. Slow down, let our minds go quiet now. No sound, let our hands do the talking, hands do the talking now.
Formidable Media. BFM 89.9, the business station.
It's just what she pleases. No sound, let our hands do the talking, hands do the talking now. Going on.
9:36 in the morning. You're listening to The Morning Run. This is WTF, short for What's the Focus, our weekly roundup show.
Having trouble focusing on what you need to know this week? Tune in to What's the Focus as The Morning Run takes you through the biggest stories of the week every Friday at 9:30 a.m.
Bungkus for Makan. BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is 3 a.m. You're listening to Battle for Malaysia with Lynn Sherrod and Dr. Bridget Welsh. We are crossing over now to, I believe, a press conference for Perikatan Nasional.
Assalamualaikum ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Saya ingin membacakan kenyataan yang telah pun kami rangka untuk mengumumkan keputusan pilihan raya umum pada hari ini yang ada hubung kait dengan Parti Perikatan Nasional. Perkara ini telah pun kami bincangkan dalam mesyuarat khas Majlis Pimpinan Tertinggi Perikatan Nasional sebentar tadi. Pertamanya saya bersyukur kehadrat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala di atas kejayaan Perikatan Nasional mengenai 73 kursi parlimen setakat ini, termasuk 22 calon PN yang menggunakan logo PAS di Kelantan dan di Terengganu. Masih terdapat 6 kursi lagi yang belum selesai dikira oleh Suruhanjaya Pilihan Raya. Saya ingin pertamanya mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih pada semua para pengundi di seluruh negara yang telah memberikan sokongan yang padu kepada Perikatan Nasional. Gelombang sokongan rakyat pada Perikatan Nasional, terutamanya daripada pengundi-pengundi muda, telah membolehkan Perikatan Nasional mencapai kejayaan luar jangka. Saya mengucapkan tahniah kepada semua calon-calon Perikatan Nasional yang telah memenangi kursi masing-masing. Dan saya juga ingin mengambil kesempatan ini untuk mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi terima kasih dan penghargaan kepada seluruh jentera parti yang telah pun bekerja keras dengan penuh komitmen dan semangat juang yang tinggi sehingga memungkinkan Perikatan Nasional memperolehi kejayaan di luar jangkaan ini. Bagi tujuan pembentukan kerajaan persekutuan, saya akan berbincang dengan pimpinan parti-parti di Sabah dan Sarawak dalam masa yang terdekat. Demi menjamin kestabilan, Perikatan Nasional juga mengalu-alukan penyertaan mana-mana parti yang bersedia menerima prinsip perjuangan Perikatan Nasional untuk membentuk sebuah kerajaan yang prihatin, bersih dan stabil. Perikatan Nasional juga telah mempunyai kursi yang mencukupi untuk membentuk kerajaan negeri Perlis. Andai kata Perikatan Nasional berjaya membentuk kerajaan bersama parti-parti lain yang sehaluan, tumpuan PN adalah untuk melaksanakan semua tawaran PN Best yang diperuntukkan kepada rakyat semasa tempoh berkempen. Terima kasih.
You just heard there Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin in Perikatan Nasional's press conference, kind of talking through their gains and talking through the results. What do you both make of it?
Well, just very quickly, Bridget, he used the expression sehaluan, right? So in talking about what does that actually mean in terms of what's available for for Perikatan Nasional at this point. I mean, it also presumes, and it's a bit presumption maybe, that he gets first dibs at the creation of a government when in fact Pakatan Harapan is ahead by 10 seats.
Yeah, I think that they're basically carving out, and their position is they want to be the government, right? And of course, implicitly behind that is also the sense of of kind of this concept of Malay legitimacy, of which they are sort of saying that they've won the majority of the Malays, therefore we should be given the chance to form the government. This is implicit in the comments that are being made. I think that. In terms of numbers, they don't have them. But what is also interesting is that there's a recognition that Sabah and Sarawak, the Borneo will make the decision, right? I think that was also made clear in his remarks.
Well, okay, so we haven't heard from Pakatan Harapan, which is the leading coalition. We haven't heard from GPS, one of the biggest components. If there is a Borneo bloc, they will be the biggest components. What do you make of the relative silence coming from these other players?
Well, first of all, I expect there's conversations going on. Okay. Well, the fact that there was announced that there was a block is indication that there were conversations that had already taken place and they're ongoing. I think that Harapan understands that they don't have the numbers and they need someone else to get those numbers. And I think those conversations are happening with Borneo, the Borneo bloc, as well as it's happening with UMNO. They have 29 seats. That's a very important number. I think, I am of the view that the UMNO-PN relationship will be very difficult to put back together after what's happened in the results. Some people, think that it's there, but I think it'll be hard. Do notice that, again, implicit in the way that Muhyiddin framed his statement just now is that they're looking to Borneo as opposed to looking to UMNO to form a government in that context. In fact, they're making a distinction that they are the best government in this context. So I think I do see it that we're in an intense period of conversations and negotiations.
Why do you think that Bersatu is being allowed to take the front, the lead on this? Because if you look at the numbers, Bersatu has 26 seats, PAS has 43 seats.
Well, first of all, Hadi Awang's health is not good. We all know that. Huh? Number two, Bersatu provided the money for this campaign. And number three is Muhyiddin Yassin's popularity that drove this area. I mean, keep in mind, most of the PAS seats, well, a good chunk of the PAS seats, not because a fair amount were won in Kelantan and Terengganu, but a good chunk of the PAS seats were won under a PN logo. And I think that I continue to go back to my research on the ground is that many a voter who was voting for PN did not really understand that they were also voting for PAS in that context. They thought they were voting for Muhyiddin. And so I think we do see a very different kind of, the PN brand was actually very important.
So clearly a lot left to unpack and not everything can be done I was going to say this evening, this morning, this night. Not everything can be done, I think, in the next even couple of hours. We will be regrouping. We will have programming tomorrow, I think, to look at what this means and perhaps to talk about the kinds of conversations and I think very intensive discussions that are going to be happening behind closed doors among the parties. But in the meantime, we are going to be joined very shortly by Keith Kam of our news desk to give us a summary of the evening, a wrap-up. I did want to say, though, that we did get a WhatsApp from someone named Shazani who said, I'm 15 and I still think that this is the most consequential and exciting election result ever. It shows that our country has moved to a democratic path, not sure if it's towards the right or wrong. And I thought that was a nice thing to close off with for now before we welcome Keith into the studio for the summary. So yes, that will be happening next. You're tuned into the Battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
For some people, baking a cake might not be difficult, but expanding a business is definitely not easy. CEO of Bake with Yen, Alex Rosso, talks about going from 15 stores in 2017 to 94 stores nationwide.
We have a team very passionate, and retail is people first, and you cannot grow so fast with not passionate people. So this is the strength of Bake with Yen is a team, and they could open so many stores with so many states. So we have the expansion team, we have operation team, all of them work together to make it happen. And today is even not franchise; it's our own stores, so it's even more complicated.
To listen to the full conversation, look up the podcast Baking Made Quick, Affordable and Easy on our website at bfm.my or on our BFM app that is available on the Apple App Store and Google Play.
Hello, JKM.
Saya Fizan, boleh saya bantu?
Sebenarnya macam ni.
Okey, macam ni Puan. Pihak JKM ada menyediakan program PDK iaitu pemulihan dalam komuniti yang diuruskan oleh NGO. Jadi program ni khususnya adalah untuk OKU. Termasuklah Down syndrome dan juga masalah penglihatan. Terutamanya dari segi pemulihan.
Apa lagi program-program yang disediakan dekat PDK tu?
Semasa di PDK ni pelatih biasanya akan mengikuti latihan pengurusan diri, mengira, lukis, terapi muzik, sukan dan juga rekreasi. Sekiranya anak puan ni menghadiri sesi pemulihan sekurang-kurangnya 8 hari dalam sebulan, beliau layak untuk menerima elang bulanan.
Oh, ya ke? Alhamdulillah.
Sekiranya puan berminat, puan boleh menghubungi terus PDK berhampiran tempat puan lah atau menghubungi pejabat kebajikan masyarakat daerah. Selain itu, sekiranya puan memerlukan maklumat lanjut berhubung perkhidmatan JKM, puan boleh melayari laman sesawang berikutlah: www.jkm.gov.my.
Hello, I'm Simwi Boon from The Morning Run. We've cast our votes, but what comes next? What do Malaysians want post GE15? With me now is Siobhan Das, CEO for the American Malaysian Chamber of Commerce, or better known as AmCham. Siobhan, welcome. What do you fear most coming out of this election?
I think all businesses want stability and transparency. The 3 C's, I think, will still apply, providing confidence, clarity, and consistency to all the people as well as the global market. Regardless of the outcome of the elections, I think we understand that Malaysia's global role is expanding, and with it, regulatory changes and reforms are bound to take place. So while doing so, the country needs to retain its openness and its willingness to collaborate with the private sector. As AmCham, we stand and continue to build on our strong working relationships and with the ministries and agencies under the new government. This way we can support Malaysia's business-friendly environment and its adoption of global standards, which will continue to attract US businesses and its investments, as well as the equally important partners into the country. We also need to address the pressing issues like climate change and demands of an increasingly digitized world. Only working together can we make the difference. And I think the worst outcome is not being able to do this.
So what must our party political leaders prioritize?
I think economic and business strengths and continuity. I think this will provide foreign investors clarity and assurance that Malaysia remains a good destination for their growth and expansion. The country is well positioned to reap the benefits of global movements, and its reputation for strong institutions, a rule of law coupled with an English-speaking talent and a business environment that is progressive is critical to maintain. A solution to create a strong and sustainable talent pipeline at all levels will also be needed to support the investments that MIDA and others have secured for the country. Our new government needs to showcase these strengths and capture the opportunities before they pass us by. Competition is fierce and global.
Thank you. That was Siobhan Das, CEO for the American Malaysian Chamber of Commerce, or better known as AmCham. The battle for Malaysia, BFM 89.9.
Battle for Malaysia. The Rakyat speaks.
I want a government that puts climate change and the environment at the forefront of its policy making. I would like to see real efforts to reduce our carbon footprint, make it much friendlier for the rakyat to become energy efficient, stop approving projects that destroy and deplete our natural environment and resources, and please improve our public transport system.
Join us for the Battle for Malaysia. BFM 89.9.
In GE15 news, UMNO says the majority of candidates contesting parliament.
What? Its slowest growth rate for nearly 3 decades.
What is going on?
"9:36 in the morning. You're listening to The Morning Run. This is WTF, short for What's the Focus, our weekly roundup show.
Having trouble focusing on what you need to know this week? Tune in to What's the Focus as The Morning Run takes you through the biggest stories of the week every Friday at 9:30 a.m.
Brave, free, Malaysia, BFM 89.9. the business station.
It is 3:15 in the morning and you're listening to Battle for Malaysia with Lynn, Sharad, Dr. Bridget Welsh, and we are joined in the studio by Keith Kam from BFM's News Desk to give us, as best we can, a summation of what's happened today. Just fair warning, I'm going to ask each of you at the end for a final thought or message to leave us with because this is our last stretch. Keith, firstly, big takeaways.
Well, when I woke up this morning, it was yesterday morning. Now, it was raining, and I thought it was a great day to clean up the country. It was very interesting to see, like when I went to cast my ballot, my vote, and to see Malaysians of all walks of life at 8:30 in the morning in the drizzle. They were standing there in long queues with umbrellas. So that was quite heartening. Sadly, also, this is a day that we saw deaths linked to the election. Last week we saw a Pakatan Harapan candidate pass away for Padang Serai, so there was no election there. And early this morning, the PN candidate for the Tioman State seat also passed away, and along the way there were a couple more deaths involving election workers and voters as well. Generally, though, there was less drama this time around. There were no reports of illegal voters arriving in huge buses with fake My Cards. There was some issue with the Form 14, that the form that needs to be certified by the election official to make the results official. And this happened at Hannah Yeo's Gambut seat and Yobi Yin's Puchong constituencies. All these got sorted out. All in all, there were some major shake-ups. We saw Tun Dr. Mahathir lost not just his Langkawi seat, he also lost his deposit. And his Pejuang party was a complete wipeout. They ended up with nothing. Even Mukris, his son, lost the Jelun seat. Notable losers over GE15. Khairi Jamaluddin, Tengku Zafrul, there was also Tengku Adnan, and Zuraida Kamaruddin, as well as Azmin Ali, who were basically the architects of the Sheraton move in 2020. Johari Ghani, the former finance minister, the second finance minister, he won the Titi Wangsa seat. He beat Khalid Samad, who was the former FT minister. Liao Tiong Lai lost his seat in Bentong to Rara Yang Shafura from DAP. Tengku Razali Hamzah also lost his Gua Musang seat, a seat that he has held for since 1974, if I'm not mistaken. Rina Harun lost, Daryl Liking lost. Tan Sri Vigneswaran, MIC president, lost the Sungai Siput seat. And one that was trending on Twitter almost the whole evening was Nurul Izzah when she lost the Permatang Pahang seat. Some notable winners though. Anwar Ibrahim, he's just confirmed that he has. When I came in here, it wasn't official on the EC website yet, but he did claim victory there in Tambun. Ismail Sabri Yaakob won. Former Health Minister Dr. Zulkifli, Lim Guan Eng, Said Sadiq, Rafizi Ramli, Tan Sri Hadi Awang, Wee Ka Siong. Klang was retained by Pakatan Harapan, which fielded V. Gana Batirau after Charles Santiago was dropped, and Shafi Abdal as well. Those were the notable winners.
I'll come back to you in a moment, Keith, for your kind of good night message in many ways. But Bridget, you've been with us now for, I think, is it 7 hours?
It's inordinately long time. I think maybe, but let's not talk numbers. Let's just express it in adjectives. In inordinately long time.
Yes, and I wanted to ask you, I guess. We fielded a lot of questions from people, some of them more granular, some people asking, mathematical numbers, some trying to throw a hit to what could happen tomorrow, what could happen in the weeks to come. Basically, what do you want people to, as they switch off their radios or, close their apps tonight, what do you want to leave them with?
Well, there's just a quick point I wanted to add. Cooley's is actually challenging his case because of the lack of a recount. And I think I would add a couple more people to the list that I think are quite interesting. Iwan Bonadik won his seat in Penampang from UPCO. We see new young leaders coming in Sabah and Sarawak. And I think so. I think there is also this kind of dynamism that is happening in terms of the composition of the victories. But I think the big story tonight is the PN surge and what it means for the country. I think right now the focal point will be on the issue of the hung parliament and who forms the government and the coalition partners. But I think the question for that will be not just the numbers, but the composition of the new government, and whether or not there will be ability to kind of compromise. I worry about Perikatan Nasional in terms of what it might be as a force for if it's also in the opposition as well as in government, because of the way that the kind of narratives that have taken place in the campaign. I think that we can. These things may be quite serious questions that I think are going to evolve with the leadership. But there's one final point that I would say that this election shows is that Malaysians still have the power. They have the power to change the government. And I think if parties don't reform like UMNO didn't, then they get punished. And I think that this is an empowering election. Even if in that empowerment there are these questions that have now come about how that power is going to be used.
Keith?
Well, it's very interesting when you look at the results. I do see that there is a very clear divide from what's conservative and what's considered more progressive. I mean, just looking at the numbers, we've got DAP with 40 seats won, and we've got PAS with just about the same amount as well. I can't help thinking that, yes, we do have the power to decide on who our government is going to be, but in doing so, it does sort of highlight that division Malaysia might be experiencing right now.
It's a new polarization. That's one of the key things I've talked about in the things. But it's like a new polarization, but along the old polarizations, old poles, right? And I think navigating the racial and religious politics will be a challenge for whatever government. And the key thing is that the voters were concerned largely with economic issues. And I think this is that we're still going to have this kind of the old politics really overshadowing a lot of what's happening now.
Well, on Friday evening, Lynn and I had a discussion. We had actually a psychologist come on the show talking about disappointments and whether we're prepared to deal with disappointment during this election and how to cope with it. And it was, I think, in anticipation of precisely what we've seen happen today. There's no conclusion. We haven't broken away from the volatility or the uncertainties of the last couple of years. A lot of us came into this process with pet hates as much as a vision for a better country. There was also, many of us wanted to see individuals in the contest punished for what had happened in 2020. All that, I think, is part of, the passions that democracies throw up. The best thing, I think, about this election was it's been conducted relatively peacefully. I mean, that's an extraordinary story for the developing world. There are many countries in which electoral violence is not just, damaging a poster. It is actually taking life. And so this is something that Malaysia doesn't see. The fact that we've managed to remain on this side of that kind of scenario, I think, is also something we should, pride ourselves in. So looking forward to the next couple of days when our leaders, as it were, work out a reasonable solution. I think we need to keep an open mind. That's all I hope. Myself as a journalist and my fellow citizens, we do. We keep an open mind about the possibilities.
And that is it from us for this coverage, at least for right now. It will continue later this morning at 10 a.m. But in the meantime, Keith, thank you very much for coming in for the wrap. And Bridget, thank you so very much for sticking around and patiently fielding question after question. We appreciate you.
I also is grateful to be here. It's an important election, and it means a lot to me personally. I have living in Malaysia, so it was wonderful to have this conversation.
So again, there will be more coverage on the ongoing Battle for Malaysia at 10 a.m. today. Sharad, Says he'll be here. I think that he will still be, yes.
Yes, I'm scheduled to be part of the team, speaking in the morning. Let's see if I get up.
Okay, so there will be more of that. And in the meantime, thank you everybody for listening to us throughout the...
Bridget wanted to say something.
Oh, yes, please.
I just want to reiterate, Pakatan Harapan won the most seats. I'll leave it at that.
Takeaway. Again, thank you everybody for listening to us throughout this evening, for keeping us company as well, both however you're listening to us and where you're watching us on the live stream. I have been told by our very hardworking digital team to make sure that I look in the cameras that are in our studios directly and say goodbye. So thank you, everybody. Goodbye. Everyone wave in the studio. All right, that's it from us. Good night. You've been listening to BFM 89.9.
Good night or good morning.
You said it yourself.